Chapter 3455. Time was illusory, but it could also be real. At least the power within it was real. Longchen held time in his hand and felt a bloodline connection. Because he had inherited the essence blood of the Void Universe Dragon, this time seemed to be a part of his body. He was just missing the origin dragon soul of the Void Universe Dragon. After playing with time for a long time and familiarizing himself with it, Longchen moved on to the next step. Back then, Slaughter had vaguely guided the location of the origin dragon soul of the primordial blood spirit dragon. Would time guide him too? At that time, because the Sky Devourer clan had turned the origin dragon soul of the primordial blood spirit dragon into a doomsday behemoth, Slaughter had been difficult to find until Doomsday had appeared. Perhaps the origin dragon soul of the Void Universe Dragon isn't in the hands of the Sky Devourer clan. In that case, will time guide me? If it was set up by the Void Universe Dragon, the information would definitely be in time. Let me study it. Longchen prepared to stay on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. The others also started to busy themselves. During this period of time, Lingxi and Kitten had been recovering their strength in the Tower of Time for many years. If there were no accidents, Kitten would be able to recover to the 8th era of the primordial ancestor god realm in a few hundred years and form the second world origin that he once had. Lingxi's third world origin would be formed soon. It seemed that when she had 2 world origins on the White Lotus, the second one on the Black Prison would also form very quickly. June was already very familiar with the Dragonrite continent and even had a good time with the Dragon Face and Dragon Scale. Now, she believed in Longchen's abilities. Therefore, although the bet in a month's time still existed, and it was 1 against 3, she really believed in Longchen. Although others felt that it was impossible, she felt that it was possible. One day in the outside world was 30 years on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. Therefore, Longchen had actually studied time for 30 years. Finally, one day, he found a piece of information in a tiny detail. This made him very excited. However, this hint was slightly out of Longchen's expectations. This is the fiend god Biyao mountain. What he saw was the world within time, and as he explored it, it finally formed the shape of a mountain. In terms of shape, it was definitely the god-demon Mount Biyao. That's right. Although I'm very familiar with this place, I've never been to the world within the mouth of the fiend god. The origin dragon soul of the Void Universe Dragons may very well be here. Now, Mo Xiaolang, Lingxi and the others' mission was still to urgently improve themselves. Longchen told them to focus on getting stronger while he went to the divine devil Biyao mountain alone. Once upon a time, he had fought here. When he returned, this place was already different. This world, as well as the battlefield of gods and demons, had lost its usefulness. Times had changed, and the Sky Region Alliance was gone. Through the clouds, Longchen discovered that there were more than a dozen Genesis gods on the Fiend Celestial Biyao mountain. Each region had a creator ancestor god. Could it be that the creator ancestor gods also came to the Fiend Celestial Biyao mountain to train? Longchen found this strange. Although the Fiend Celestial Biyao mountain was too cloudy, Longchen could see the outside of the mountain at a glance. To him, the origin dragon soul was not as easy to hide as the world origin. After exploring the stars for a while, he was basically sure that it would be difficult to find it outside the mountain. Then, he would have to enter the mountain to find out. Vaguely, he seemed to find another world inside the mountain. Outside the Fiend Celestial Biyao mountain, Longchen could vaguely hear immortals talking inside the mountain. The reason why there were creator ancestor gods here was because they saw that the Fiend Celestial Biyao mountain was not bad, and there were many hidden resources. Hence, they divided this place. After all, in terms of world grade, this was a primeval grade world. Compared to some creator ancestor gods' worlds, it was much more stable. Of course, the primordial ancestor gods of the 5th era who owned the original incipient grade world wouldn't consider this place. Most of the primordial ancestor gods belonged to the 7th era and some 6th era. Most of the territories belonged to the 6th era primordial ancestor gods. Of course, these creator ancestor gods came from nearby worlds. If they were from distant worlds, they would not have bothered to come here. They treat this as their own territory. This is a little troublesome. If I want to enter the world inside the fiend celestial Biyao mountain, I will need their permission. It seemed so. Although it was a little troublesome, it was not insurmountable. For the origin dragon soul, Long Chen was willing to do anything. He probably knew these creator ancestor gods, so at this time, he found a familiar one. Back when he first came to the fiend celestial Biyao mountain, he had met the Donghua Great Emperor Lord and obtained the divine sword demon pagoda. The world that the Donghua Great Emperor Lord was in was called the 3 Continents and 10 Islands Immortal World. He called himself the 3 Continents and 10 Islands Immortal Elder. And below him, the creator ancestor god of this world was also here. He was called the Donghua Imperial Ancestor. The 3 Continents and 10 Islands Immortal World was a 6th-tier mixed essence realm world. Therefore, the Donghua Imperial Ancestor god of the 7th era was born in the middle of the era. His strength was about the same as the Satsuma Demon Ancestor and the others. In terms of world origins, he had 2 more than Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen felt that the Donghua Imperial Ancestor would be easier to talk to because of his friendship with the former Donghua Great Emperor Lord. Unexpectedly, when he just arrived and was about to speak, a handsome man in brocade robes with long hair fluttering in the wind and holding a golden longsword rushed into the sky and shouted, "Who are you?" "This is the territory of the Donghua Imperial Ancestor." "Are you here to snatch territory?" Long Chen was a little stunned by his shout. He hurriedly said, "Donghua Imperial Ancestor, of course not. I am not interested in your territory." Long Chen. The moment he saw Long Chen, the Donghua Imperial Ancestor thought of his world, the Dragon Sacrifice Continent. The Dragon Sacrifice Continent was now famous. It was impossible for the founding ancestor gods not to know about it. "Humph, you are here to mock me. You have the Dragon Sacrifice Continent. Of course you don't need to occupy such a broken place. But I have no enmity with you. Why do you have to humiliate me?" The Donghua Imperial Ancestor asked warily. Seeing that he was being sensitive, Long Chen explained, "You misunderstand. Actually, I came here because I wanted to enter the interior of the fiend celestial Biyao mountain. But I didn't expect that the ancestral gods would claim this place as their own territory. So I walked around. When I was young, I had a master and disciple relationship with an expert from the immortal world of the 3 continents and 10 islands. I thought it would be easier to talk to you, so I came. You were once a master and disciple of my descendant. I once received 2 weapons from him in this divine demon Biyao mountain. Furthermore, I wandered this place with the identity of his disciple." Long Chen was telling the truth. "You are his disciple." The Donghua Imperial Ancestor thought that Long Chen was his master. At this point, his tone was slightly better as he said, "Then let's talk about it after we get down." Long Chen followed him and landed on the ground of the fiend celestial Biyao mountain. He hadn't been here for a long time. After leaving the mountain, he had always been in battle. Now that he was back, he felt a sense of familiarity. After all, this was the first place Long Chen had come to after leaving the Dragon Sacrifice Continent. "You want to go inside?" the Donghua Imperial Ancestor asked. That's right. He didn't know Long Chen's current ability, so he smiled disdainfully. "You know why we occupy this place. Because the land here is vast. We can let the gods and demons of our world come here to train. After all, the situation of every world was too bad now. Everyone was too weak, especially in the 9th, 8th, and 7th eras." Speaking of this, Donghua Imperial Ancestor laughed even more and said, "How boring, how boring. We are all creator ancestral gods. We can just build our own world. Why are we fighting over this place? To tell you the truth, it's because we feel that the world inside the fiend god Biyao mountain is extremely vast and strange. To be honest, Long Chen had never studied it, nor had he carefully entered to take a look. Hearing this, he remembered that he actually also wanted to go in and take a look, but he didn't have the chance. I see. Occupying this place is actually equivalent to occupying the entrance. We have dozens of people to slowly excavate the world inside. So now you know why I reacted this way when you said you wanted to go in, right? The Donghua Imperial Ancestor said. Long Chen thought for a while and said, I also want to go in and explore this time. Can you let me in once? The Donghua Imperial Ancestor wanted to shake his head, but he remembered something. He sighed and said, no matter what, you are the savior. It was you who allowed me to survive until now in the Doomsday Battle. I shouldn't have stopped you, and I should have returned you a favor. But what? I have an agreement with the other ancestral gods. We have formed a united front, forbidding anyone but us from entering. They are also often inside. With your ability, if you are discovered after entering, it will be a big problem for me. So, I can't let you in. This was troublesome. Long Chen insisted, what if I am not discovered at all? This is very important to me. I hope you can help. There were too few Genesis ancestral gods like the Satsuma demon ancestor. If the Donghua Imperial Ancestor was the Satsuma demon ancestor, he would definitely respectfully send Long Chen in. That was why Long Chen liked the Satsuma demon ancestor so much. Chapter 3456. What? You are clearly the 9th era ancestor god. Not only did you defeat the 8th era ancestor god, but you can also defeat the 7th era ancestor god? Who? Nightmare ancestor god? Donghua Imperial Ancestor didn't know what happened at the instant demonic stone, so he didn't believe it. But in fact, even if he knew, he wouldn't think much of it. This was because Long Chen had relied on a sneak attack that day. Drought Demon Saint Ancestor and Silver Succubus Demon Ancestor didn't show their strength, and there were other ancestor gods. Long Chen, on the other hand, had never truly fought a 7th era ancestor god alone before. Moreover, it was one born in the middle of the 1st era, so he was still a little vague about his true strength. When Donghua Imperial Ancestor mentioned Nightmare Ancestor God, Long Chen could only nod and say, that's right. I defeated Nightmare Ancestor God before. Although she was born at the end of the 1st era, she's not weak. Donghua Imperial Ancestor curled his lips and said, she's all right. She doesn't have any offensive ability and isn't much stronger than the 8th era ancestor god. If that's all, I advise you not to cause trouble for me. Your master-disciple relationship with my descendant is useless against me. In the end, letting Long Chen in was fine, but he was worried that the other ancestor gods would find out and target him, so he didn't want to take the risk at all. Then tell me, what kind of strength do I need for you to let me in? Long Chen asked. He had a rough idea of what Donghua Imperial Ancestor was thinking. You have to at least defeat me. Unfortunately, you can't do that, Donghua Imperial Ancestor blurted out, revealing his absolute confidence in himself. Then, maybe we need to leave this fiend god Buzhou Mountain and find a remote place to have a quiet battle, Long Chen said directly. You want to challenge me? Donghua Imperial Ancestor didn't expect this at all, so he was quite shocked. Long Chen said helplessly, it's not a challenge, it's just that I have something I need to do, and you're worried that I'll be discovered by the other ancestral gods. You also said that I have to defeat you. That's why I'm left with this method. Speaking of which, you can't be worried that you're not my match, right? Donghua Imperial Ancestor was, in fact, not very mature. Long Chen's provocation instantly angered him. He said, how is that possible? Forget it. Since you saved my life, I will give you this chance. If you really have the ability, no one will say anything after you enter. I can also say that you sneaked in without me knowing. Actually, he wasn't a bad person. He was just afraid of getting into trouble. Moreover, the Doomsday War was also on his mind. He couldn't really reject Long Chen. If that's the case, I'll wait for you over there. Long Chen pointed in a direction. He left first, and the Donghua imperial ancestor could secretly follow him later. It was normal for him to leave privately for personal matters. No one would pay too much attention to where he went. About 15 minutes later, Long Chen and the Donghua imperial ancestor met alone in a relatively remote place. To be honest, Long Chen was looking forward to this battle. Previously, he had Imo Xiaolong's help against the nightmare ancestral god. Fighting for the instantaneous demonic stone wasn't considered a direct battle. This was the first time he was facing a powerful 7th-era founding ancestral god. Come on, let me see what you're capable of with such big words. If you're only at the level you dealt with that black-robed man, it's far from enough. If we weren't controlled back then, it would be easy to deal with that black-robed man. Although the devouring dragon servant was the key, they didn't really think highly of it. Perhaps at this time, some founding ancestral gods thought that Long Chen's great achievement back then was largely due to luck. After all, his current strength wasn't enough to convince everyone. The Donghua imperial ancestor held the golden sword. This long sword was the source of his world and had scorching heat. It was called Dongyang. Although Long Chen's slaughter had endless space, there was only one source of the world. Therefore, in terms of divine power, it was far inferior to Dongyang. Buzz. With a wave, a heat wave surged. Long Chen was trapped in the scorching world. The surrounding stars gradually changed. Among them, the Donghua imperial ancestor was like a towering mountain, like the scorching sun at noon. Billions of rays of light erupted from his body. Its law wasn't fire, but sunlight. It was a scorching light. He held Dongyang with both hands. At this moment, under his power, it could be said that Long Chen was completely suppressed. In front of him, Long Chen was an insignificant existence. Attack. The Donghua imperial ancestor was high and mighty, looking down on Long Chen. He was waiting for Long Chen to attack. He thought highly of himself and was too lazy to make the first move. Long Chen was also too lazy to say more. When slaughter came out of his flesh and spine, his whole body was covered with blood-red dragon scales. He was a true primordial blood dragon. When it came to battle mode, even if his source of the world was far inferior to the Donghua imperial ancestors, on the battlefield, he could vaguely be compared with the Donghua imperial ancestor. Blood will sword. Long Chen didn't say anything. Using the dragon blood as a guide, he attacked violently. He had never suffered a direct attack from a founding ancestral god of this level. Of course, he used the blood will sword to test its ability. Facing Long Chen's familiar move, the Donghua imperial ancestor was disdainful. He shouted loudly and held Dongyang with both hands. The moment he attacked, thousands of sword Dao immediately appeared. Purple Qi from the east. A rule power erupted. Behind him, the source of the endless source of the world suddenly turned into a purple mist, rolling over endlessly as if it had filled the entire world. In the end, it completely engulfed the blade. After Dongyang was engulfed by the purple mist, its whole body also turned purple. Break. In an instant, the blood will sword collided with the purple Qi from the east. Because it was a head-on collision and not a sneak attack, it was the first time Long Chen felt the terrifying impact of the source of three worlds. Although Long Chen was still more heaven-defying in terms of rule power, Long Chen's blood will sword was too weak. This was the reason why Long Chen's blood will sword was forced to retreat. Long Chen, you're boasting too much. The Donghua imperial ancestor was still laughing, and there was a hint of pride in his voice. It's still early. Under the suppression of the opponent, Long Chen's sword momentum changed. He took back all the dragon blood and infused it with the ancestral spirit. For a moment, the power of the sword changed greatly. Soul Slayer Sword. The second rule power swept out. Slaughter collided with the purple Dongyang again. This time, the rule power of the Soul Slayer Sword rushed into the Dongyang. Even with the protection of the source of the world, it still impacted the ancestral spirit. With three sources of the world, the ancestral spirit naturally had three parts. Long Chen's Soul Slayer sword came suddenly and naturally suppressed the opponent. The Donghua imperial ancestor cried out in pain and directly retreated with the Dongyang in his hand. Obviously, this time, the ancestral spirit was injured, and he was at a disadvantage. However, he was not weak. One rule power was enough to force Long Chen to use two. Because he retreated quickly, although the Soul Slayer sword was powerful, it did not really hurt his foundation. The Donghua imperial ancestor was a little unhappy to be at a disadvantage. He was also a competitive guy. At this time, he reversed the sword momentum and took the initiative to attack violently. Rising Sun from the east. The sword stabbed out with a beautiful intent. Like the rising sun, the Dongyang burst out billions of rays of light, penetrating through. It seemed that the Donghua imperial ancestor was also an elegant person. Even the name of the rule power was so vivid. However, its power was more direct and surpassed that of the purple chi from the east. Violet chi came from the east, and the sun rose from the east. These two natural laws had the ability to connect. In truth, the violet chi had completely erupted, becoming the rising sun of the east. Within that rising sun, there were millions upon millions of sword Daos that were closing in on Dragon Dawn. Life-taking dragon diagram. Although he was at a disadvantage in terms of power, Long Chen had always won in terms of technique. Now, it was the same with the life-taking dragon diagram. He did not directly collide with his opponent's sword will. Instead, he used slaughter as a brush to draw the life-taking dragon diagram in the void. With the life-taking rule power, he revived the dragon diagram. It was as if he had directly drawn it on the Donghua imperial ancestor's body. Boom. Before the rising sun, the life-taking dragon diagram activated. Yes. The Donghua imperial ancestor realized that the divine dragon diagram on his body would bring about a fatal threat to him. Under such circumstances, if he continued to move forward, he could destroy Long Chen, but it would obviously be a lose-lose situation. Under such circumstances, he withdrew the power of the rising sun and poured it into his body. The violent power of sword will forcibly blasted the life-taking dragon diagram out. However, the Donghua imperial ancestor was still very clear about the instant crisis of death. He began to truly realize that Long Chen was not so easy to deal with, and there was a risk. At this moment, Long Chen was no longer passive in front of him. Instead, he rushed forward violently, holding the slaughter in one hand. At this moment, billions of blood dragons flew in rage and flew in the midst of the slaughter. Humph, don't be careless. The Donghua imperial ancestor roared and once again held the east sun with both hands. The power of the rising sun had rushed into his body, but now it was being redirected again. The loss was not great. At this time, the Donghua imperial ancestor added new rule power to it, truly forming the peak destructive attack of the 7th era origin ancestral god. Be careful of your life. Like the sun in the sky. The east sun was raised, shining brightly like the sun in the sky. The most scorching light was seen by Long Chen. This was the Donghua imperial ancestor's strongest attack. From the Donghua imperial ancestor, Long Chen could guess the strength of the Satsuma demon ancestor, Drought demon ancestor, and the others. Before obtaining the origin dragon's soul of the void universe dragons, it would be very difficult to fight 1 against 3. Of course, his focus was all on this sword. Blood-devouring berserk dragon sword prison. In terms of rule power, this rule power was really superior. Its power was terrifying. Long Chen's current attack was unusually ferocious, condensing all his power. Billions of divine dragons formed a sword formation. When it burst out, it was also very powerful. It was not inferior to his opponents like the sun in the sky. However, Long Chen knew that if they fought like this, it would be impossible for him to truly crush his opponent. Maybe I have to borrow the power of time. Therefore, outside the blood-devouring berserk dragon sword prison, an illusory chain was wrapped around his left hand. Chapter 3457. Emperor Ancestor Donghua, Divine Sword Dong Yang. His sword momentum shone like the sun in the sky. As for Long Chen, although the power of origin of the world was not as good as his opponent's, he had the advantage in that his rule power was strong and full of murderous intent. The true might of the ancestral dragon was on full display. This was a clash of the strong. It was precisely because Long Chen predicted that the bloodthirsty berserk dragon's sword prison would not be able to completely destroy his opponent's attack that he had entangled the world's origin source, time, in his left hand. The time chain was in a state of nothingness. Before the massacre rule, the time chain in Long Chen's hand was like a swimming dragon, rushing forward. It passed through the violent sword chi that was like the sun at high noon and instantly entangled, binding Emperor Ancestor Donghua. Buzz. In a short moment, Emperor Ancestor Donghua encountered the power of time. At that moment, his movement was greatly affected, so Dong Yang's sword momentum was also affected. Therefore, Long Chen did not say a word. Wherever the massacre went, the blood-sucking Tyrannosaurus sword chi burst out with tens of thousands of feet of divine dragon sword chi. The blood-colored sword light completely suppressed the rule power at this time. In an instant, Emperor Ancestor Donghua, under the restraint of time, was completely broken, and his whole body was submerged in this chaotic sword Dao. Countless massacred Tyrannosaurus dragons roared around him. Of course, they did not attack together, because it was the blood-sucking Tyrannosaurus sword prison, which was still under Long Chen's control. Emperor Ancestor Donghua helplessly found that, not to mention the surrounding blood-sucking Tyrannosaurus sword prison, even the time chain on his body was quite difficult to break free. Obviously, he had lost. After all, Long Chen had already suppressed his rule power, completely trapping him in a crisis of death. If Long Chen wanted to kill, he would indeed be doomed. I admit defeat. Although Emperor Ancestor Donghua was still in shock, he had to admit it. You are much stronger than I imagined. It seems that you have inherited the ancestral dragon's inheritance, and your strength is still increasing, while our creator God's strength is fixed. I really envy you, Emperor Ancestor Donghua lamented when Long Chen put away time and massacre. He now also admitted that he had underestimated Long Chen. Please look. At this time, Long Chen used Death's shadow and enveloped himself in it. Under the protection of Death's shadow, it was as if he had disappeared from this world. If I go in like this and keep my guard up, the chances of the other elder gods discovering me shouldn't be high. You don't need to worry, Long Chen said. Imperial Ancestor Donghua could roughly feel the effect of this shadow of death. Indeed, if Long Chen really wanted to go in, with this ability, it would not affect Imperial Ancestor Donghua. Moreover, he had already said it. Fine, I'll let you in. However, I have to warn you not to tell anyone that I was the one who let you in. Also, there are a few 6th-era ancestral gods on Mount Fiend God Buzhou. They are far more powerful than us, having been born in the 6th era. You have to be careful of them. Once you're captured, it'll be very difficult for you to enter again. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. Long Chen remembered it. Imperial Ancestor Donghua sighed again and again. He was probably not very satisfied with himself. After all, the ancestral gods could not become as strong as Long Chen. He was still very envious of Long Chen. Next, Long Chen and he agreed on some details. To be on the safe side, Imperial Ancestor Donghua would first return to Mount Fiend God Buzhou. Long Chen would sneak into his area 2 days later, and then enter the interior of Mount Fiend God Buzhou. For the origin dragon soul of the void infinity dragon, waiting 2 days was nothing. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Long Chen shrouded himself in death's shadow and sneaked in. Soon, he arrived at Mount Fiend God Buzhou. He found the area occupied by Imperial Ancestor Donghua and sneaked in. In fact, at this time, Imperial Ancestor Donghua did not notice his arrival. If he had known this would happen, Long Chen would have sneaked in from the beginning. On Mount Fiend God Buzhou, he had to wait for the mouth of the demon to appear. Otherwise, if he forced his way in, it would obviously cause a commotion. When I first set foot on this Mount Fiend God Biyao and saw the mouth of the demon, I did not expect that today I would enter for the origin dragon's soul of the void infinity dragon. Long Chen was still a little emotional. Mount Fiend God Biyao was a place of great significance to him. After waiting for a while, the mouth of the demon finally appeared. Long Chen rushed in without saying a word. Inside the mouth of the demon, he found that it was actually a whole new world. Around him, there was darkness everywhere. Outside Mount Fiend God Biyao, there was black fog everywhere. Inside, the amount of black fog was dozens of times more. Even when Long Chen came here, he could not feel how big this world was. The endless black fog could hide too many things. A dark world. The key was that there was no sound at all. It was as if it was at a standstill. Even the particles in the endless black fog were not moving. Everything was terrifyingly silent. No wonder these ancestor gods found this place strange and wanted to occupy it. That is indeed the case. The time only gave him a hint of Mount Fiend God Biyao. As for where it was exactly, he was not sure. This might require him to spend a lot of time searching. Furthermore, he could not make too much of a commotion, lest he alarm the creator gods who occupied this place. Go down. Above him was the outside of Mount Fiend God Biyao. Long Chen tried his best to go down. If it really existed, it would be in the deepest part. If it were outside, and if it were easy to find, it would have long been discovered by others. It would not have been Long Chen's turn. Time passed quietly. Black fog. Endless black fog. When he first entered, Long Chen would never have imagined that after wandering around here for 10 days, all he could see was endless black fog. Apart from the time he went out to rearrange the Death Realm Dragon Gate, he had always stayed here. He had also left many Death Realm Dragon Gates in the interior, which he could enter directly in the future. After a few more days, there was still no discovery. Long Chen calculated that there were less than 15 days left before the battle with Saint Ancestor Hanba and the others. If he could not find the origin dragon soul, then he would have to face the revenge of the three in this state after 15 days. Ancestor Donghua is about the same level as them. He is not as vicious as them, but he is still very powerful. If I really have to face the three of them for revenge, I'm afraid this battle will be very difficult. It was originally 2 against 3, but I was too confident and boasted. Now it's my turn to suffer. Although he was teasing himself, Long Chen was not afraid or worried. At most, he would fight to the death. As long as he was alive, nothing would be a problem. So what if he was beaten up? However, if that was really the case, Lu Yu would definitely feel bad. In order not to make her feel bad, Long Chen also felt that he could not lose. The key lies in the origin dragon soul. Because of this, Long Chen became more patient and carefully searched. He was constantly in the shadow of death, and at this critical moment, he also met other ancestor gods. They were the ones who occupied this place. Basically, they were all elder gods of the 7th era or higher. Amongst the elder gods of the 7th era, there were those who were born at the end, middle, or beginning of an era. Generally speaking, those who were born at the beginning of an era were existences who were extremely close to the end of the previous era. They were the top existences among the ancestor gods of the 7th era. On this day, Long Chen heard the conversation between the 2 ancestor gods. In the depths of this place, there is a dark lake. It is very deep, and several ancestor gods of the 6th era have entered it, but they could not reach the bottom. Moreover, it is the most stable place in this place. It is probably the most mysterious place in the myriad worlds. That's strange. Let's go down and take a look. Forget it. I went down once and did not find anything. However, the lake is very cold. Even I, an ancestor god, would feel cold. What do you think? While they were chatting, they left into the distance. However, they did provide Long Chen with a new clue. In the depths of this direction. Long Chen hurriedly went down. Based on their conversation, there was a high chance that the thing that Long Chen was looking for could be found there. He kept going down. All of a sudden, Lin Fan felt his hair stand on end. He did not know if it was a hallucination, but when he turned around, he saw a pair of pitch-black eyes looking at him from behind. However, when he turned around, there was no sign of life within a boundless radius. What's that? Long Chen felt a chill run down his spine. However, he could not find the source of it. In the end, he even thought that he was being overly sensitive due to nervousness. After a while, nothing else appeared. Long Chen was focused on the origin dragon soul, and gradually forgot about it. However, because it was surrounded by endless black fog, the interior of Fiend God Buzhou Mountain was much larger than Fiend God Buzhou Mountain itself. Therefore, that cold and mysterious feeling was always present. After much effort, Long Chen finally found the lake that the two ancestor gods mentioned. It was a pitch-black lake that existed at the bottom of God Fiend Buzhou Mountain. It was surrounded by mountain walls. Obviously, outside the mountain walls was the outside of God Fiend Buzhou Mountain. This meant that the interior space was actually connected to God Fiend Buzhou Mountain. Perhaps the information is in there. Standing outside, Lin Fan could not feel how deep the lake was at all. A terrifying gloomy aura rolled up. Even the lake water was not ordinary. It was extremely cold, countless times colder than the water in the Sky Demon Sea. This lake was actually not big. If he had not heard the conversation between the two ancestor gods, it would have been very difficult for Long Chen to come here. After taking a deep breath, Long Chen quietly entered the lake. Since it was a lake, his arrival would definitely cause ripples. The moment the ripples appeared, a loud roar suddenly rang out. Who dares to barge into our territory? It was a woman's voice, sharp to the bone. Chapter 34:58. When Long Chen came out of the lake, he saw a woman standing in front of him. Her face was covered in frost, and she had long, dark green hair. Her eyes were dark, and her skin was snow-white. Her figure was graceful, and she was extremely cold. The moment he saw her, Long Chen thought it was Li Xuanji. After all, their temperaments were too similar. However, this woman had a terrifying Yin aura. It was even colder than the lake below. Thus, Long Chen knew who she was. Back in the Fiend God Buzhou Mountain, she had a certain relationship with her world. Li Xuanji, Mo Sang, and the others had a great relationship with this world. Yes, it was the 9 Yin Ancestor Realm, an eternal level world. Long Chen and the Dark Sky Region Lord had a conflict in the past. And this woman was the ancestor of this group of women, the existence who had created the 9 Yin Ancestor Realm. Her name was Demon Ancestor 9 Yin, because the world she created was born in the 6th era. Of course, she was the 6th era's ancestral god. Now, Long Chen could barely deal with the 7th era's ancestral god, but the 6th era's ancestral god was far inferior. Among the many ancestral gods, only the 6th era's ancestral god was considered strong. The 5th era's ancestral god was an overlord, and the 4th era's ancestral god was the ruler of the myriad worlds. Junior Long Chen greets Demon Ancestor 9 Yin. Since he had been discovered, Long Chen spoke politely. He wanted to see if this Demon Ancestor 9 Yin would give him a way out and let him stay. After all, there were all kinds of ancestral gods. It's you. Demon Ancestor 9 Yin's attitude was cold, and her eyes were cold. Her expression was as cold as ice as she said, "Do you know that this world has already been occupied by dozens of us elder gods? This is already our territory, and no outsiders are allowed to enter." "Who allowed you to enter?" Long Chen acted as if he didn't know anything and said, "Occupy and divide, I don't know about that. However, this is the common territory of the myriad worlds, how can you all occupy it for yourself? I used to come here often in the past and didn't know about this. Of course, I came here on my own." The 9 Yin Demon Ancestor said, "We didn't announce it to the outside world. However, even if you didn't know before, you should know now. So, you must leave immediately." Otherwise, even if I'm polite to you, the other creator gods won't be polite to you. Of course, Longchen wouldn't leave. Therefore, he said, that's not very kind of you. Would the Ancestral Gods Alliance agree to such tyrannical occupation? Without the Ancestral Gods Alliance's approval, why should I leave this place? All right. I don't want to argue with you, but I just want to take a stroll around this place. Once I'm done, I'll naturally leave. When she spoke up to this point, killing intent actually appeared in the demon ancestor Nine Yin's eyes, and she said, if you still don't leave, then I'll have to drive you out. Demon ancestor, how did you survive the doomsday battle? Have you forgotten? Longchen countered. During this period of time, he was a little depressed. The attitude of these creator gods changed too quickly. The Nine Yin demon ancestor sneered, that's all in the past. Moreover, you were mostly lucky to be able to complete this battle. Why? Do you want the entire myriad worlds to be deeply grateful to you and continue to listen to you as the ruler of myriad worlds? Dream on. Longchen roughly understood that this might be the thoughts of the majority of the creator gods in the myriad of worlds. It was very depressing, but there was no helping it. This was the reality. Even among the ancestor gods, there were those who were cruel and unscrupulous. I'll count to 3. This is your last chance to scram. The Nine Yin demon ancestor said coldly. No need. Longchen directly opened the Death World Dragon Gate and entered. However, he came out from another place within the fiend god Buzhou mountain. This place was relatively close to the lake. Even if the 6th era ancestor god was here, Longchen didn't intend to waste time. If there were no problems, he was prepared to force his way into the lake to take a look. Naturally, he wouldn't clash head-on with the Nine Yin demon ancestor. When he returned from the Death World Dragon Gate, he heard the voice of the Nine Yin demon ancestor. She was speaking directly to the entire world. Everyone, pay attention. I saw Longchen sneaking in from the lake. Although he escaped in front of me, with his personality, he clearly won't leave this place. Everyone, please pay more attention. If he still hasn't left, I feel that there's no need for us to be polite to him. Longchen actually came in. Who the hell let him in here? He snuck in by himself. The myriad worlds used to be his world. Maybe he's more familiar with this place. We can't let him wander around here. Otherwise, more and more people will invade our territory in the future. We must unite and form a strong force. Everyone, look for him. We must drive him out completely. For a moment, the entire world was in chaos. It was originally quiet, but with the arrival of dozens of ancestor gods, it became extremely restless. Countless black mists seemed to be rolling. In fact, Longchen was near the lake. However, the Nine Yin demon ancestor seemed to know that he wanted to enter the lake, so she stayed outside. She stood barefoot on the cold surface of the lake. Without the frost on her face, she looked somewhat beautiful. No wonder the master of the Dark Heaven domain and Imo Sang look like ice beauties. It turns out that they inherited this guy's power. Longchen was speechless. With her around, it would be difficult to enter the lake. Moreover, as time passed, many more ancestor gods came to her side. Among them was Emperor Ancestor Donghua. His expression was cold as he pretended that it had nothing to do with him. However, no one suspected him. They were discussing. You still haven't discovered him? No, he might have left. The Nine Yin demon ancestor said, it's not like you don't know Longchen's personality. I feel that he won't leave easily before he gets what he wants. My intuition tells me that he's definitely still here. Then what's the solution? Everyone thought for a long time. Finally, one of the ancestor gods suggested, isn't his base camp the dragon sacrificial continent? We can just send a random 7th era ancestor god to the dragon sacrificial continent and let him cause a ruckus there. Longchen will definitely return with his tail between his legs. The Nine Yin demon ancestor nodded. That's a good idea. I'll leave it to you. Get there as soon as possible. With your speed, 1 or 2 days should be enough. For the entire organization, this was also a meritorious service. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and immediately left for the dragon sacrificial continent at the center of the myriad worlds. Despicable. Longchen especially hated it when others targeted the dragon sacrificial continent. Therefore, he was a little angry at this time. Fortunately, Liyue is still there. If that ancestor god causes trouble, Liyue can restrain him. However, since they came up with this idea, they will definitely send another one. I don't have much time. I have to find a way to sneak in. While Longchen was thinking of a way, the 9 demon ancestor actually brought several 7th-era ancestor gods, including Emperor Ancestor Donghua, into the lake first. Not long after, they disappeared without a trace. After that, many other ancestor gods also entered. Among them, there were about 10 7th-era ancestor gods and 2 6th-era ancestor gods. All of them were very terrifying. One of them seemed to be the supreme ancestor god of the refining sun divine realm. His name was Saint Ancestor Ho-E. The other one came back from the separation of the origin world. Longchen wasn't too familiar with him. The group of them entered for a long time, but there was no news. Seeing that the ancestor god was about to arrive at the dragon sacrificial continent soon, Longchen didn't have much choice. He quietly used the shadow of death to protect himself and secretly entered the gloomy lake from a corner. How cold. There was a bone-chilling feeling that made his whole body uncomfortable. This was a black lake filled with gloomy and cold black lake water. The bottom was truly a bottomless pit. This time, Longchen didn't seem to be discovered when he entered. However, he was still careful and slowly went down. What are they doing? Longchen was a little suspicious. Right at this moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if something was staring at him from all directions. However, after checking several times, he found nothing, not even an ancestral god of creation. What's going on? He felt that it was getting weirder and weirder. First, he told June and the others to be on guard at the dragon sacrificial continent. Then, he went down alone. He left many Death Realm dragon gates in the surroundings, so he could directly come here. Even those ancestor gods, Demon Ancestor 9 and the others are gone. Longchen was a little puzzled. Either they went down to a deeper place, or they were in hiding. As he continued going down, Emperor Ancestor Donghua suddenly secretly communicated with him. He said, "Don't move. Next, you will step into Demon Ancestor 9's 9 soul binding array. We are all hiding in the surroundings, waiting for you to fall into the trap." Fortunately, with Emperor Ancestor Donghua's reminder, Longchen stopped. In fact, there was nothing in front of him, but this was the strength of the 6th-era ancestor god. She had set up this trap, and Longchen still hadn't discovered it. He felt a little more grateful to Emperor Ancestor Donghua. Longchen pretended to be careless and stopped. He looked left and right, then walked to the side. Using the perception of time power, he explored and finally found the outline of this 9 soul binding array. Basically, all the passages leading down were blocked by this 9 soul binding array, but there were 1 or 2 gaps. Longchen looked like he didn't know anything at all. He wandered around and finally arrived at one of the gaps. Suddenly, he sped up and rushed through the gap. He passed through the 9 soul binding array that was hard to discover and headed towards the depths of the lake. Chase! Demon Ancestor 9 was furious. He didn't expect the other party to see through his array diagram. Now, he could only chase. Chapter 3459. Being chased by 3 6th-era ancestral gods and more than a dozen 7th-era ancestral gods was a very dangerous thing to begin with. If they were in outer space, they would be able to catch up to Longchen in an instant. But this was a cold lake. The deeper one went, the colder it got. Furthermore, it was black, and the cold lake water could hide many things. Even the ancestral gods couldn't see through it. Whoosh whoosh. Long Chen broke through the layers of water, but he could clearly sense that the pursuers were getting closer and closer. Long Chen, don't waste your energy. Hurry up and surrender. I gave you a chance last time, but don't even think about leaving safely this time. The nine demon ancestor's cold voice seemed to ring in Long Chen's ears. 10,000 times time domain. What Long Chen was doing was speeding up the flow of time around him. His speed was basically determined by how quickly the domain spread into the depths of the lake. Because time wasn't affected by the lake bottom, Long Chen's speed was relatively fast. Because of this, Long Chen was able to just barely keep moving forward despite being chased by the powerful elder gods. Moreover, he was able to continuously activate the Death Realm Dragon Gate. In this way, it would be much easier for him to return to this place in the future. They couldn't catch up to Long Chen at all. In fact, the gap between them was getting smaller and smaller. After 15 minutes of high-speed pursuit, the ancestral dragon's body was nearly frozen solid, but he still hadn't reached the bottom of the lake. He hadn't discovered anything. At this point, Long Chen was starting to doubt whether what he'd obtained from time was real. Suddenly, he was in mortal danger. It's that sacred ancestor Ho-E. Long Chen thought of this existence. He was once the supreme god and devil of the burning sun god realm. He was most proficient in archery, and he was famous throughout the myriad worlds. Of course, it was because of Saint Ancestor Ho-E. The essence of Saint Ancestor Ho-Ye's world was the bow and arrow. The perfect combination of bow and arrow gave rise to the power of heaven. Although he couldn't catch up to Long Chen, his arrow could, and it would pose a fatal threat to Long Chen. That was when Ho-Ye's arrow arrived. At the critical moment, before the fatal danger befell him, Long Chen opened the Death World Dragon Gate and rushed into the Death World. Then, he quickly closed the gate. Even so, some of the power of the divine arrow still rushed in, causing the entire blood sea of the Death World to explode, roll, and even overturn. Fortunately, he wasn't injured. However, his advantage of widening the gap had been interrupted. This made Long Chen very depressed. However, after thinking about it carefully, he thought, I'm now at the bottom of the lake. They don't know where I left so many Death Realm Dragon Gates. Now that I've improved greatly in the aspect of slaughter, it'll be very difficult for them to erase the traces of the Death Realm Dragon Gates. I can go back at any time. Thinking of this, he was in a much better mood. He waited in the death rain for a while and heard from Liyue and Lingxi that the ancestor god that the nine demon ancestor had sent to the dragon sacrificial continent had already arrived and was confronting Liyue. When Long Chen returned to the dragon sacrificial continent, he immediately saw that ancestor god. He originally wanted to cause trouble, but he didn't expect that just as he arrived, Long Chen and the other ancestor god of the 7th era had already arrived. What, you want to cause trouble? Although this ancestor god was also an ancestor god of the 7th era, he was born at the end of an era and wasn't very strong. He should be weaker than Liyue. Therefore, Liyue said, he won't dare to cause trouble. I'll stop him, so you can rest assured. Seeing that there were two opponents and that he didn't know what Long Chen was capable of, he wasn't afraid. However, demon ancestor Satsuma made him apprehensive. Long Chen, you know your place in the end. Even if I can't do anything to you today, you won't have a good ending if you go against so many of us. Today, I came alone, but if we find out that you're still running to our territory, I reckon that when the ancestor god of the 6th era arrives, I'll see how you're going to deal with it. You can escape in other places, but I'd like to see how you're going to escape in this dragon sacrificial continent. There were trillions of divine dragons on the dragon sacrificial continent. This was Long Chen's foundation, a place that he had to protect. The opponent was right. If the ancestor god of the 6th era came here in anger, Long Chen naturally wouldn't be able to leave. There had to be a head-on confrontation. This was the most serious threat to the opponent. With that, the ancestor god swaggered around and left. If someone of that level really comes, what should I do? Liyue was worried again. When she became good friends with Long Chen, she realized that she really needed to worry about him all the time, then I can only find what I'm looking for as soon as possible. Long Chen said faintly. At this time, this ancestor god would probably inform Mount Buzhou about the situation here, and they would probably send powerhouses to his base to suppress him. Now that the burden on the dragon sacrificial continent was too heavy, Long Chen could no longer take it back to his god nation. Don't worry, before you come back, I'll help you block those people, Liyue said firmly. Her logic was that she had to help Long Chen and repay his kindness. Compared to this, the other ancestor gods were simply too far apart from Long Chen. Don't worry, I can handle it. Actually, Long Chen wasn't afraid. Even if they came, they couldn't do anything to him. After all, this place was open and aboveboard, and the Ancestor God Alliance was in charge. Among the Ancestor Gods, there were too many who were willing to help him. It was just that Long Chen wanted to rely on himself for everything and didn't want to trouble others. He bade farewell to everyone and came to the Death Rain. At about the same time, he found an exit that was least likely to be near those ancestor gods and immediately returned to the ice lake. When he appeared here, there was still some commotion. Demon Ancestor 9 and the others were still patrolling nearby. They could feel the faint commotion. He's here again. Chase after him. For a moment, the dozen or so ancestor gods were furious. Long Chen, you've repeatedly ignored our advice and forced us. Don't blame us for being ruthless today. We've already said that this is our territory. The pursuit began once again. But this time, Long Chen was experienced, so his opponents couldn't immediately grasp his position. Taking advantage of the chaos, Long Chen went deeper. Before seeing what he was looking for with his own eyes, Long Chen wouldn't discuss it with them. Now, they thought that Long Chen was just causing trouble. At the same time, they were worried that Long Chen was snatching their territory. Just where is it? Long Chen's eyes darkened. Like a fish, he dove deeper and deeper into the lake. He had a feeling that if he still hadn't found the origin dragon's soul and sacred ancestor Hou caught up, he would still have to flee. Next time, there would probably be many ancestor gods heading straight for the draconic continent. Not at all, not at all. He found time and tossed it into the lake, letting it lead the way. To his surprise, time actually trembled. Then, like a long snake, it slithered through the lake and led Long Chen deeper into the lake. Naturally, its target was the origin dragon's soul of the Void Aeon Dragon. Wonderful. The appearance of hope made Long Chen's entire body excited. This scene was exactly the same as the Battle of Doomsday. Back then, it was slaughter that led Long Chen to the origin dragon's soul of the primordial blood spirit dragon. If only I'd known, I would have taken out time earlier. Long Chen was extremely excited. He flew at breakneck speed, and with the help of the 10,000-fold time domain, not even the 3/6 era's ancestor gods could catch up to him. At this distance, sacred ancestor Hou couldn't lock onto his position and attack him. Finally, in the depths of the pitch-black lake, Long Chen saw a true blue radiance. It was like a sapphire at the bottom of the lake. This place was too well hidden. Could it be that no one could see it? The bottom of the lake was also very vast. Without time to guide him, he probably wouldn't be able to find it. Excited, Long Chen rapidly approached. Finally, he saw that it was an ice sculpture in the form of a divine dragon. Furthermore, it was a lifelike Void Aeon Dragon. It wasn't very large, and it was attached to the mountain wall with its head facing upwards. It looked like it was about to climb out of the bottomless abyss. The origin dragon's soul. Long Chen was certain that this was the origin dragon's soul, but the question was, why was it in an ice crystal state? Furthermore, it seemed to be sealed. It didn't even react to Long Chen's arrival. This made Long Chen understand that he had to take action. Only then would the origin dragon's soul of the Void Aeon Dragon belong to him. I can first bring it back to the time tunnel to study it. With this thought in mind, Long Chen approached the ice crystal divine dragon sculpture and reached out to grab it. But as he neared, he discovered that there was something like a swamp around the ice crystal sculpture. It was like a swamp of time. Long Chen's hand was trapped in it, unable to move it away. Long Chen. At this time, the creator gods found his position and descended. They surrounded Long Chen, all of them looking very aggressive. In truth, they were also very troubled by Long Chen, because they knew that Long Chen's death reign allowed him to travel through this place at will. This was originally their territory, and it was naturally very depressing to let an outsider travel through it like that. Everyone, please don't be angry. Let's talk things out, said Long Chen hurriedly. Didn't I already say all the good things to you? Now it seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't leave this place easily. Even if you do, you'll come back again and again. The demon ancestor 9 wanted to attack, but she knew that Long Chen would still escape. When that happened, it would be another round of pursuit. The only way was to go to his dragon sacrificial continent, where he wouldn't be able to escape. This is the last time. Everyone, this is the last time I'll come here. As long as you promise me that you'll give me some time to take this away, I swear I'll never come here again. Long Chen said very sincerely. You want to take this lousy stone away? Chapter 3460. Crappy Stone. Long Chen was startled for a moment. This ice crystal dragon was extremely dazzling and beautiful. How could it be a broken stone in their eyes? Moreover, from the moment they arrived until now, their gazes had never landed on this ice crystal dragon. Logically speaking, since this thing was so special, they should be attracted to it. Could it be that they can't see the ice crystal dragon? In their eyes, it's just a crappy stone. This must be a trick of the ancestral dragon. Otherwise, it would have been taken away over the past billions of years. In fact, I might be the only one who can see it. Long Chen, are you sure you won't come back if you take this stone away? You can also swear an oath. Sacred Ancestor Ho-I wasn't that angry at Long Chen. He knew that Long Chen wasn't someone to be trifled with. Moreover, he had a close relationship with the primordial war ancestor, so it was best not to offend him if possible. In this regard, the 9 demon ancestor was slightly different. The 9 demon ancestor wanted to teach Long Chen a lesson. However, the leader of this group was Sacred Ancestor Ho-I. Of course. Sacred Ancestor Ho-I was puzzled by Long Chen's words. He approached the stone that Long Chen had mentioned, while Long Chen dodged to the dragon's tail. At this time, Long Chen was surprised to find that his palm was directly touching the ice crystal dragon without the slightest restriction, nor was it affected by the swamp of time. Click. A stone appeared in his hand. It was a stone from the wall of Mount Fiend God Buzhou. It had been torn off from the ice crystal divine dragon. However, when Long Chen looked closely, he realized that the ice crystal divine dragon did not have a chip on it. However, in their eyes, this strange stone might have a chip. There's something wrong with his head, said one of the creation ancestor gods. They looked at each other in dismay. Finally, Sacred Ancestor Ho-I said, let him take it. I want to see what he can do. With this, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. But before he obtained it, the situation wasn't optimistic. After all, he still had to think of a way to take the ice crystal dragon away in front of everyone. What he wanted to take away was different from what the elder gods had seen. At this moment, under the gazes of all the elder gods, he was facing a strange stone. Long Chen was thinking that perhaps time was the key to activating the attack of the Genesis dragon's soul. He took out a piece of time, then tossed it into the air like a whip as he prepared to wrap it around the crystalline dragon. However, when time came into contact with the time swamp, it stuck to it. Not only did it not change the ice crystal mystical dragon, but it also almost couldn't pull time out. Long Chen expended a lot of effort before he finally managed to pull time out, but the ice crystal mystical dragon didn't change at all. There's something strange about this strange stone. We can't let him take it away. It belongs to us. That was what the creator gods had seen just now. Long Chen had used time to attack the strange stone, and the world essence had been stuck to it. If it had been an ordinary stone, How could such a thing have happened? Therefore, the nine-shade devil ancestor was certain that the strange stone was not as simple as it seemed. From the changes in their gazes, Long Chen could sense that things were about to get troublesome. If I don't get it as soon as possible and they interfere, things will get even more difficult. After all, they know my goal this time. As long as they stand guard here, there's nothing I can do. His heart was in a rush, and after some thought, he decided that adding the Dragon of Time to the Time Swamp was his final chance. It was like adding the Bloodwheel sword to the Slaughterer sword. Since time doesn't work, then I'll try adding the Dragon of Time. This was his most profound understanding of time. Long Chen's left hand wrapped around time, and it stretched out like a divine dragon, dancing around Long Chen's body. On his right hand, a little dragon of time was born. Under Long Chen's control, this heaven-defying little dragon fused into time. Clink, clink. The countless rings on time began to vibrate. The illusory image of a dragon was attached to time. At this moment, time had transformed into a true divine dragon, and it circled around Long Chen. The iron chains had become the dragon's skeleton. Break. He brandished a section of time, and with a sudden fling, the illusory divine dragon charged towards the ice crystal dragon. Time was attached to the peak strength of billions of divine dragons. The chaotic power of the time particles. Ding. This time, Long Chen was even more speechless. This was because his attack, which he was extremely confident in, had actually been repelled by the ice crystal dragon. It was unknown what the Void Infinity Dragon had set up, but Long Chen was still unable to succeed despite using all of his skills. The most troublesome thing was that when the dozen or so ancestral gods saw that Long Chen's attack had been repelled, they naturally began to doubt the strange rock in their eyes. It's definitely something good. This belongs to us. We can't let Long Chen take it away just like that. Chase him away. We'll talk after we get it. For a moment, there was simply no room for discussion. With 3 6th-era ancestral gods leading the way, the dozen or so creator gods surrounded Long Chen, completely sealing off any escape routes. The pressure from the 3 6th-era ancestral gods was enough. Emperor Ancestor Donghua was also among them. At this time, he was rather helpless. He could help Long Chen twice, but he couldn't help more. Besides, if it was something good, he hoped that he could have a share. You can scram now, Demon Ancestor 9 said coldly. Surrounded by them, Long Chen was still rather calm. His brain kept turning, and he was still thinking of ways to crack this thing. He said to everyone, please listen to me. To tell you the truth, this is something left behind by the mystical dragon race. It is of no use to you at all. If you can't even see it, how can it be of any use to you? I'm not lying. If I'm lying to you, you can come to the draconic sacrificial continent to find trouble with me. But they found it hard to believe. They wanted to dig it out themselves, to find out what it was. After all, they already saw this place as their territory. Buzz. The ancestral gods charged over. Long Chen could only escape through the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Once he was caught, he would at least be seriously injured, and he would be even further away from the Origin Dragon Soul in the future. What else can I do? Long Chen thought about it. If even time and the Dragon of Time didn't work, what else could he do? Origin Dragon Soul. If even the World Source doesn't work, then the Inheritance Blood Essence. There were only these 3 things that were connected. As they surrounded him, Long Chen couldn't care about anything else. He couldn't even care about his own safety. He forced out the part of the blood that belonged to the Void Cosmic Dragon and threw it directly on the Ice Crystal Mystical Dragon. Actually, he didn't have much hope this time. But suddenly, there was an intense flash of light behind him, and a terrifying tremor. It was like an explosion. Rumble. In an instant, Long Chen was still in place, but the dozen or so ancestral gods were sent flying by the majestic force. Even the surrounding lake water disappeared, and a vacuum appeared. And at this time, Long Chen found himself drowned in the blue light. I did it. The most hopeless attempt had actually succeeded. It was precisely because this attempt was too simple that Long Chen hadn't thought of it before. After all, he had always used this method to unlock the origin dragon soul of a supreme divine dragon. Long Chen hadn't expected that the ancestral dragon would also be able to do it. This was called being too smart for one's own good. In fact, the origin dragon soul of the void cosmic dragon was waiting for the possessor of its inheritance blood essence. As for time, even if it obtained the world source and controlled it, it might not be the true inheritor. It only recognized the inheritance blood essence. That was why this scene happened. And now, everyone saw that behind Long Chen, the strange stone had turned into a blue, almost illusory, dreamlike mystical dragon. It raised its head, and the only thing it looked at was Long Chen. This was definitely the origin dragon soul of the void cosmic dragon. Not until then did the ancestral gods see what Long Chen saw. They were dumbfounded. Guys, I didn't lie to you, did I? This is the origin dragon soul of the void cosmic dragon. Like your world source, it's useless to others, however, it's very important to me. Today, I'm very grateful to all of you for helping me find this origin dragon soul. Long Chen will definitely appreciate you in the future. I will not disturb you anymore. Bye. When the origin dragon soul of the void cosmic dragon woke up, of course, Long Chen thought about bringing it to his world as soon as possible in case of other troubles. After saying this, Long Chen brought the origin dragon soul of the void cosmic dragon to a place called the Eternal Whirlpool. The fourth floor of the Tower of Time was not large, and it would affect Long Chen's fusion. He wanted to do it in the Eternal Whirlpool. The ancestral gods saw Long Chen and the mystical dragon disappear in front of them. After they disappeared, the surroundings became dark, and the lake water that had disappeared returned. This place was very cold. Except for the demon ancestor 9 the others could not bear it. For a moment, the ancestral gods were dumbfounded. The third ancestral god of the sixth era said, "I thought he had the inheritance of the primordial blood spiritual dragon, but I didn't expect that he even has the inheritance of the void cosmic dragon." The void cosmic dragon is the ancestral dragon of the third era. Now that he has two ancestral dragon inheritances, two origin dragon souls, world source, and inheritance blood essence, they are all complete. His potential is much more terrifying. I see. He came here to find the origin dragon soul of the void cosmic dragon. This thing is indeed useless to us, Emperor Ancestor Donghua said. Actually, he was a little happy for Long Chen. After all, Long Chen had succeeded, and he was the one who helped him. He thought that with Long Chen's personality, if Long Chen became incomparably powerful in the future, he might very well receive his protection. Chapter 3461. Saint Ancestor Hoi nodded. This is a major event for the myriad worlds. We need to let the stronger ancestor gods know about it. As for whether they curb Long Chen's development, protect him, or guide him, that has nothing to do with us. I feel that we should avoid provoking Long Chen in the future. It's fine if he fails, but if he soars to the heavens, even surpassing the fourth epoch's ancestor gods, offending him now will not end well for us. It's good that he's grateful to us now. The 9 demon ancestor did not think so. With the myriad world's current resources, it won't be easy for him to return to the peak of the ancestor dragon. In my opinion, those who are too dazzling and special find it hard to grow to the end. I think there are many in the ancestor god alliance who are wary of him. If one of them makes a move, Long Chen will be finished. To tell the truth, it's quite embarrassing that he took something so important from us today. There were others in the group who shared the same opinion. In the end, Saint Ancestor Hoi concluded, no matter what, let's not go against him personally. Otherwise, we'll be used as cannon fodder. If there's nothing else, let's disperse. I feel that this world might have other secrets. Let's hurry up and explore them. Since we're already here, why don't we go down together? The 9 demon ancestor suggested. That works too. After experiencing the world of the Void Infinity Dragon's origin dragon soul, they felt that there might be other rewards if they went any deeper. Thus, the group continued forward. However, in less than an hour, they stopped. Ho-E said, "I have a bad feeling about this. Let's not go any further." What? The Nine demon ancestor was unconcerned. In truth, apart from her, no one else could withstand the cold. "Alright, let's go." Just as she said those words, a devastating change occurred all of a sudden. The entire lake, the bottomless pit, suddenly closed. All of the lake water vanished, and the ancestor gods at the bottom of the lake experienced a violent contraction of the cavern walls. In an instant, the surrounding mountain walls pressed down, sealing off the entire space. They vanished without a word. From the space within Mount Fiend God Biyao, the lake had instantly shrunk, vanishing without a trace. It was as if it had never been there, without a trace. Everything seemed to stand still. About a quarter of an hour later, the lake started to appear again from a point. It expanded and finally returned to its original appearance. When it returned to normal, more than 10 human figures floated up from the bottom of the lake. After a while, the dozen or so ancestor gods slowly opened their eyes. At first, their eyes were blank, but after a while, their pupils condensed, but their expressions were slightly different from before. "All of you, rise," said Ho-E. Everyone stood up and flew into the air. "From today onwards, we must use all our means to kill Long Chen and destroy the dragon sacrificial continent. We must pay any price, even if it's our lives." "Yes," the creator gods replied simply and directly. Their voices echoed throughout the entire area. Every single one of the creator gods acted very naturally, but at the same time, there was something unnatural about them. It was as if the most fundamental thing about them had changed, a strange transformation. Inside the eternal vortex, Long Chen naturally didn't know what happened next on Mount Fiend God Biyao. He had obtained the origin dragon soul of the void cosmic dragon. His lover, siblings, elders, dragon emperor, and dragon attendants were all extremely happy for him. Even Yu Yu was the same. But Yu Yu had no choice but to return to the Satsuma demon realm. By this time, the news that Long Chen was going to fight against 3 ancestor Hanba and the others had already spread. Many creator gods had already gone to the Satsuma demon realm to await this battle. Among them, there were more than 1,000 9th-era ancestor gods. After all, Long Chen was a special person. He was going to fight 3 7th-era ancestor gods alone. Most people didn't believe it. It was precisely because they didn't believe it that they wanted to see it with their own eyes. Now that the myriad realms were in harmony, such arranged battles basically wouldn't happen. The ancestor gods probably felt that their days were a bit boring, which was why they were so enthusiastic about such things. Therefore, Yu Yu had to go back and hold the fort. After all, the location Long Chen had mentioned was next to the Satsuma demon realm. At this time, Drought Demon and the others had already arrived. These 3 had been plotted against by Long Chen last time. They had a huge resentment in their stomachs that was waiting to be released. If it wasn't for the fact that it wasn't time yet, they wouldn't have been able to sit still. There were more than 1,000 ancestor gods around them, and more were coming. Of course, most of them were the weaker ones. Those above the 6th-era ancestor god level basically had no interest in this battle. "You're finally back. I thought you'd be a coward. Where's Long Chen?" Drought Demon said angrily to Yu Yu. In fact, Long Chen thought that the news of him obtaining the origin dragon soul of the void cosmic dragon would have spread throughout the myriad realms. But in reality, no one knew about it. Therefore, Drought Demon and the others didn't know what Long Chen was doing. "It's not time yet. Why are you in such a hurry? When the time is up, he'll naturally come." Yu Yu hated them now. She didn't understand why she had joined Drought Demon's group in the first place. At that time, Drought Demon had invited her, so she didn't think too much about it. That better be the case. If he doesn't have the guts to come, I'll take it out on you. Look at your skin, soft and tender. I like it. Drought Demon's gruff voice sounded. She's a demon. Do you want to have a human-demon battle? Moreover, it's a dog demon. Silver Charm Demon Ancestor laughed mischievously, as if he and Satsuma Demon Ancestor were a better match. Aren't you just a worm? Death Demon Ancestor teased. Screw you, you're still a corpse. The three of them teased each other, completely disregarding Yu. This caused the surrounding ancestor gods to burst into laughter. Because she had absolute confidence in Longchen, Yu couldn't be bothered with them. She returned to her Satsuma demon realm and closed her eyes to rest. She believed that Longchen would definitely come on that day and beat the crap out of these three fellows. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant when the time comes. Humph, Yu was already imagining that scene. Following that, the news spread more and more. The number of ancestor gods who would come exceeded Longchen's imagination. However, no one disturbed Longchen because of this. In the eternal whirlpool, Longchen began to fuse with the origin dragon soul. At the same time, the world's origin source, time, played a very important role. First, the inheritance blood essence and the origin dragon soul perfectly fused, allowing Longchen to become a void cosmic dragon. Then, time caused the appearance of the world's origin source and other changes. When time appeared, the world's origin source and the inheritance blood essence attracted each other. Before Longchen could even touch the iron chain, it had already pierced through his body and reached the heart of the rule. Previously, Longchen had split a tenth of his primordial spirit with the massacre seal, becoming the slaughter ancestor soul. Longchen had originally thought that this time, another tenth would become the time ancestor soul. However, there were new changes this time. Indeed, the time seal had transformed into the ancestor soul with a tenth of his primordial spirit and entered time to begin constructing the origin source of the world of time. However, the remaining 80%, along with many other seals, had also entered time. It was just that it existed somewhere in time, and was separated from the origin source of the world of time. Longchen deeply understood the benefits of this. Previously, because most of his primordial spirit was still in the heart of the rule, once his body was destroyed, he would likely die. However, now, he needed time to be destroyed, and so would the slaughter. Only then would Longchen die. In the past, the inheritance blood essence of the void cosmic dragon was passed on to the primordial spirit. Now, the primordial spirit will probably become the ancestor soul, as if the inheritance of the void cosmic dragon has been divided. In reality, it hasn't. In the primordial spirit, the part that the void cosmic dragon inherited has already entered the 10th and constructed the origin source of the world of time. The rest is just an ordinary primordial spirit. As I obtain other world origins, it will be divided sooner or later. In the end, time stopped at the heart of the rule. As long as Longchen didn't use it, it seemed to return to this place. It stayed where the primordial spirit used to be, as if the primordial spirit was too void and hadn't changed. In reality, when Longchen didn't use the slaughter was fused into his spine. It seems that the situation in my body has been arranged by someone. From the beginning to the end, it should be related to the Dragon Jade Daoist seal. The slaughter of the physical body has been transformed into the origin source of the world, and the primordial spirit has also been transformed into the origin source of the world. If I obtain more origin source of the world, will my body be formed by the origin source of the world in the end? This was a very good idea. As for proving it, it needed to be done slowly. The origin dragon's soul led to the birth of a new origin source of the world. In time, the origin source of the world that appeared was a dark blue origin source of the world. It was different from the origin source of the ancestral gods, but it was more majestic and powerful. Gradually, Longchen became a real void cosmic dragon. Time replaced the primordial spirit and appeared in the heart of the rule. Slaughter fused into the spine. One body, two ancestral dragons. The blood-colored origin source of the world of slaughter. The dark blue origin source of the world of time was the mystery of time. When he transformed into a divine dragon, Long Chen changed between the ancient blood spiritual dragon and the void cosmic dragon perfectly. Now, he no longer had the origin dragon's soul and inheritance blood essence of these two ancestral dragons, because he was already a complete ancestral dragon. As long as he didn't want his life, he could separate the origin dragon's soul and inheritance blood essence. However, that step naturally wouldn't happen again. Chapter 3462. In the following period of time, Long Chen was immersed in the rules of time. The essence of the world, time, had truly come to life from a state of stillness. Of course, Long Chen returned to the fourth floor of the Tower of Time. Here, he didn't care about the passage of time at all. He could roam freely in the rules of time of the void cosmic dragon. It was like a dream. By now, Long Chen's rules of time had reached a higher level, just like the rules of slaughter. He truly had the posture of an ancestral dragon. But he still felt that it wasn't enough. The path of cultivation seemed endless for him. During this long period of enlightenment, Long Chen completely forgot about the passage of time. It was only one day that Ling Shi said to him, "If it's not that urgent, then I'll need you to handle the matter with Luyue." "Oh, I almost forgot." Immersed in the ocean of rules, Long Chen almost forgot about this matter. He didn't even know how long he had been on the fourth floor of the Tower of Time. "I'll go there now." Long Chen left the fourth floor of the Tower of Time. Satsuma Demon Realm. On this day, over 2,000 ancestral gods gathered outside the Satsuma Demon Realm. It was a spectacular scene. Of course, over 90% of them were 9th-era ancestral gods. The rest were 8th-era ancestral gods and a small number of 7th-era ancestral gods. As for 6th-era ancestral gods, they weren't interested in this level of battle. In fact, if it weren't for Long Chen's appointment, it wouldn't have been so dramatic. "Satsuma Demon Ancestor, where's your Long Chen?" "I've told you. This cowardly guy only knows how to escape and sneak attack. How dare he fight us fair and square? Even if it's noon, he should be here by now. Why isn't he here yet?" Sacred Ancestor Hanba laughed mockingly. To be honest, he couldn't stand it anymore. The hatred of losing the instant demon stone that day made him extremely resentful. "He'll be here soon." June was still full of trust. "This little girl is really pitiful. Long Chen sent you to deal with us, right? In my opinion, if he doesn't come in 2 hours, you can take his place and play with us. You can't blame us for this. Long Chen is a coward." They spoke one after another, causing Lu Yu's anger to burn. She couldn't help but say, "He's not a coward. You have no right to talk about him. He's an ugly monster, a big worm, and a corpse. You're not even fit to carry his shoes." She could not bear to hear others criticize Long Chen. He was her idol, her hero. "What did you say?" The three of them could not hold it in any longer. They had been ridiculing and holding the upper hand, but now, they were being scolded by Yu Yu, causing them to lose face. "If you have the guts, don't try to win with words. Just wait for him to come. What's the point of just mocking him? If you want to save face, just defeat him. There's no need to take advantage of words and let others look down on you." Yu Yu wasn't afraid of them. Her words made Sacred Ancestor Drought Demon and the others lose even more face. However, as ancestral gods of creation, it was indeed very low level for them to nag. "Humph, then we'll wait for him to come. But if he doesn't come in a few days, then don't blame us for being impolite." Sacred Ancestor Hanba put away his mocking smile and said coldly. The quarrel finally came to an end. However, time passed in silence. It was very boring. Although no one said anything, they all suspected that Long Chen didn't dare to come. "My guess is that it would be strange if he did. I heard that he's only the 9th era's ancestor god. Although he has the ancestral dragon's inheritance, the origin of worlds is too weak. These three are all ancestor gods with the origins of worlds. Long Chen is definitely not a match for one of them. Although Long Chen succeeded in his sneak attack during the fight for the instant magic stone, it doesn't mean that he can fight against the 7th era's ancestor god. I think that Long Chen is too confident. After the incident, he realized that he was bragging, so he doesn't dare to come now. That's not right. From the Doomsday War, he's not a coward. Otherwise, don't speak up for him. I'm looking down on him. He has the ancestral dragon's inheritance and is blessed by the heavens, but he's still acting like this. If I were him, I would have already unified the myriad worlds. In reality, no matter where he was, there were many people who hid in a corner and gossiped about him. Long Chen had encountered too many things along the way, so he understood that those people who were only fit to gossip in a corner were destined to be clowns their entire lives. His heart had long since become strong, so of course he had long since ignored these clowns. In one's life, one would definitely encounter many clowns. They were degenerate, shameless, and ignorant. On the path of battle, because of their dazzling brilliance, or even the not-so-dazzling brilliance, they would be envied and envied. They would hear countless disgusting words, but that didn't matter. As long as they quickened their pace, and walked out of the range of clowns, and walked out of the brilliant sky that no one could slander, it would be enough. One day, clowns would be ruthlessly slapped in the face by the light. Even among the ancestor gods, there were clowns like that. But at the very least, there were kind-hearted people like June. There were also people who didn't say anything, but still supported Long Chen. For their sake, Long Chen would win beautifully today. That's right. At this moment, Long Chen appeared between June and the drought demon sacred ancestor. He opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate and appeared here. When he appeared, the surrounding noise stopped for a moment, and all eyes were focused on him. Now, although he was late, his expression was calm, and there was a reassuring temperament about him. From this, it could be seen that he was absolutely not afraid of today's battle. My apologies, everyone, I'm late. Long Chen was indeed too immersed in the sea of time, and had forgotten the passage of time. He looked back and saw that the girl's eyes were slightly red, and her expression was agitated. She had thousands of things to say to Long Chen, but all of them were condensed in a single sentence. Defeat them. No problem. Long Chen also replied with 2 simple words. Turning back to face the 3 opponents, Long Chen smiled faintly, and said, "Thank you for coming on time to ask for a fight. This place is too close to the Satsuma demon realm, and it's not a place where you can fight freely. Please come with me." With that, he walked in a certain direction, and the ancestor gods scattered. "Coward, we thought you wouldn't dare to come. Since you're here, we'll settle the score." Drought Demon Sacred Ancestor and the other 2 chased after Long Chen. Behind them, all the other ancestor gods followed. Long Chen's indifference made them very curious. Could he really be confident? Many of the ancestor gods asked themselves this. In reality, although most of them didn't say anything, they all hoped that Long Chen would win. At least 4/5 of them, which was the majority. It was just that they didn't want to waste words with these clowns. A battle would always have a result, and the result would be the greatest counterattack against these clowns. These people also made Long Chen feel a deep warmth. Today, even if it was for them, for June, he had to win beautifully. Sincerity would always be treated with warmth. The human heart, the divine heart, and the ancestor god's heart were all filled with warmth. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen found a place where he could fight. In a boundless starry domain. In the distance, the ancestor gods made way for them to fight. In front of Long Chen, the 3 ancestor gods of the 7th era eyed him covetously. Thinking back to the fight for the instant magic stone, their hearts were filled with boundless killing intent. At this time, they really wanted nothing more than to cut Long Chen into 1,000 pieces. However, Long Chen was very calm. Right now, there were faint blue dragon scales on his body. His entire person was in an illusory state, like a dream. Time flowed strangely around him like flowing water. The most eye-catching thing was the time chain wrapped around his left hand. It was like a living thing, like a divine dragon, coiling around his hand. Why has the origin of his world changed? Didn't he inherit the primordial blood spirit dragon's inheritance? Why is it different now? Why does this Long Chen seem like a completely different person? Now, the hearts of countless ancestor gods were filled with doubts. In the past, Long Chen was cold and bloodthirsty. But now, he was mysterious and ethereal, as if he did not exist in this world. But to Drought Dragon's sacred ancestor and the others, it did not matter. They only wanted Long Chen to suffer a crushing defeat. At this moment, Drought Dragon's sacred ancestor took out the origin of his world, raging flames. It was a dark yellow spear. It was dry and broken, but it was scorching hot, like a dried-up world. The Argent Succubus demonic forefather transformed into his true form. In the starry sky, he became a huge steel centipede. He was pure silver and shone with dazzling light. Every part of his body seemed to have an eye, and on top of his head was a huge eye. That was the origin of his world. As for the dead spirit ghost ancestor, his world's origin, dead souls, was the wooden staff in his hand. At this moment it was also surrounded by endless gray resentment. His divine body was also faintly discernible, and resentment soared into the sky. Cold and gloomy roars were constantly produced from the dead souls. The three experts from the seventh era looked at each other. Without saying a word, they roared furiously. With the drought demon's sacred ancestor in the lead, they charged forward furiously. They tore through the endless starry sky and crushed toward Long Chen. The moment they attacked, the entire starry sky trembled violently. So powerful. The ancestor gods were very shocked by the attacks of the three. The 9th and 8th era ancestor gods knew that they could not withstand such an attack. They also knew that Long Chen was the origin of a world. Long Chen was incomparably calm as everyone watched, but in truth, he had already been preparing his laws. At the most dangerous moment of the battle, he suddenly looked at Yu and the other ancestor gods and said, "Do you believe that I can end this battle in 3 breaths of time?" Of course, who would believe that? Chapter 34-63. In 3 breaths of time, Long Chen would decide the outcome of the battle. The moment he said this, the elder gods were skeptical. Even the elder gods who supported him felt that it was unlikely. How arrogant. How laughable. Of course, Drought Demon and the others didn't take his words seriously. They knew that it was just Long Chen trying to put pressure on them. This sort of pointless bluff had no effect on them. There was no doubt that the battle would begin at any moment. Drought Demon was at the very front, and the Silver Succubus forefather and the Necromancer Ghost forefather flanked him from the left and right. Although they were a bit slower, the encirclement of the three still posed a fatal threat to Long Chen. At the very least, any ancestor god of the 7th era would be wary of such a threat. Sacred Ancestor Drought Tyrant took the lead in the blink of an eye, and the raging flame in his hand erupted with a fiery light. An enormous, dry world appeared behind him, and as he thrust his spear forward, the enormous world melted into the raging flame. Waterless world. The sharp tip of the spear stabbed toward Long Chen's head. Although the laws couldn't be seen or touched, Long Chen was indeed enveloped in an extremely dry world. This was the so-called drought, and in this drought, his body underwent a terrifying transformation. It was a kind of distortion, a kind of loss. It was like a withering plant, and he was rapidly weakening. In this state of weakness, Drought Demon's raging flame was already right in front of him. In that moment of life and death. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen's expression didn't change. At this time, the time chain wrapped around his left hand stretched out like a swimming dragon. On his right hand, an illusory time dragon formed. Under Long Chen's control, it fused with time, making time seem like it had a life of its own. Whoosh. Time rushed out. As the ancestor gods watched in shock, time and the raging flame collided, but they didn't collide head-on. Instead, time wrapped around the raging flame as it advanced, sealing it in place. Then, to Drought Demon's utter shock, the raging flame plunged into his ancestor god body. Ah! The power of time reversal caused countless particles of time to undergo hundreds of millions of transformations. In the blink of an eye, every single particle in sacred ancestor Drought Demon's body was thrown into disarray. Rip! His screams came to an abrupt halt, and his ancestral god body was completely torn apart. He was reduced to dust in the air, and all of this happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, all that was left of sacred ancestor Drought Demon was gone. Long Chen used time to send fury flying, and the heavily injured sacred ancestor Drought Dragon left the battlefield and flew toward June. Under these circumstances, sacred ancestor Drought Dragon could be easily controlled. He actually... How is this possible? How could he be so strong? In an instant, the creator gods clearly saw this scene. They let out a burst of praise. Of course, they admired Long Chen very much. They just felt that it was too unbelievable. After the Doomsday War, Long Chen had once again become a magical person in their eyes. Of course, while it seemed dangerous and complicated, the truth was that only a breath's worth of time had passed. By the time sacred ancestor Drought Demon was finished, the Silver Succubus Forefather and the Necromancer Ghost Forefather had already arrived, and their laws were almost upon Long Chen's head. First, the Necromancer Ghost Forefather was a bit closer, and Long Chen had locked onto him. At this critical juncture, while the ancestor gods were still reeling in shock, the Necromancer Ghost Forefather gripped his wooden staff and unleashed a torrent of ghostly chi. Necromancer resentment. This law was his ultimate method of torturing others. The Necromancer resentment was born from the soul of the wooden staff, condensing into a gray serpent with a total of 18 heads. In an instant, it rushed toward Long Chen from all directions. Once one was struck by the Death Spirit resentment, the Death Spirit resentment would obviously enter one's body. The 18 snakes of Death Spirit resentment would entrench themselves within one's body and use the power of death to engulf one's entire body, bringing about a terrifying destruction. It was simply like a curse that would make one wish for death. How could the three ancestor gods not show mercy for Long Chen? However, at this time, Long Chen had just dealt with sacred ancestor Drought Demon. Without saying a word, he faced the Necromancer Ghost Forefather. He did not use the chains of time, but instead stretched out a finger. The endless power of time rippled out from his finger like a dark blue ripple, instantly spreading out and affecting the Necromancer Ghost Forefather and his Necromancer resentment. Forbidden World. This was a new law from the Void Cosmic Dragon. The law of the Forbidden World was a brand new level of time stop, the pinnacle of the path of time stop. It was much more stable than the eternal Xana. It was a world where time was completely forbidden. Buzz. The effect of the Forbidden World was so powerful that the Necromancer Ghost Forefather and his Necromancer resentment suddenly froze, motionless. The gray serpent with 18 heads was basically still in the posture of attacking Long Chen. It was ferocious and terrifying. Even though it was motionless, it was still very frightening. The second breath had passed. In fact, the ancestor gods were holding their breath, because time had passed too quickly, and the battle was also frighteningly fast. In the blink of an eye, sacred ancestor Drought Demon was crippled, and even the Necromancer Ghost Forefather was completely imprisoned. There was no sign that the time law could be broken. But at this time, Long Chen did not have time to rest. After all, when fighting with the Necromancer Ghost Forefather, the Silver Succubus demonic ancestor was not idle. The huge eye on its head was its world origin, and at this moment, the world origin shot out a fierce silver light that pierced through the space. Silver Succubus light poison. This was a strong metallic light, and also a type of poison. If one was hit by the Silver Succubus light poison, one's divine body would immediately fester and evaporate, and even the world origin would be affected. Because of the previous two ancestor gods, Long Chen was slightly slower. But in fact, when he used the Forbidden World, he had already used another Tao law. Time Demon Dragon. This was the strongest time law that Long Chen had used since becoming a Void Cosmic Dragon. It was different from the Time Dragon. The former was a type of time reversal, while the time demon dragon was a type of time compression and restraint. Roar. When Longchen suddenly threw out the time chain, it directly transformed into an iron demon dragon. Longchen grabbed the dragon's tail. The entire time demon dragon was huge, and about the same size as the silver succubus demonic ancestor, but also like the long whip in Longchen's hand. Rumble. Because it was thrown out violently, it was terrifyingly fast. This was the time law, and had the effect of changing time. With this advantage, before the silver succubus demonic ancestor's silver succubus light poison could hit Longchen, the time demon dragon had already fiercely whipped the silver succubus demonic ancestor's body. Crack. Under the ferocious impact, the silver sucker demonic forefather let out a blood-curdling shriek. Its body was almost split into two. As a result, the silver sucker light poison deviated from its course and shot upwards, destroying countless broken stars and several uninhabited planets. Rumble. All of them exploded. They turned into a sky full of stars, and fell down in a shocking manner. At the moment when the silver succubus demonic ancestor let out a miserable cry, the time demon dragon, under Longchen's control, directly entangled the giant centipede in the middle. The divine body of the time demon dragon was the origin of the time world. Under the terrifying entanglement of the time law, the silver succubus demonic ancestor's body, which was several times stronger than drought demon divine ancestors, was directly crushed by the time law. Only the origin of the world, an I, was able to escape from Longchen's control. It was only then that the time demon dragon turned into a time chain and returned to Longchen's hand. In the scene, apart from the broken pieces of the broken stars, only the silver dust of the silver succubus demonic ancestor's body was left. In fact, the seemingly complicated scene only lasted for 3 breaths of time, or even less than that. Many of the processes were rapid and continuous. The 3 ancestral gods of the 7th era were defeated one after another. Drought demon divine ancestor and the silver succubus demonic ancestor had their ancestral god bodies destroyed, leaving only the origin of the world. The dead spirit ghost ancestor was slightly luckier, but he was still trapped in the forbidden world, unable to move. The forbidden world was not without attack power. After a period of time, the dead spirit ghost ancestor's body would be invaded by the power of time stop, and his movements would become slower and slower. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings was suffocating and silent. In their eyes, there was only Longchen, who had obtained victory, but was still calm and collected. In reality, it was very obvious that he was very confident in his own strength. Therefore, from the start to the end of today's battle, it was precisely because he had absolute confidence that he would say that the victor would be decided in 3 breaths. But, he had indeed done it. Moreover, he had done it perfectly. Every law, every scene was full of shock. Again? At this time, Longchen withdrew the forbidden world and said to the dead spirit ghost ancestor, who was not seriously injured. The dead spirit ghost ancestor, of course, knew everything that had happened. He was in the battle, so he knew how terrifying Longchen was. No, no more. The dead spirit ghost ancestor was trembling with fear. In his mind, Longchen had become an existence that could not be provoked at all. Then the grievances between us have been resolved. We are all ancestor gods, and this was just a spar. I hope that we can live in peace in the future and protect the myriad worlds. Good, good, good. The dead spirit ghost ancestor was trembling so much that he could not speak clearly. At this time, he brought the world origins of drought demon divine ancestor and the silver succubus demonic ancestor to his side, and without saying a word, he fled dejectedly, leaving behind the ancestor gods who looked at each other in dismay and then burst into laughter. Of course, there were also those who had mocked Longchen as much as possible before the battle, but now faced with such an ending, they could only blush. Chapter 3464. Sacred Ancestor Hitorigami's matter was finally resolved. Defeating them and deciding the outcome within 3 breaths had different effects. The latter reflected that Longchen was more powerful than them. Therefore, not only them, but all the ancestral gods around them, and then through word of mouth, it would have a certain deterrent effect on all the ancestral gods in the myriad worlds. A kind person would be bullied. Long Chen didn't want more people to bully him. At least these ancestral gods in front of him looked at him with an additional sense of awe. After all, almost all the ancestral gods here didn't think that they could defeat Long Chen. Everyone, please disperse. This battle was just an interlude for Long Chen. What he was most interested in now was to improve himself. Defeating 3 ancestral gods of the 7th era was nothing to him. In the group of ancestral gods, he could only be considered to be in the lower middle class. He desired to at least have the same position as the ancestral gods of the 4th era. Only then could he protect the dragon's sacrificial continent and his family and friends while surrounded by ancestral gods. Today, it could be considered as seeking justice for demon ancestor Satsumayu. After that was done, Long Chen took Yu to the dragon's sacrificial continent. Yu was now basically moving between the 2 worlds. She could do whatever she wanted. Anyway, from now on, no one would find trouble with her anymore. The days seemed to have calmed down again. Of course, the details of this battle were actually known by all the ancestral gods in the myriad worlds, especially the members of the Ancestral Gods Alliance. Some even personally went to sacred ancestor Hitorigami to ask about the battle. Long Chen inherited the inheritance blood essence of 2 divine dragons. One is the primordial bloodline dragon, and the other is the 3rd era's ancestral dragon, the void cosmic dragon, ranked 3rd among the 10 great ancestral dragons. Before the epoch, it was one of the most terrifying existences in the myriad worlds. It probably has the strength to kill the 4th era's ancestral god. Even the 4th era's ancestral dragon and 4th era's ancestral god were not concepts, let alone the 3rd era's ancestral dragon. In other words, Long Chen might eventually become the 3rd era's progenitor dragon. He might even surpass the void cosmic dragon because he inherited 2 types of essence blood. When the powerful ancestor gods heard this news, some of them were happy for Long Chen, but there were also some who felt uneasy. If such a heaven-defying existence was truly above the 4th epoch's ancestor god, then in the future, the myriad worlds would be completely controlled by a single person. It would all depend on that person's will. Another elder god said, "There's no need to worry at all." Given the current state of the myriad worlds, where would he find the strength to become the 3rd era's progenitor dragon? The myriad worlds are now in such a state. It would be a miracle if he could even become the 6th era's progenitor elder god. In fact, most people knew that this was indeed the case. The myriad worlds were no longer the same as before. They were exhausted to such an extent that it was extremely difficult to create a new ancestral god of the 4th era. Don't worry too much. This child is the Lord of the myriad worlds. Before we return, the myriad worlds are still unstable. There's nothing wrong with his temperament. There's nothing wrong with him now. But how would you know about the future? Anyway, there's no need to care so much. Although he has 2 inheritances now, they're both world origins. Although he's a little heaven-defying, he can only defeat the 7th era's ancestor god. Do you think the 7th era's ancestor god is a threat? Of course not. So, it's not too late to wait until he can improve again. Even the creator gods didn't have the chance to become stronger. Among 10,000 people, there was an existence that could become infinitely stronger. This would always make them envious and fearful. Although Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang could become stronger, and Kitten could also recover to the level of the 6th era's ancestor god, they weren't as fearful as Long Chen. They were more envious. Void Universe Dragon, World Origin, Origin Dragon Soul. In the void of Jiuli Devil Domain, a dark shadow looked at the endless void. He must have found the world's origin from me and obtained the Origin Dragon Soul through the world's origin. In other words, if I hadn't given him the world's origin, he wouldn't have gotten it. Demon Ancestor Chi-Yu was very confused. That was the inheritance of the 3rd era's ancestor god. Why can he have the chance to improve himself, but I can't? What method do I have to obtain everything he has? Thoughts appeared in demon ancestor Chio's mind. Being above the fourth era's ancestor god and becoming the ruler of everything was his dream. It was the strongest part of his nature. He was the strongest among the fifth era's ancestor gods, but there was the fourth era's ancestor god above him. The most unbearable thing was that although it was just a small difference, he only had 1 vote in the ancestor god alliance, while the fourth era's ancestor god had 10 votes. It was a difference of 10 times, but it was just a small difference. Therefore, most of the time, this was what he was most unwilling to accept. A small difference was thousands of miles. Not to mention being above the fourth era's ancestor god, even if I reach the level of the fourth era's ancestor god, I won't be restricted and suppressed anymore. Why can he do it, but I can't, especially since Long Chen obtained time from him. Therefore, after hearing the news that Long Chen had become the void cosmic dragon, he couldn't calm down for a long time. Of course, he didn't do anything. Because he didn't have a suitable method. Time flew on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. It was normal for 1,000 years to pass. By now, Long Chen was already used to the feeling of passing 1,000 years. Actually, at this level, it was hard for his body to change too much even after hundreds of millions of years. During this period, Kitten first recovered to the level of the 8th era's ancestor god. He truly possessed the origin of 2 worlds and reached the same level as Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang didn't have anything to devour, so he nurtured his ancestral fire and comprehended the laws of the universe. He also made some progress. After Kitten, Lingxi first gave birth to the second world's origin in the White Lotus. When the 8th era's ancestor god obtained the second world's origin in the White Lotus, it became much easier for the second world's origin to be born in the Black Prison. After all, Lingxi had already walked this path. After 300 years, the second world's origin also appeared in the Black Prison. In terms of quantity, Lingxi already had 4 worlds' origins, the same as the 6th era's ancestor god. Her strength should be able to defeat the 7th era's ancestor god who was born at the end of the era. She could even fight against the 6th era's ancestor god. Lingxi would occasionally go to the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms and Ancestral Star. These 2 worlds now belonged to her and she had the responsibility to protect them. Coincidentally, she was proficient in all sorts of formations and curses. Hence, she could be considered to have protected these 2 worlds. Unless the 6th era's ancestor god or above forcefully attacked these 2 worlds. The people and devils in the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms and Ancestral Star all accepted Lingxi. This was especially so for the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms. As for Soiyan, although the primordial giant devil was powerful, she was after all the destruction ancestor god and not from the heaven-devouring race. Although there was room for her to improve, it was very difficult. Hence, after 1,000 years, she was still at the 9th era's ancestor god level. As for Long Chen himself, 1,000 years had merely allowed him to master everything about the 2 ancestral dragons and become more proficient in them. Actually, only about a month had passed in the myriad worlds. The dragon attendants were still searching for the origin dragon souls. But after gaining experience, they started from the world origin. To Long Chen, searching for the world origin and origin dragon souls of other divine dragons was still the most important thing. Hence, while improving himself, he would occasionally join the search team. Mo Xiaolang and the others would also help him sometimes. Long Yan and Long Lin grew up happily. Lu Yu also played with them every day. As time passed, Long Yan and the others started to call Lu Yu elder sister. Although she was the ancestor god, Long Chen didn't care about seniority and made Lu Yu his goddaughter, hence, he became the godfather. However, the myriad worlds that seemed peaceful were actually filled with turbulent undercurrents. Long Chen thought about it carefully. I still lack the 7 origin dragon souls and the world origin. I still lack the inheritance blood essence of the first ancestor dragon, as well as the inheritance blood essence and the origin dragon souls of the first ancestor dragon and the primordial dragon sacrificial dragon. Also, there are 5 ancestor dragon worlds. Naturally, I don't know where the first dragon attendant and the primordial dragon attendant are. These were all things that he desperately wanted. The dragon attendants were all working hard. Long Chen would occasionally go to the dragon sacrificial continent. Currently, the dragon sacrificial continent was very prosperous. Trillions of divine dragons were breeding and building here, turning this place into a prosperous world. Long Chen encouraged the divine dragons to reproduce. Even in his dreams, he wanted to restore the dragon sacrificial continent to its former glory. Most of the supreme divine dragons were almost at their peak. They helped Long Chen manage the dragon sacrificial continent, as well as allocating resources to Long Chen and maintaining the order of the world. The entire world was now happy and harmonious. Moreover, as Long Chen improved, the territory of the dragon sacrificial continent was still improving. Although this world was very good, very warm, very happy, and the divine dragon race had once again become the #1 race in the myriad worlds, Long Chen had an even greater goal. He was fulfilling it. One day, he suddenly heard that Emperor Ancestor Donghua was looking for him. He was very surprised that he would come in person. Long Chen arrived outside the dragon sacrificial continent and received him. Emperor Ancestor Donghua had a smile on his face and said, "I thought you wouldn't come out to see me. How could that be? You helped me a lot previously. I forgot to thank you." If not for his reminder, he would have stepped into the 9-yin soul binding array of the 9-yin demon ancestor. "Alright, as long as you treat me as a friend. Your reputation has been too great recently. I also reckon that you will have great achievements in the future. Actually, I'm here today to cozy up to you. Of course, I'm also here to give you a surprise." Emperor Ancestor Donghua said amiably. "What?" Long Chen was attracted by him. Chapter 3465. Yes. As expected, Long Chen was attracted. How do you know? In Long Chen's view, other than him, if there were other origin dragon souls, others would not be able to see them. But this was only a guess, and he could not say for sure. It's just a feeling. It's in the depths of the lake. You didn't go deep last time, but this time, I went deep to take a look. Of course, I'm not sure if it's what you want. You'll have to see it yourself. Emperor Ancestor Donghua said very sincerely. Do the demon ancestor Jiao Yin and the others know about this? Long Chen asked. Emperor Ancestor Donghua shook his head and said, they don't know. I felt it myself, so I came to tell you. It's more convenient to meet and talk. You can go back to the death world directly, just bring me back. Although a month had passed, Long Chen had actually returned to that place a few times, but he did not go deep to explore. After all, the demon ancestor Jiao Yin and the others seemed to be patrolling there all the time, and he also felt that the ancestral dragons would not hide the same thing in the same place. But Emperor Ancestor Donghua had given him such a clue. Long Chen thought about it and felt that there was no harm in taking a look, so he opened the death world and went in with Emperor Ancestor Donghua. Then, they found the passage to the inner world of Mount Buzhou. Let's go. You lead the way. The two entered quietly, and the surrounding was instantly surrounded by cold lake water. The cold was bone-chilling, and it was really uncomfortable. But for the origin dragon soul, Long Chen endured it. It's below. Follow me, Emperor Ancestor Donghua said, and led the way. Long Chen shrouded himself in the shadow of death, and secretly followed Emperor Ancestor Donghua. He was always vigilant of his surroundings. He trusted Emperor Ancestor Donghua. After all, they had fought before, and he had some understanding of this person. How far is it? After a while, Long Chen really did not find anything, so he asked. It's here. Suddenly, Emperor Ancestor Donghua turned around and looked at Long Chen. His expression was normal, but there was a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, as though he had succeeded. This smile made Long Chen realize the existence of danger. Obviously, this was definitely a trap. Moreover, it was a trap set up by someone who had once helped him. Swoosh. As he laughed, Emperor Ancestor Donghua quickly disappeared into the lake. 9 Yin Soul Binding Array. Long Chen realized that he was trapped in an array diagram. This array diagram was very well hidden and only revealed itself when it was activated. Long Chen was brought to the core position by Emperor Ancestor Donghua. Boom boom boom. 9 demonic god statues appeared around Long Chen. Each of them was different, but they all gave off dense yin qi. They were sinister and cold, and they surrounded Long Chen. The demonic god statues had black ropes wrapped around their hands. These ropes had already bound Long Chen's entire body, making it impossible for him to move. This was the power of the 9 Yin Soul Binding Formation. Even the 2 world origins were completely under its control. 9 Yin Demon Ancestor. This woman appeared above Long Chen's head. Her expression was cold, and she held a black needle in her hand. That was the world origin. Now, without a word, she held the black needle and stabbed it towards Long Chen's head. There was only coldness and cold-bloodedness in her eyes. This gave Long Chen a feeling that she wanted to kill him. Emperor Ancestor Donghua lured me here, and this demon ancestor 9 Yin wants to kill me. What's going on? Long Chen's heart was filled with deep shock. This matter had exceeded his expectations. He wanted to struggle, but the 9 Yin Soul Binding Formation had trapped him. This was a trap set up by the 6th era's ancestor god. How could it let Long Chen break free so easily? Break. As the black needles pierced down, a cold and sinister aura filled the air. With a swoosh, under the threat of death, Long Chen's flesh and blood rapidly corroded and disintegrated. In the blink of an eye, only 2 world essences were left. Heavy injuries. His life was in danger. The black needle returned to the 9 Yin demon ancestor's hand. There was no room for negotiation, and she immediately destroyed Long Chen's world origins. No matter how stunned Long Chen was, he knew that he was going to die. In fact, if not for his Yuan spirit entering time, he would probably be dead now. The attack of the world origin was truly terrifying. How can this be? He was naturally unwilling to die like this. The moment his flesh and blood were destroyed, the 9 Yin Soul Binding Formation changed and loosened, giving Long Chen some space to move. Time Demon Dragon. Blood-sucking Tyrannosaurus Sword Prison. Under the control of his ancestral soul, the 2 world essences suddenly resisted. Long Chen was fighting with his life on the line. It was precisely because of this that he managed to tear open the 9 Yin Soul Binding Formation before death arrived. Death World Dragon Gate. After breaking through the siege and changing the flow of time, he rushed into the Death World at the last moment and closed the Death World Dragon Gate. He finally escaped this life and death calamity. Requiem of Life. Dark green flames burned on his body. Time was at the core of the rules, slaughter was at the spine. Long Chen's body quickly took shape based on this outline. He had just managed to survive from the brink of death. What happened? At this time, Lingxi and the others, who knew what had happened, all came to the Death World. Seeing how heavily injured Long Chen was, they were naturally shocked. It's that 9 Yin demon ancestor. She was just there, but she was so vicious. When Li Xuanji saw the yin qi on Long Chen's body, she knew who had done it. She was actually most protective of Long Chen, and was extremely angry at this time. This is too exaggerated. Kitten also knew that Long Chen had escaped from death. Usually, he would joke about it. At this time, he was actually very angry. It was clearly not a big matter, but the other party did not even care about the Ancestral Gods Alliance and directly wanted to take Long Chen's life. When Long Chen was recovering, he did not answer them. At least Long Chen was not dead, and it was a false alarm. However, the hatred was buried. Only when Long Chen was fully recovered did he face them like this. Big brother, what happened? Long Chen had also calmed down at this time. He thought about it and described the situation to them. After listening, they did not understand. Why did Emperor Ancestor Dong Hua, who had helped Long Chen before, suddenly change? They were completely unclear. Everyone looked at each other, unable to explain. At this time, Long Chen contacted Emperor Ancestor Dong Hua to ask for an explanation. However, Emperor Ancestor Dong Hua did not respond. His communication with them was also fruitless. Strange, Long Chen was not angry, but more curious. Emperor Ancestor Dong Hua has no reason to do this. Could it be that Demon Ancestor 9 forced him? But there is no need for Demon Ancestor 9 to do this. Could it be because Big Brother took away the origin dragon soul? In that case, there is no need to kill him. Now, the dragon sacrificial continent was built on Long Chen. Once Long Chen died in battle, the entire dragon sacrificial continent would probably be destroyed. After all, the world's origin was still in a fragile state. Why don't we first tell this matter to the Ancestral Gods Alliance? It's best if Primitive War Ancestor takes us there to see what the situation is. Lingxi suggested. Long Chen thought for a while and said, if it was an ordinary battle, it would be fine. But this is clearly a trap targeted at me, and the other party completely wants to kill me. I can't solve this matter by myself, so I can only ask Primitive War Ancestor for help. Wait a moment, I will go find Primitive War Ancestor. Look after the dragon sacrificial continent. If there is anything, tell me as soon as possible. Actually, Long Chen had pride in his heart. If things weren't out of his control, he would basically hold on and not want to trouble others. For example, the Void Aeon Dragon's world's origin soul were basically handled by him, and he didn't bother Primitive War Ancestor in the battle of wits and courage with Demon Ancestor Chiyu. But this matter made him feel slightly uneasy. It was a small matter for him, but with Demon Ancestor 9's craziness today, it was very likely that it would affect the dragon sacrificial continent. Since it was related to the dragon sacrificial continent, it couldn't be joked about. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the vicinity of the primitive warship. The primitive warship was rather special because it could move freely in the starry sky. Standing outside the primitive warship, Long Chen said, "War Ancestor, I'm here again." Now, the primitive warship was the same as the Ninely demonic territory, protected by thick protective arrays. Even other ancestral gods of the Fourth Era couldn't easily destroy it, let alone Long Chen. The primitive warship was currently one of the safest worlds in the myriad worlds. An primitive war ancestor soon appeared in front of him, his platinum body shining in the starry sky. His tone was amiable as he asked, "You never come to me for no reason. Did you encounter any trouble today? I heard that you became a Void Aeon Dragon, and I haven't congratulated you yet." Among the Fourth Epoch's primordial ancestor gods, Primordial Ancestor was the one who took care of Long Chen the most and could converse with him happily. Long Chen said, Ancestor, I've encountered something strange and would like to hear your opinion." "Speak." Long Chen told Primitive War Ancestor the cause and effect of this matter. Primitive War Ancestor patiently finished. After listening, he was also very puzzled and said, "This is strange. Clearly, Demon Ancestor 9 has gone overboard. According to the current rules of the Ancestral Gods Alliance, intentionally killing other ancestral gods is a crime. It is destroying the foundation of the myriad worlds. If what you said is true, I already have a reason to arrest Demon Ancestor 9. Long Chen nodded. He also wanted to know. "How about this? I will first tell this matter to the ancestral gods of the Alliance. After all, this is related to you and the Sixth Era's ancestral god. It is no small matter, and we need to respect the opinions of others." All right. Next, the primeval war ancestor conversed with the other elder gods. Long Chen couldn't participate in such discussions. After a while, the primeval war ancestor said, "There's a conclusion. However, I have to go with you to Fiend God Buzhou Mountain first. Let the Nine-Shade Demon Ancestor explain the situation and see what they have to say." Chapter 3466. Of course, Long Chen also wanted to know why. He knew that the conflict between him and Demon Ancestor 9 Yin and Emperor Ancestor Donghua was far from a life and death battle. Perhaps there would be some unexpected misunderstandings. Either way, he wanted to know. Alright, let's go. Long Chen's death reign was still the most convenient place for ancestor gods to move around. Long Chen led the primordial war ancestor through the death reign. He had left behind a large number of death dragon gates near Mount Buzhou. This time, he and the primordial war ancestor appeared directly inside Mount Buzhou. Of course, they were not in the lake. There was black mist everywhere, and no one was in sight. This place. The primordial war ancestor felt that this place was strange. It was slightly different from the space of the myriad worlds, but he could not pinpoint exactly what was different. Let's go down. The two quickly arrived at the lake. All ancestor gods inside Mount Buzhou, come to me. The primordial war ancestor's voice reverberated throughout the world. This was the majesty of the fourth era's ancestor god. Most of the ancestor gods here were from the 6th and 7th eras. Upon hearing the primordial war ancestor's unique voice, they all hurried over and gathered respectfully at the lake. However, judging from their expressions, they did not seem to know what was going on. They just looked at Long Chen and the primordial war ancestor in confusion. There were more than 40 of them. 6 of them were the 6th era's ancestor gods. Among them, Saint Ancestor Ho-I, whom Long Chen had met last time, and immortal ancestor Skycloud were here. He was not familiar with the other 4. Long Chen had not seen them the last time he came here. When Long Chen swept his gaze over them, all the ancestor gods present were puzzled. However, it was clear that only Demon Ancestor 9 Yin and Emperor Ancestor Donghua were missing from the crowd. Where are Demon Ancestor 9 Yin and Emperor Ancestor Donghua? The primordial war ancestor asked solemnly. The 4th era's ancestor god's sudden solemnity shocked all the ancestor gods present. They looked at each other. I saw them before, but they don't seem to be here anymore. Why didn't they come? Where did they go? The creator gods were all talking at once, but none of them seemed to understand what was going on. In the end, Sacred Ancestor Ho-I said, Battle Ancestor, I saw Demon Ancestor 9 Yin about 2 hours ago, but he's gone now. I'd like to ask, Battle Ancestor, what business do you have with them? If you're not in a hurry, wait for them to appear. Just as Sacred Ancestor Ho-I finished speaking, the Primal War Ancestor said, all of you, help me find these 2 immediately. This was an order. Hearing this order, even though the elder gods were still confused, under the coercion of the Primal War Ancestor, they could only scatter and search for Demon Ancestor 9 Yin and the others within Buzhou Mountain. Some of them entered the lake. Demon Ancestor 9 Yin liked to stay there because it was very beneficial to her. Sacred Ancestor Ho-I remains. Long Chen whispered to the Primeval War Ancestor. Now that things had developed to this point, Long Chen found it odd. Previously, Sacred Ancestor Ho-I and the 9 Yin Demon Ancestor were often together. Now that this matter had happened here, Long Chen felt that the Primeval War Ancestor should know something about it. The Primal War Ancestor gestured for him to stay. Then, the 3 of them headed towards the depths of the lake. This was a place where it was easier for Demon Ancestor 9 Yin to hide. But this time, it was the Primal War Ancestor who had come. As long as she was still here, there was absolutely no place for her to hide. Long Chen, what exactly happened? Sacred Ancestor Ho-I asked in confusion. Long Chen recalled that when he obtained the Origin Dragon Soul of the Void Cosmic Dragon, Sacred Ancestor Ho-I did not make things difficult for him. Instead, it was the Demon Ancestor 9 Yin who seemed unwilling. Now that he asked, Long Chen answered, less than an hour ago, Emperor Ancestor Donghua came to my dragon sacrificial continent and tricked me into that lake. The moment I entered, I fell into the 9 Yin soul binding array of the Demon Ancestor 9 Yin. Immediately after, the Demon Ancestor 9 Yin appeared. If I had struggled to escape, would have been dead by now. Therefore, I want to know why the demon ancestor 9 and emperor ancestor Dong Hua are working together to kill me. Them. Sacred ancestor Ho Yi was confused. That's strange. Why would they work together to kill you? That's impossible. Before you left, I also told them not to go against you. Although the demon ancestor 9 doesn't like you, it's definitely not to the point of killing you. If she did, she would also suffer. He did not believe it either. In truth, before coming here, Long Chen did not believe it either. He said, I experienced it myself, so there's no need to lie. I can't believe it myself. The primordial war ancestor came here to understand the situation from the demon ancestor 9 and the demon ancestor 9. But as you can see, they're not at Mount Buzhou. Clearly, they've fled. The friendship between Long Chen and Patriarch Donghua was, in fact, hidden. If sacred ancestor Ho Yi knew that Long Chen and Patriarch Donghua were actually on good terms, he would probably be even more shocked. The primordial war ancestor didn't say anything, but given his level of power, after searching for a while, he said to Long Chen, we've come too late. These two aren't here, nor are they near Mount Buzhou. They probably fled immediately after attempting to kill someone. Since they're fleeing, that means they're trying to escape punishment. What you said is true, so I can inform the elder gods of the world to issue a joint arrest warrant for these two. As for what happens next, we'll have to find them first. Clearly, if they weren't fleeing from punishment, why would they flee? There was no need. Strange. How could this be? Sacred ancestor Ho Yi still had a puzzled expression. At this time, the other ancestor gods came over. They searched the surroundings and confirmed that they could not find the demon ancestor 9. Long Chen swept his gaze across them. Among the 40 or so, there were a dozen that he was familiar with. They were the ones who had chased him into the lake previously. These people also had puzzled looks. Replying to the primordial war ancestor, we did not find them, nor did we contact them. The primordial war ancestor pondered for a moment before saying, pay attention to any movements related to these two. Next, I will mobilize all the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds to search for these two. According to the rules of the Ancestor God Alliance, if someone fails to report their whereabouts, they will have to bear a third of the punishment. If the offender is imprisoned for 3,000 years, the punishment for failing to report their whereabouts will be 1,000 years. Everyone, please consider carefully. Yes. Upon hearing the third punishment, everyone fell silent out of fear. Let's go. All right. Long Chen followed the primordial war ancestor, and the two returned to the vicinity of the primitive warship. The primordial war ancestor asked, they probably fled to the myriad world's starry sky. The myriad world's starry sky is so vast. If the 6th era's ancestor god wants to hide himself, it won't be easy to find him. However, I will try my best to get the Ancestor God Alliance to seek justice for you. Long Chen nodded and said, War Ancestor, to me, justice isn't that important. Forget about the demon ancestor 9. She just doesn't like me and has a violent personality. There's a chance she will act recklessly. What I want to know is why the Archdong Hua would ally with her. I told you before that the Archdong Hua even helped me before, I understand. Actually, I'm extremely puzzled as well. But now, we need to find them to know the truth, said the primordial war ancestor. Long Chen was helpless as well. His mind was a mess, and there were too many things he didn't understand. He felt chaotic and needed to sort out his thoughts. The primordial war ancestor said, the Ancestor God Alliance has already approved it. They have now officially informed the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds to search for the traces of the demon ancestor 9 and the Archdong Hua. You just have to wait patiently for the news. My guardian diagram isn't perfected yet, so I won't be accompanying you. The primordial war ancestor personally ran around for him and even communicated with the entire Ancestor God Alliance. This was already a great help to him. Long Chen was naturally extremely grateful to him. It should be known that dealing with the entire Ancestor-God alliance was an arduous and unrewarding task. The primordial war ancestor helping Long Chen in such a manner could easily make enemies for himself. After all, there were ancestor gods who didn't want Long Chen to advance. After thanking the primordial war ancestor, Long Chen was preparing to return and wait for the news when the primordial war ancestor said, "The demon ancestor 9 is the 6th era's ancestor god and is considered powerful. If she sneaks into the dragon sacrificial continent for revenge and fights to the death with you, she will definitely cause you great trouble. How about this? I'll have a 6th era's ancestor god stationed in the dragon sacrificial continent and have him protect you and the dragon sacrificial continent before we find the demon ancestor 9. Upon hearing this news, Long Chen was simply overjoyed. He was filled with gratitude towards the primordial war ancestor, but he didn't say much. With Long Chen's personality, he preferred to silently repay others. Long Chen would never mistreat those who had helped him. A drop of water would definitely be repaid with a gushing spring. No need to thank me. You are also familiar with this person. He also admires you and has long wanted to help you. During the Doomsday, the first 6th era's ancestor god you saved was him, Origin Sword C, Origin Sword Ancestor Yuan. Long Chen recalled that during the Doomsday, Origin Sword Ancestor Yuan was attacked by the Sky-Devouring clan and was very weak. It was at that time that Long Chen saved him. Later on, he even relied on him to deal with the 5th era's ancestor god Hunkin. I've already told him. You can directly go to the Origin Sword C and bring him to the dragon sacrificial continent. Alright, then I'll take my leave first. The primordial war ancestor had matters that required his attention and couldn't possibly follow him like a follower. Long Chen quickly arrived at the Origin Sword C. As expected, Origin Sword Ancestor Yuan was waiting for him there. This taciturn old man, upon meeting Long Chen, said gently, "I heard about this matter. It's indeed very strange. However, if there are similar matters in the future, you can look for me. You are my benefactor. No matter what, this old man will definitely go through water and tread on fire for you." He was just like June. Although he wasn't as passionate as June, his heart was still burning hot. With these words of yours, I won't be polite in the future. Chapter 3467. Sword Ancestor Yuan was born in the middle of the 6th era. Even among the ancestral gods of the 6th era, he wasn't weak. Demon Ancestor 9 was born at the end of the 6th era, so he wasn't Sword Ancestor Yuan's match. Long Chen and Sword Ancestor Yuan returned to the dragon sacrificial continent together. At this time, the continent was still very peaceful. The gods and demons didn't know about the storm between the ancestral gods. Your world is indeed beautiful and magnificent. No wonder people are jealous. Sword Ancestor Yuan sighed in the sky above the dragon sacrificial continent. But he added, "But to lure and assassinate them is too much. You're lucky to be able to come back alive. I think we can't let this matter rest." I think so too. Now, they could only stay in the dragon sacrificial continent and wait for the result. Come, let's play chess to kill some time. Now that the ancestral gods of the myriad worlds were paying attention to Demon Ancestor 9's whereabouts, Sword Ancestor Yuan led Long Chen to play chess. Long Chen wasn't good at it, but under Sword Ancestor Yuan's guidance, he quickly became familiar with it. Playing chess can calm you down. Indeed, we need to be calm in such a situation. Inside Fiend God Buzhou Mountain. At the bottom of the lake, in the deepest part, there were a dozen people. Most of them were surrounding two people. They were Demon Ancestor 9 and Emperor Ancestor Donghua. Primordial War Ancestor had already searched this place. No one expected them to still be here. However, although they were surrounded, the two didn't panic. Instead, they had cold expressions. "How dare you act on your own and ruin our plan? Now look, we were almost exposed, and the plan almost failed. It's all your fault. Now that Primordial War Ancestor is here, if we're exposed, how many of us here can survive? Saint Ancestor Ho-E lowered his voice in the crowd, but his expression was twisted. Most of the people around him were also aggressive toward these two. No matter what, we almost succeeded. Also, didn't we only expose the two of us? Even if the two of us die, we still have you. What are you afraid of? Didn't you make them think that you have nothing to do with us? The Nine Demon Ancestor coldly replied. You're wrong. We don't want the same thing to happen again. We're not that strong. It's not that easy to kill Long Chen and destroy the dragon sacrificial continent. Ho-E was still furious. Here, he was the strongest, so he was the king. The Nine Demon Ancestor said, we've already been exposed, and all the ancestor gods are looking for us. We've lost our usefulness, so why don't we try again? The two of us will sneak into the dragon sacrificial continent. With our abilities, it won't be difficult to kill Long Chen and destroy the dragon sacrificial continent. As long as we can complete the mission, our lives are nothing. Moreover, no matter what, we've completely separated from you. This plan is completely feasible. As soon as she finished speaking, an ancestor god beside her laughed. This was the sacrificial god ancestor from the sacrificial god world. Long Chen had saved his life twice during the apocalypse. He said, do you think Long Chen is as stupid as you? I heard that Primordial War Ancestor has already sent a 6th era ancestor god Yuan to protect him. You're not his match, so you'll only be cannon fodder. You dare insult me? The Nine Demon Ancestor's killing intent erupted. In her eyes, sacrificial god ancestor was only a 7th era ancestor god. Although he was born at the beginning of the era and his strength was close to the 6th era's ancestor god, he had no right to criticize her. Silence. Ho-E shouted angrily, suppressing the conflict between the two. The Nine Demon Ancestor glared at sacrificial god ancestor and said, in that case, let's attack together. With 3 6th era ancestor gods and a dozen 7th era ancestor gods, it'll be easy to deal with them. The other 6th era ancestor god, Sky Cloud, said, that's not a wise move. You should know that Long Chen has the death reign, and it's easy for outsiders to help him. If we can't kill him in one strike, we might fail. That's why we need a surefire plan before we act. We can't act recklessly. Ancestral Emperor Donghua was a good idea for us, but you thought of it and didn't discuss it with us. If the three of us were around your Nine soul binding formation from the start, Long Chen would already be dead. It's all your fault. Now that he's on guard, it'll be even harder to kill him. This was indeed the Nine Demon Ancestor's problem. With Sky Cloud's words, there was nothing she could say. Alright, all of you hide first. If there's a need for you, I'll definitely let you act. Long Chen is our prey, and everyone has the right to kill him. Ho-Yi's final decision was also the opinion of the majority of the ancestor gods. The Nine Demon Ancestor accepted her fate and didn't say anything else. Who else has a brilliant plan to break out of this predicament and kill Long Chen? At this time, Ho-Yi surveyed the crowd. I do. Ancestor G God was the strongest among the 3 6th era ancestor gods present, and he stepped forward. Speak. Ancestor G God was brimming with confidence. First, I feel that with the myriad of ancestor gods unable to find the Nine Demon Ancestor, as time passes, Long Chen definitely won't be able to sit still. Given his personality, he won't be able to endure this sort of restlessness. Furthermore, the mystery has yet to be solved. I believe that one day, he will bring the first origin sword ancestor here to continue his search. Continue. Ho-Yi felt that what he said made sense, which was why he allowed him to continue. The others also listened attentively. We've already emphasized to him many times that this is our territory. If he shows up, I'll do my best to provoke him and use all sorts of excuses to drive him away. I'll force him to spar with me. I remember that he fought with 3 of the 7th era's elder gods not too long ago. He was able to defeat those 3 elder gods, so I bet his strength is very close to mine. He's a battle maniac, so he'll definitely want to challenge me. And then? Ancestor G God was brimming with confidence. As long as it's a spar, given his character as a gentleman, the first origin sword ancestor will be watching from the sidelines. Our goal is to separate him from the first origin sword ancestor, and a spar is indeed the best method. When the time comes, the first origin sword ancestor's attention will be on me, and I will fight as usual, doing my best to match him. While everyone else is focused on the battle, Saint Ancestor Ho-E, who is proficient in archery, can prepare to shoot your arrow at the most suitable moment. With my entanglement and delay, your sudden attack will surpass everyone's expectations. With your ability, killing Long Chen in an instant will be no problem at all. At this point, everyone finally understood. Although it was a little complicated, the methods that could achieve one's goal were generally more complicated. Ancestor G God emphasized many reasonableness and analyzed Long Chen's mood. If things went smoothly, there was a high chance of killing Long Chen. If things didn't go smoothly, then nothing would happen. As long as Saint Ancestor Ho-E didn't carry out the final killing blow, all the foreshadowing would be normal. Many people would challenge Long Chen. As long as Saint Ancestor Ho-E didn't make a move, it wouldn't matter if Ancestor G God and Long Chen won or lost. As long as the origin of Long Chen's world is destroyed, the dragon sacrificial continent will collapse by itself, and we will have completed our mission. Finally, Ancestor G God concluded. Everyone began to ponder. This plan has a higher chance of succeeding. Furthermore, the key lies in my final attack. Therefore, even if the plan were to stop at any time, no one would notice anything. Under the situation you mentioned, Saint Ancestor Skycloud and the Demon Ancestor 9 can obstruct the other ancestor gods while I carry out the final killing blow. With everyone focused on the outcome of the battle, this is highly possible. Moreover, this is taking advantage of Long Chen's belligerence and arrogance. This is the only chance to separate him from Sword Ancestor E Yuan. Saint Ancestor Ho-E highly approved of this plan. In fact, the others couldn't find fault with it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought that the two could be separated and killed in one strike. Of course, if the Demon Ancestor 9 hadn't acted on his own, Emperor Ancestor Donghua's plan could have killed Long Chen. Don't celebrate too early. Even I failed. Who knows what will happen when the time comes? Don't underestimate Long Chen. It's very likely that you won't last long against him. You might not even last until Saint Ancestor Ho-E makes his move. The only one who poured cold water on this plan was the Demon Ancestor 9. However, everyone knew that this was a personal conflict between her and Ancestor G God, so no one cared. Someone's coming. With Saint Ancestor Ho-Ye's reminder, the Demon Ancestor 9 and Emperor Ancestor Donghua completely fused into the stone wall beside them, leaving no trace behind. After a while, a female ancestor god arrived. Seeing that they were scattered in the vicinity, each looking for clues of this strange world, she shook her head in puzzlement and didn't say much. Why is everyone gathered here? She was more familiar with Ancestor G God, so she came to his side. The Demon Ancestor 9 is often around here, so we want to search carefully. She might have hidden well enough to deceive even the Primordial War Ancestor. Ancestor G God said. Do you really believe that the Demon Ancestor 9 would do such a thing? Ancestor G God said, who knows? I don't think she's a good person. With her despicable personality, it's normal for her to do such a thing. We were with her before, so we were really afraid that she would drag us down. Oh. I thought you were on good terms with her. Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Long Chen's chess skills were becoming more and more exquisite, but Sword Ancestor E Yuan was still unfathomable. Long Chen had basically never won against him, but this was to cultivate his character. To Long Chen, winning or losing was not important. The game ended. It's been half a month, and there's still no news. Long Chen looked around. Are you anxious? Sword Ancestor E Yuan asked. Yes. Chapter 3468. Long Chen wanted to search by himself. After all the ancestor gods were busy with their own affairs. Who would help him chase after Demon Ancestor 9 Those weaker than Demon Ancestor 9 did not have this ability. Most of those stronger than Demon Ancestor 9 were not in the mood. Therefore, it was normal for there to be no news for half a month. But Long Chen could not live such a life. It was too scary. He even had to return to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time to have a lot of time to become stronger. Worrying that Dragon Sacrificial Continent would be destroyed by Demon Ancestor 9 was not his character. He really wanted to find Demon Ancestor 9 and get rid of future troubles. But if we all leave, what about Dragon Sacrificial Continent? I have to stay with you at all times, at least until we find Demon Ancestor 9 said Sword Ancestor Yuan. If he stayed here alone, he would not feel at ease with Long Chen. After all, this was a mission given to him by Primordial War Ancestor. That's easy. You stay here for a while. I'll go visit an ancestor god. In fact, during this period of time, many ancestor gods came to ask if Long Chen needed help, including Pangu and the 3 pure divine ancestors. This time, Long Chen came to the 3 heavens around Pangu continent. Great Clear Divine Ancestor. Outside Great Clear Heaven, Long Chen was waiting for the Great Clear Divine Ancestor to appear. What's wrong, Long Chen? An immortal with the demeanor of a transcendent Taoist appeared before Long Chen with a benevolent expression. The sacred ancestors of the 3 pure ones were on extremely good terms with ancestor god Pangu. Therefore, they could be considered to be on friendly terms with Long Chen. There is still no news of Demon Ancestor 9 I want to search by myself. Sword Ancestor Yuan is following me, so there is no one to protect Dragon Sacrificial Continent. I'm worried that Demon Ancestor 9 has been lurking for a long time and will come to destroy Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Therefore, I want to ask Great Clear Divine Ancestor to help me look after it for 2 days. Long Chen said sincerely. The reason why they had invited the Grand Clear Sacred Ancestor was because the 3 pure sacred ancestors were the 3 brothers. Ancestral god Pangu was nearby. Without the Grand Clear Sacred Ancestor, nothing would happen in the Grand Clear Heaven. Thus, the Grand Clear Sacred Ancestor had enough time. No problem at all. The Tai Ching Divine Ancestor agreed without hesitation. As such, after Long Chen expressed his gratitude, he went to the Draconic Sacrificial Continent with the Tai Ching Sacred Ancestor. The Tai Ching Sacred Ancestor stayed at their position and said, "The 2 of you must pay attention to your safety. It's not that the 9 Demon Ancestor is powerful, but I'm just worried that he's cunning. If there's a calamity here, I'll definitely inform the 2 of you first." Thank you, Grand Pure Sacred Ancestor. Most of the ancestor gods in the myriad worlds were good people. There were many like the Tai Ching Sacred Ancestor who were willing to help Long Chen. As long as Long Chen asked, it would be fine. As for the matter of finding the 9 Demon Ancestor, Long Chen had to do it himself. Only then would he know the clues. It would be difficult for others to find the 9 Demon Ancestor even if they searched the myriad worlds. Where do you want to go? Sword Ancestor Yuan asked. I'll head to the 9 Ancestor realm first before heading to Mount Godfiend Buzhou. No matter how Long Chen thought about it, she could only hide in these 2 places. The reason why he still went to Mount Godfiend Buzhou was because somehow, Long Chen still felt that there was something wrong with this place. After the 2 arrived at the 9 Ancestor realm, they searched for half a day and crossed the vast sea of people. Sword Ancestor Yuan also discovered that the 9 Demon Ancestor wasn't here at all. In fact, even the Primordial War Ancestor had come personally and hadn't discovered the Ancestor God of Creation. Next place. After moving from the Death World, Long Chen easily arrived at Mount Godfiend Buzhou. He and Sword Ancestor Yuan kept a low profile and didn't inform the people here. Instead, they entered the lake and began searching. This place is indeed strange, especially the surrounding mountain walls. I wonder what would happen if we destroy them. I'm just worried that Mount God-fiend Buzhou will shatter, said Long Chen. Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan had the same thought, so he gave up on destroying the mountain walls. The two continued down and soon reached the bottom. For the first time, they still didn't find any traces. I don't believe that if I stay here, she won't appear. The nine demon ancestor seemed to have evaporated from the world. This was too mysterious. Could it be that she hid in the starry sky and didn't enter a single world and didn't communicate with anyone? Who is it? At this moment, a white-robed ancestor god rushed down from above. Long Chen focused and saw that it was Ancestor Ji. No, when he saw Long Chen and Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan, his expression turned ugly. He asked, Long Chen, why are you here again? Naturally, I'm looking for the nine demon ancestor. Long Chen replied indifferently. With Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan beside him, he couldn't be bothered with this fellow. Unexpectedly, the other party sneered and said, looks like you must have explored this place from top to bottom to search for the nine demon ancestor. Even the primitive war ancestor came in to search and confirmed that the nine demon ancestor isn't here. Can you be stronger than the primitive war ancestor? I think you're just using this excuse to covet this world that we've occupied. The other party's tone was stern. Long Chen's attention wasn't on him. Seeing him making things difficult, Long Chen stared at him. He smiled and said, are you crazy? I already know what I want here. You guys are very interested in this place and want to occupy it, but I'm not interested. If you're not interested, hurry up and get out of our territory. Don't swagger in here every time. Do you think this place is your backyard? Let me ask you, without your permission, can I swagger around your dragon sacrificial continent? Don't think that you're great just because you're a victim. Ancestor Ji seemed to be really angry as he stared at Long Chen with bloodshot eyes. Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan was still here. He was relatively calm and was about to slap this chattering fellow away. But at this moment, because of the loud quarrel, other ancestor gods were attracted. A total of more than 20 ancestor gods gathered here, including Sacred Ancestor Ho-Yi, Sacred Ancestor Skycloud, and another primitive ancestor god of the 6th era. What's going on? Sacred Ancestor Ho-Yi came to ask. Ancestor Ji was in a state of anger. He repeated the process and then said with a heavier tone, we've told him many times that this is our territory. He even said that he wouldn't come here again, but he forgot about it so quickly. Clearly, he doesn't care about us at all. Perhaps we're nothing in his eyes. Ancestor Ji's words made many ancestor gods unhappy. They did occupy this place, but only Long Chen didn't listen to their advice and came here without even greeting them. After stirring up everyone's emotions, Ancestor Sacrificial God shouted loudly, Long Chen, you are the inheritor of the Ancestor Dragon, and you can be considered to have saved the myriad worlds. You seem to be really high and mighty, as though all the Ancestor gods are protecting you. However, we are also the creator gods, how can you look down on us like this? Let me tell you again, this is our territory. Long Chen didn't expect to get into trouble again. The matter with the nine demon ancestor made him forget how important this place was to these ancestor gods. The last time he came here, he was chased by them. At that time, he did say that he wouldn't come here again. At that time, they gave him the opportunity to obtain the origin dragon soul of the void cosmic dragon. Now that he saw their angry eyes, he thought about it carefully. Entering without greeting them did hurt their pride. But he was also stubborn. Before he found the nine demon ancestor, he couldn't give up the chance to come here. Therefore, he said, everyone, this matter is indeed different from the last time. It has been half a month, and there's no news of the nine demon ancestor. So I decided to come here again, but I have absolutely no intention of offending you. You've already offended us, and you still say that? Long Chen, with your attitude, that's all you can do. I don't believe that you're really that special. In the future, you will rule the myriad worlds. At this time, we have to please you. The entire myriad worlds will help you find the person who wants to kill you. You're just an ancestor god of the ninth era. What right do you have to enjoy such treatment? Ancestor sacrificial god was in a berserk state. No one could stop him. Saint Ancestor Ho-E and the others were also embarrassed. But from their expressions, they felt that Long Chen didn't even greet them when he came here. He was indeed looking down on them. He's not just an ancestor god of the ninth era. You haven't heard of him before, but he defeated 3 ancestor gods of the 7th era in 3 breaths of time. Ancestor sacrificial god, you're not his match. Forget it. An ancestor god at the side said in a strange tone. I'm not his match. Ancestor sacrificial god was enraged. He laughed and said, I'm not his match. Do you think I'm like those 3 pieces of trash? How dare you say I'm not his match? How about this? Long Chen, do you have the guts to accept my challenge? I want to see what you're capable of. If you really beat me, I, Ancestor Sacrificial God, will be completely convinced by you. I'll leave Mount Fiend God Biyao and give my position to you. You can come here often. But if you lose, don't ever step into this place again. Do you dare? He then turned back and said, Brothers, don't blame me for taking matters into my own hands. I can't take this lying down. But don't worry, I definitely won't lose to this guy. I'm just afraid he'll be too cowardly to accept my challenge. For a moment, everyone looked at Long Chen. Saint Ancestor Ho-E stood up and pulled Ancestor Sacrificial God back, saying, That's enough. Stop messing around. We can talk things over, but don't start a fight at the slightest provocation. After all, Long Chen had the Primordial War Ancestors' protection previously. It was normal for him to stop Ancestor Sacrificial God. What do you plan to do? Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan asked. Long Chen thought about it. He still had to continue coming here because of the secret of this place and the fact that he had felt eyes watching him twice, so he had to stay here. Until he found out the truth. Therefore, he said, If I beat you, I can come and go as I please. That's right. Ancestor Sacrificial God was about to give up after being berated by Saint Ancestor Ho-E, but he immediately responded after hearing Long Chen's words. Alright, let's meet outside. Chapter 3469. Long Chen knew that Ancestor Ji Shen was born at the beginning of the 7th era. Among all the 7th era ancestor gods he had seen, Ancestor Ji Shen was basically the strongest. Long Chen had agreed to his challenge so that he could stay here and investigate in peace. Long Chen still had many questions about this place, but if he was intercepted and obstructed every time he came here, it would be meaningless. Therefore, it would be best if he could get rid of all the troubles in one go by defeating Ancestor Ji Shen. However, there was one question that needed confirmation. The last thing I want to ask is whether you alone can represent all of us. What Long Chen wanted was not just the agreement of Ancestor God sacrifice alone. Ancestor Ji Shen immediately turned to everyone and said, Please believe me. Firstly, I will definitely win. Secondly, even if I lose, I will be the one withdrawing. His participation will not affect everyone. Ancestor Ji Shen was pleading. For a moment, no one said anything else. Moreover, a battle between ancestor gods was extremely rare in the myriad worlds. The ancestor gods all had the passion for battle in their hearts. They also longed to see a battle. Therefore, basically no one felt that there was a problem. Alright, let's go. Since everyone had no objections, Long Chen naturally had no problem as well. The group walked out together. Not long after, they left Fiend God Biyao Mountain to find a place to fight. In fact, they only needed to go to a place where there were no gods or demons. The myriad worlds could still withstand a battle of this level. Then I will go to the side. Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan nodded. After all, this was an open challenge from the ancestor gods. There was nothing to be concerned about. He also saw that Demon Ancestor 9 wasn't around, and Sacred Ancestor Ho-E and the others were still here. After Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan left, only Ancestor Ji Shen was left in front of Long Chen. His robe billowed with his aura. He put away his previous resentment and became cold like an unsheathed sword. Ancestor Ji Shen soon displayed the peak of the 7th era's world origin power. Long Chen had 2 world genesis energies, but his world genesis energy was still inferior to that of the elder god of the 8th era, much less the peak of the 7th era. Of course, the origin powers of slaughter and time were different in nature from the power of the creator gods. They had to be singular, but they had to transcend everything. Long Chen was now small and exquisite. The sacrificial god ancestor was vast, majestic, and boundless. In terms of strength, of course, Ancestor Ji Shen had an overwhelming victory. If he was in his prime, Long Chen would be like a child. However, this child was not ordinary. This battle was on the verge of breaking out. The world source of Ancestor Ji Shen was a white book. When he placed the white book on his palms, golden words appeared on it. The golden words made Ancestor Ji Shen's eyes look golden. Then, his whole body looked like it was made of gold, and the rules were formed on the white book. Its world origin was called, God Offering Book. It has begun. While Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan was wholeheartedly focused on Long Chen's battle, Sacred Ancestor Ho Yi sneered. He and Sacred Ancestor Skycloud had been waiting for this moment. Now, I'm waiting for Ancestor Ji Shen to create the best opportunity for me to kill Long Chen in one blow. His bow and arrows were perfect for assassination. At this time, Ancestor Ji Shen and Long Chen had already begun fighting. In order to deal with Ancestor Ji Shen, Long Chen used 2 kinds of rules. He held the blood sword of slaughter in his right hand, and the chains of time wrapped around his left hand. On the other hand, Ancestor Ji Shen had been drowned in the golden light of the God Offering Book. His entire being had become incomparably holy and glorious. He held the book in one hand and flipped it with the other, as if trying to pull something out of the book. Flourishing glory. At that moment, he pulled out a beam of pure golden light from the God Offering Book. It was the flourishing glory. Ancestor Ji Shen was a fellow who treated faith as a rule. His flourishing glory contained the will of so many living beings that it was similar to Long Chen's rules. Coupled with the boundless power of the world origin, Ancestor Ji Shen was indeed much stronger than Sacred Ancestor Hanba and needed Long Chen to focus on dealing with him. Under the shocked gazes of the founding ancestors, the flourishing glory stabbed toward Long Chen like a sharp spear. It was a peerless killing intent. The light seemed to be the rage of all living beings, the roar of rage. For the sake of victory, they would abandon everything and kill their enemies. Blood will sword. Without another word, Long Chen attacked. The right side of his body was filled with the true blood light, while the left side was occupied by the power of time. It was like a deep blue ocean. The blood will sword flew and collided with the flourishing glory at once. Ding. In terms of rules, Long Chen still felt that even the blood will sword was stronger than his opponent's rules. But in comparison, the power of the world origin that he supported was not much, so the blood will sword could not resist the flourishing glory. Fortunately, Long Chen was prepared. Time Dragon. The rule that came from the void cosmic dragon instantly merged with time. Under Long Chen's control, time turned into a divine dragon and a long whip. When the blood will sword clashed with the beam of light, time collided with it from the side. The destructive power of time completely destroyed the rule of the flourishing glory of the Golden Age. Although Long Chen had to put in a little more effort, he successfully dealt with his opponent's attack. But in fact, it was normal to test the opponent before a battle. Perhaps Ancestor Ji Shen was testing the opponent. Whoosh. This was the first time the elder gods had clashed, and the spectating elder gods were all rather excited. This caused them to pay even more attention to this evenly matched battle. The glorious era had been destroyed, and everyone was more concerned about what ancestor sacrificial god would do in his anger. God sacrifice guard, descend from the heavens. Ancestor Ji Shen was extremely calm. He had expected Long Chen to have such a move. After his move was broken, he reached out with his hand and summoned from the God Sacrifice tome. God Sacrifice Guard. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a huge golden object formed from golden characters rushed out from the God Sacrifice tome. It condensed into a golden general riding a warhorse and wielding a long spear. It was filled with killing intent. This was the God Sacrifice Guard, a force that was as domineering as an ancestor god. It was a force that could shake one's heart. Under the command of the God Sacrifice Ancestor, the God Sacrifice Guard, which consisted of war generals and warhorses, formed a phalanx. Roaring in unison, the war generals mounted their warhorses and charged forward, their hooves trampling the starry sky, shattering it and causing all living things to tremble and wail. Boom boom boom. A terrifying impact pressed down on Long Chen's body. The God Sacrifice Guard's attack wasn't just a physical attack, it was a mental attack. It was like the end of the world had arrived. The ancestor gods wanted to know how Long Chen would deal with such a terrifying God Sacrifice Guard. In fact, Sacred Ancestor Ho-I even felt that this was a good opportunity. He had already prepared himself and was just waiting for the right moment to explode. But in truth, from start to finish, Long Chen had been much calmer than everyone had imagined. As the God Sacrifice Guard charged, he stretched out his left hand and gently flicked it, causing ripples to ripple out. Forbidden World. Time came to a standstill. The God Sacrifice Guard charged forward in a majestic manner, stirring up countless fragments of the starry sky. The Golden Army tore through the starry sky, but they never imagined that right in front of Long Chen, they would be trapped in Long Chen's forbidden world. For a time, there was a hum as time froze. All the God Sacrifice Guards remained motionless in the starry sky. The destructive impact from the collision had disappeared. But in truth, the God Sacrifice Guard's most crucial move was to charge forward. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. The power that Long Chen had displayed had far exceeded their imaginations. Sacred Ancestor Ho-I believed that this would be a good opportunity, but he never expected that Long Chen would be able to stop it. But that was not the end. In truth, the God Sacrifice Guard possessed terrifying strength. Long Chen's forbidden world could not hold them for long. Therefore, when the forbidden world was established, he used slaughter as a brush to draw the life-seizing dragon diagram in the void. In the blink of an eye, the life-seizing dragon diagram attached itself to the forbidden world. Every single sacrificial god guard's golden body was invaded by the life-seizing dragon diagram. The color of blood spread out, and with every step it took, the sacrificial god guards who were unable to fight back in the forbidden world dissipated. Their power was reduced, and the power of their laws was also not as great as before. Everyone could only watch as the sacrificial god guards crumbled in front of Long Chen's eyes. Not only did the God Sacrifice Ancestor's vicious laws fail to injure Long Chen had actually easily neutralized it. Even if he had other motives, he had yet to gain any advantage from the start of the battle. This was something that the God Sacrifice Ancestor did not expect. His killing intent was already extremely dense. Does the God Sacrifice Ancestor have any other tricks up his sleeve? Long Chen asked casually as though nothing had happened. After all, he had now become two types of ancestral dragons. Their combined might was indeed greater. Don't celebrate too early. At this moment, the God Sacrifice Ancestor was enraged. He placed the God Sacrifice tome down. The God Sacrifice tome expanded in front of him, gradually growing to about 10 meters. At this moment, the God Sacrifice Ancestor stood on top of the tome. His golden eyes coldly stared at Long Chen. This time, he would probably go all out. But after the previous two clashes, Long Chen was still very confident. He was also prepared. At this moment, dense golden runes appeared on the God Sacrifice tome. Thousands of them surrounded the God Sacrifice Ancestor. Those golden runes were born from the God Sacrifice tome and fused into the God Sacrifice Ancestor's body, appearing on his skin. At this moment, the God Sacrifice Ancestor was connected to the God Sacrifice tome. They were inseparable. Chapter 3470. No problem. It's already done. Upon hearing Sacred Ancestor Ho Yi's response, Sacrificial God Ancestor could not help but sneer. At that moment, he secretly glanced at Sword Ancestor Yi Yun. In fact, Sword Ancestor Yi Yun was focused on the battle between the two. He did not notice that the true killing intent lay with Sacred Ancestor Ho Yi. He had already aimed at Long Chen's two-world origins. At the critical moment, he could instantly take Long Chen's life. Buzz. At that moment, Sacrificial God Ancestor's body was already filled with golden characters. The characters were like living creatures, walking and swimming all over his body. Every word was so bright that it almost blinded his eyes. Now, the Ancestral God Ritual Book was on the verge of exploding. It was likely that all its energy had been accumulated and was waiting for this moment to be unleashed. As expected, at this instant, the Ancestral God Ritual Book and the Ancestral God Ritual Book underwent a shocking change. Divine Book of Faith. A new law, a new height. As a killing blow, this law was clearly not simple. Therefore, when Sacrificial God Ancestor fused with the God Sacrificial Tome, Long Chen reacted. After all, he had resolved the previous two attacks from Sacrificial God Ancestor. It's my turn to attack. Therefore, this time, it was harder for Long Chen to launch an attack. At that moment, the time coiled around his left hand loosened and suddenly expanded, transforming into a huge metal chain. It twisted and danced in the endless cosmos with a monstrous aura. Time Demon Dragon. Under Long Chen's law, time truly transformed into a divine dragon. It became a steel divine dragon, possessing the pinnacle power of time compression. Its speed was incomparably fast. Boom! Under Long Chen's control, the time demon dragon sped through the cosmos. In a short time, it had coiled around the God Sacrificial Tome and Sacrificial God Ancestor in several layers. But this was only the beginning. What Long Chen wanted was an overwhelming victory. Although the time demon dragon was powerful, it hadn't reached the level that Long Chen wanted. Therefore, in the next moment, he let go of the time demon dragon and grabbed Carnage with both hands. Blood-devouring tyrannical dragon sword prison. The terrifying slaughter rules gave birth to billions of sword chi. Countless blood-colored beams shot up into the sky towards the endless void. At the highest point of the starry sky, the sharp sword chi gathered together and then rained down like a downpour. Rumble. The moment it landed, the billions of blood-devouring Tyrannosaurus dragon sword chi faintly formed the image of a mystical dragon. At this time, the Sacrificial God Ancestor and Sacrificial God Book were still trapped by the time demon dragon. Even the Almanac of Faith's law was interrupted and could not be used. Sacred Ancestor, I'm no match for him. There's no other chance. He's exhausted, so it's time to attack. The Sacrificial God Ancestor had never imagined that his first attack would be so powerful. Forget the bloodthirsty berserk dragon sword prison, even the time demon dragon had completely locked him down. His natural laws were severed, and he was trapped in a vortex of destruction. All right. In fact, Sacred Ancestor Ho Yi also understood that Long Chen's final attack was simply too powerful. It was impossible for Ancestor Sacrificial God to suppress Long Chen and create the best opportunity for him. But in truth, this was the best opportunity. This was the most intense moment of the battle. Everyone was focused on the battle, and no one was paying attention to him. And just as the Sacrificial God Ancestor had said, Long Chen was at his most relaxed when he was about to defeat his opponent. Moreover, he had been constantly fighting, and he had expended a lot of energy. This was definitely the most suitable moment. The heavens had given Sacred Ancestor Ho Yi a chance. Now, everyone could see that under the destruction of the Time Demon Dragon, the Almanac of Faith could still be successfully destroyed. Ancestor Sacrificial God was trapped within. Up in the sky, the blood-sucking berserk dragon sword prison slashed down violently, enveloping Ancestor Sacrificial God in boundless sword chi and turning him into ashes. Sacred Ancestor Ho-E attacked without hesitation. This was the moment that no one had expected. It was the most dangerous moment. Everyone knew that the sacrificial god ancestor was about to lose. They were just waiting to see how badly he would lose. Die. Sacred Ancestor Ho-E had already activated his world essence. All he needed was an instant, and he had prepared for this moment for far too long. But it was at this moment that Ho-E broke out in a cold sweat. He stopped attacking and pretended that nothing had happened. In truth, though, he was trembling all over. He hadn't expected this either. On the opposite side of the battlefield, a Platinum Steel Tribe member had appeared out of nowhere. It was the Primordial War Ancestor. Ho-E had no idea when the Primordial War Ancestor had arrived. He had likely appeared the moment he attacked. Otherwise, there was no way he wouldn't have noticed such a terrifying existence after such a long time had passed. It was precisely because of the Primordial War Ancestor's appearance that he had stopped attacking. It was obvious that no matter what opportunity he was looking for, the Primordial War Ancestor's presence would ensure that not only would Long Chen be fine, but they would also be completely exposed. If that happened, the mission would definitely fail. Fortunately, I stopped. Ho-Ye's heart was filled with lingering fear. Their plan had actually succeeded, but they hadn't expected the Primordial War Ancestor to arrive at this moment. Therefore, the plan had failed completely. Don't worry. Long Chen knows when to stop. He won't kill him. At this moment, the Primordial War Ancestor's voice rang out in his ear, giving Ho-E a fright. Clearly, the Primordial War Ancestor had sensed his strange movements. Fortunately, the Primordial War Ancestor had thought that he was worried that Long Chen would kill the sacrificial god ancestor, so he had prepared to stop him. Yes. He hurriedly responded. At the same time, he exclaimed inwardly, "What a close shave." As they conversed, the battle had actually ended. Long Chen had no idea what had happened. He had relied on the Time Demon Dragon and the blood-sucking Berserker Dragon Sword Prison. The Time Demon Dragon had destroyed the Almanac of Faith, and the blood-sucking Berserker Dragon Sword Prison had descended upon the sacrificial god ancestor's flesh and blood. At the last moment, Long Chen had removed his laws and not attacked the sacrificial god ancestor. Naturally, he had not harmed the sacrificial god ancestor. The battle was over, and everything was still. Long Chen held the sacrificial god ancestor in his hand. Under the flames of the life-circling melody, the sacrificial god ancestor's divine body began to recover. After a period of time, the body had taken shape, but it was still very fragile. "You have lost. I hope you will keep your promise," Long Chen said solemnly. The sacrificial god ancestor did not know why sacred ancestor Ho-E did not attack at first. This was an opportunity he had fought for with his life. Only when he saw the Primordial War Ancestor did he realize how dangerous it had been. The sacrificial god ancestor silently returned to sacred ancestor Ho-Ye's side. In order to be more realistic, he had to bid farewell to them and hide. At this moment, the First Origin Sword Ancestor and the Primordial War Ancestor had returned to Long Chen's side. Long Chen had returned to a safe state. "I just watched your battle. You have really improved a lot. You truly have a limitless future." The Primordial War Ancestor was liking him more and more. If there came a day when Long Chen could surpass the Fourth Era's ancestor god, that would be even better. Compared to the Doomsday War, you're much more powerful. Now, you're close to the Sixth Era's ancestral god realm. There are only about 500 people above the Sixth Era's ancestral god realm. In other words, you're already close to the top 500 of the myriad worlds. Who knows, it might not be long before you surpass me. It's a pity that we creator gods don't have the slightest chance to improve. The First Origin Sword Ancestor said with a smile. Indeed, there was no progress. Naturally, it was very boring. Let's not talk about anything else. In any case, I will not let you down in the future. Long Chen was very grateful to the two seniors. They had helped him very well, and they had not asked for anything in return. "Oh, right. Why are you here today, War Ancestor?" Long Chen asked. "I have something to announce." After saying this to Long Chen, he said to the outside, "All ancestor gods occupying God-fiend Buzhou Mountain, come to my side." Under the primordial war ancestors' orders, about 40 ancestor gods of God-fiend Buzhou Mountain came here. When Long Chen and the primordial war ancestor were fighting, everyone had come here one after another. Everyone looked at the primordial war ancestor, not knowing what he had to announce. Seeing that everyone was here, the primordial war ancestor said, "Recently, our ancestor gods alliance discussed the matter of you occupying God-fiend Buzhou Mountain and came to a conclusion. In the infinite worlds, besides your own world, all other places are public areas. No one is allowed to occupy them. Therefore, from now on, although you do not need to withdraw from God-fiend Buzhou Mountain, you do not have the right to stop anyone from entering. This is the decision of the Ancestor Gods Alliance, and almost all of the Ancestor Gods have approved it. I hope that everyone will abide by the Ancestor Gods Alliance's decision." At this point, he said in a less serious tone, "The infinite worlds must have laws and regulations, or else there will be chaos. It is best not to fight for territory. If it is a small matter, it is fine, but if everyone imitates you, there will be more and more fights. When that happens, it will definitely cause chaos in the infinite worlds and destroy this fragile world. Therefore, I hope that you can understand." Upon hearing this, the dozens of ancestor gods were dumbfounded. However, what the primordial war ancestor said made sense. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. In fact, they had a premonition that the Ancestor Gods Alliance would one day rule over them. As for now, they could only suppress their resentment and abide by the decision on the surface. Otherwise, how could they resist the Ancestor Gods Alliance? Ignoring everything else, just the primordial war ancestor alone could easily wipe them all out. "Alright, disperse. Do whatever you want," said the primordial war ancestor. Yes, the ancestor gods exchanged looks. In the end, they had to disperse one by one. For example, God Ancestor Ji and Sacred Ancestor Ho Yi left alone. Chapter 3471. The primordial war ancestor said this mysteriously. Long Chen was very curious about what he was up to, so he went back with him. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the dragon sacrificial continent. With the Tai Ching sacred ancestor here, nothing had happened for the time being. That demon ancestor 9 has disappeared without a trace. I can't find him no matter what. The primordial war ancestor found this strange. We went to look for clues this time, but we didn't find anything. However, we can go to the God-fiend Buzhou Mountain anytime now. It'll be much more convenient. Everyone was in the sky above the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen couldn't help but ask, "War Ancestor, what gift do you want from me?" The Tai Ching sacred ancestor and sword ancestor Yi Yuan were also very curious. After all, it was a gift from the primordial war ancestor. "Actually, I've been giving you this all this time." The primordial war ancestor had already arrived above the eternal sacred domain. This was also the sky above the core of the dragon sacrificial continent. After standing here, a small bronze ball appeared in his hand. "This is it," the primordial war ancestor said. "What is it?" Long Chen and the other two were very curious. "You'll know when you see it." The primordial war ancestor kept them in suspense and smiled faintly. At this moment, he let go of the small bronze ball, which fell towards the dragon sacrificial continent. The moment it fell, the small bronze ball kept expanding and unfolding, changing from a huge sphere to a constantly changing shape. Boom, boom, boom. Standing on the dragon sacrificial continent, one could feel that the entire sky had turned dark. There was no light anywhere, as if the entire dragon sacrificial continent had been swallowed by a huge beast. From Long Chen's point of view, he could see a huge bronze-colored formation that had already surrounded the entire dragon sacrificial continent. There were countless veined patterns on the bronze-colored formation. It was ancient and sturdy, with a kind of simple and unadorned beauty. This is the eternal steel array. It can protect your dragon sacrificial continent, the primordial war ancestor said. This was his gift to Longchen. Other ancestor gods had set up this array diagram in their own worlds. Longchen and Lingxi had also tried their best, but it definitely couldn't compare to the eternal steel array given by the primordial war ancestor. In this eternal steel array, the entire dragon sacrificial continent was simply like an iron fortress. Longchen was in a state of deep shock and gratitude. He had a premonition that although this eternal divine diagram of steel was not as good as the ancient Jiuli demon diagram that demon ancestor Qiyu had spent a lot of time and the instant demon stone to build, Longchen himself would not be able to break it. Primordial war ancestor said, the materials are limited, and there isn't much time, so this is the best we can do. Although it's average, it's enough to prevent demon ancestor Nine Yin's sneak attack. With sword ancestor Yi Yuan's level, it will take him 15 minutes to break open a passage, but it will automatically repair itself. If there is any danger, it will be enough for you to ask for help. The eternal divine steel diagram was eternal and indestructible. Even if it was broken, it would automatically repair itself. At that moment, the steel fortress disappeared before Longchen's shocked eyes. However, Longchen knew that it was just turning transparent. As long as someone attacked, it would appear. It's not bad. Longchen, war ancestor, treats you pretty well. The sword chi divine diagram that I spent a lot of effort to build is also about this standard, sword ancestor Yi Yuan said enviously. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to build it. Grand Pure Divine Ancestor also said, yes, it's the same for my Grand Pure Sky. Longchen had too many words of gratitude in his heart. He wanted to say to Primordial War Ancestor that he had saved him once, and he had helped him so many times. However, words of gratitude were meaningless. He remembered them in his heart. From the smile on his face, Primordial War Ancestor knew how much he liked this gift. In the future, with enough materials and time, I will build you another one that can block the 5th era's ancestor god. Of course, the 5th era's ancestor god is restrained by the Ancestor God Alliance, so he probably won't target you. You can try this eternal divine steel diagram. Alright. Longchen really wanted to test how strong the eternal divine steel diagram was. He used decimation. Although he had just experienced a battle, he had more or less recovered. However, at this time, Longchen transformed into the primordial blood spirit dragon in front of everyone. Decimation fused into the primordial blood spirit dragon's divine body. Divine dragon. Even the 3 ancestor gods were in awe. Longchen used the primordial blood spirit dragon's blood-devouring tyrant dragon sword prison. Boom, boom, boom. When the countless sword chi collided, the eternal divine steel diagram instantly appeared, forming a huge and heavy steel fortress. Longchen's strongest move caused the entire steel fortress to tremble violently, emitting an intense rumble. However, when all the nomological powers were unleashed, all that was left was a small pit in the steel wall. At this time, the small pit was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Longchen estimated that the thickness of this steel fortress was at least 10 meters. His attack had only broken through less than 20 centimeters, and if it was constantly recovering, it would be difficult for the 6th era's ancestor god to destroy it. Impressive. Even sword ancestor Yi Yuan was in awe. Then, he said, with this thing, Longchen, you won't need me anymore. However, I do like your dragon sacrificial continent. Don't blame me for not leaving. Of course, don't leave. If the 9 demon ancestor doesn't grow up and ambushes me, I'll have to rely on you to catch her. After getting familiar with him, he didn't need to be too restrained when speaking. After all, he had already played dozens of games with this sword ancestor Yi Yuan. Alright, then I'll leave first. Now that my primitive warship is inferior to your dragon sacrificial continent, I have to think of some ways to make my steel race catch up to your divine dragon race. After all, the chaotic divine realm and chaotic cave witch race are all getting stronger. The fourth era's ancestor gods didn't have much to compare with each other. Now, they began to compare their respective worlds and races. This was easy to understand. It was like two pairs of parents comparing their children's achievements. I've communicated with Ancestor God Pangu and Ancestor God Hun Kuan during this period of time. They are also very willing to help you. If there's an unstoppable crisis, you can ask them for help. The primordial war ancestor was really worried about Long Chen. Long Chen was extremely grateful. After that, the primordial war ancestor left. With his arrangements, even if the fifth era's ancestor god came, he probably wouldn't be able to deal with Long Chen. After that, the grand pure divine ancestor also returned. With the protection of the eternal steel divine diagram, as long as the sword ancestor Yi Yuan was still around, the dragon sacrificial continent would basically be safe. Long Chen was much more at ease. Do you think the nine demon ancestor will appear? While playing chess, the sword ancestor Yi Yuan asked. Of course. Why? Because I'm not dead. How so? When she wanted to kill me back then, her attitude was very resolute and she was extremely eager. That failure, by just a little bit, definitely made her grieve and feel indignant. Based on my understanding of her feelings, she definitely wouldn't have the patience to endure for too long. Alright, then I'm looking forward to it. The sword ancestor Yi Yuan looked at the sword in his hand and couldn't help but laugh. He also didn't make a move for a long time. Just as Long Chen imagined, a conversation took place near Mount Fiend God Buzhou. After the primordial war ancestor gave the order, the ancestor gods felt very bored and left Mount Fiend God Buzhou. At this time, there were more Mount Fiend God Buzhou. In fact, many of the 8th and 9th era ancestor gods who were previously forbidden from entering had entered. This was a remote area of shattered stars. There were more than 10 ancestor gods in the crowd, with the 6th era's ancestor divine ancestor Ho-E, the 9 demon ancestor, and the Skycloud divine ancestor as the leaders. The rest were the 7th era's ancestor gods, the sacrificial god ancestor, and the East Flower the arch ancestor. Their group of people had finally gathered. This failure is a problem of our luck. It has nothing to do with the sacrificial god ancestor, divine ancestor Ho-E concluded. That's right, but even our base has been lost. We can only hide here and meet secretly. In the past, when we gathered together on Mount Fiend God Buzhou, no one would suspect us. Now that we are still gathered together, if we are discovered, we will definitely be suspected, the 9 demon ancestor said reluctantly. What do you mean? Divine ancestor Ho-E could hear the serious dissatisfaction in her voice. The 9 demon ancestor sneered and said, actually, what I mean is that there is no need to be so cautious, complicated, and use so many complicated methods. To tell you the truth, the 2 operations that you and I carried out were absolutely brilliant in terms of planning, but why did we lose both times? It's because Long Chen's fate is boundless and his luck is heaven-defying. He inherited the fate of the dragon sacrificial dragon continent from before the epoch. Whatever schemes we used were actually useless against him. We might as well just go straight to his base and kill him. The 9 demon ancestors' opinion was actually approved by some of the ancestor gods. The Heaven Cloud divine ancestor said, logically speaking, both plans were foolproof, but they both failed. The ancestor god alliance is still chasing after the 9 demon ancestor. We don't have much time left. The 9 demon ancestor said, listen to me. Right now, only Long Chen and the first origin sword ancestor are on the draconic sacrificial continent. We will lie in wait and make sure that the primordial war ancestor and the others won't suddenly appear. Then, we will act immediately. With the Heaven Cloud divine ancestor restraining the first origin sword ancestor, divine ancestor Ho-E and I will be able to kill Long Chen at the fastest speed possible. Such a straightforward attack has a higher chance of success. I think it's easier to achieve our goal than coming up with so many complicated schemes. The Heaven Cloud Divine Ancestor said, indeed. Although the sacrificial god ancestor's plan is safe, the preparation time is too long. It's not as simple and crude as a direct attack. It's very likely that it will be delayed until a time when we can't act. On the other hand, if we lie in wait and launch a sneak attack, the enemy will be out in the open while we are in the dark. It'll be easier to succeed. This was the opinion of the two of them. Since two of the three of them had the same opinion, Divine Ancestor Ho-E had nothing else to say. He said, all right, then let's complete the mission in one go. But first, we must make sure that only Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan and Long Chen are on the Draconic Sacrificial Continent. Chapter 3472. 10 days passed, then half a month. Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan's chess game was calmer than Long Chen. They were above the Eternal God domain and below the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram. Below them was the prosperous Draconic Sacrificial Continent. Excluding the Creator Gods, it was the most prosperous place in the myriad worlds. How tolerant. Long Chen couldn't help laughing after losing another game. She probably lost her courage because I'm here. Maybe she's nearby, Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan said. Long Chen thought about it and agreed. But for some reason, he still felt a sense of danger. He suddenly had an idea and said, Sword Ancestor, do you think that the demon ancestor 9 is not the only one who wants me dead at Mount Biyao? Why do you say that? Long Chen thought for a moment and said, that day when I fought with Ancestor Sacrificial God, I suddenly felt Ancestor Sacrificial God's killing intent. His eyes seemed to want to take my life, but I have come into contact with him during the Doomsday War. I don't feel that he is such a person. When he invited me to fight, his attitude was too intense, not like the last time I met him. Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan gripped his sword. Now that you mention it, I find it strange too. I met him then, and he seemed to be a calm person. He wouldn't be so intense. Long Chen thought for a moment, then said, I don't know if you believe me, but I have a feeling that Sacred Ancestor Ho-E is acting a little strange this time. His eyes seem to be hiding some sort of emotion. I didn't pay it much attention before, but there's something wrong with Ancestor Sacrificial God. I wonder if that hidden emotion is killing intent. I believe you. Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan nodded at Long Chen's words. In truth, Demon Ancestor 9 and Ancestor Donghua have no reason to kill you, but they did and fled. Saint Ancestor Ho-E and Ancestor Sacrificial have no reason to kill you, but since Ancestor Donghua is in such a state, it's normal for them to want to kill you. Long Chen smiled bitterly. As for the reason, it's hard to guess. In any case, I can't figure it out. If they all attack and are caught, then the truth will be revealed. That's true. Right at this moment, the two of them looked at each other and felt the crisis of death. Without needing to communicate, they knew that the enemy had made their move. They had chosen a very suitable time, but the problem was that they didn't know that the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram was hidden on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. There had to be a reason why the Primordial Battle Ancestor could hide the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram. Ding! With a tearing sound, the entire Dragon Sacrificial Continent instantly fell into darkness. That was because the Eternal Steel Diagram had changed from its hidden state to its Steel Fortress state. A quaint iron arrow pierced the divine pattern of Eternal Steel right above Long Chen's head. If not for the divine pattern of Eternal Steel blocking it, the arrow would have probably pierced through Long Chen's slaughter and time and killed Long Chen. Sacred Ancestor Ho-Yi's arrow. When Long Chen looked up, the arrow was already disappearing in the sky, and a hole about a meter deep had been pierced through the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram. Even Sacred Ancestor Ho-Yi's arrow had failed to penetrate the diagram. Here it comes. Let Pangu and Hunkin Ancestor gods play this game together. Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan drew out his world origin, Divine Sword Yi Yuan, and rushed out of the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram to attack his opponent. He was very straightforward. Long Chen had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Sacred Ancestor Ho Yi's arrow had confirmed his previous guess. Indeed, Sacred Ancestor Ho Yi also wanted his life. The previous challenge might have been to kill me, but in the end, the primordial battle ancestor came, so they gave up. Long Chen sorted out the cause and effect. The previous trap and this sneak attack had actually been blocked by the primordial battle ancestor for Long Chen. Sacred Ancestor Ho Yi had probably never imagined that the divine eternal steel diagram would appear. Long Chen looked up and saw a huge group. They had all appeared here, and they looked very surprised. Sacred Ancestor Ho Yi, Sacred Ancestor Skycloud, Demon Ancestor 9 God Ancestor Ji, the Arch Ancestor Donghua, they're all here. These people were the group that had chased Long Chen the first time he entered Mount Buzhou. Not a single one had been left out. Long Chen had originally thought that only Sacred Ancestor Ho Yi and God Ancestor Ji were present. He had not expected there to be so many. They're all here. That's even better. Let the show begin. Long Chen could only say that the Primordial War Ancestor's Eternal Steel Divine Diagram had been set up at just the right time. The attack that the other party had been preparing for a long time had failed. Furthermore, it had been completely exposed. In other words, if they don't kill me today, they'll probably all have to flee in the future. They won't have another chance. This was also why Long Chen could not help but laugh. In an instant, Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan was awe-inspiring and fearless. Sword Qi surged into the sky, causing the group to scatter. This is... Sacred Ancestor Ho Yi and the others were dumbfounded. They had not expected such a protective diagram to exist. At this critical moment, there was no time for them to think. They knew that they had been exposed, and if they couldn't kill Long Chen, then they could only flee. But where could they run to with so many people? Kill. Sacred Ancestor Ho Yi made a decisive decision. Aside from Sacred Ancestor Skycloud, who wanted to stop Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan with his life, the other creator gods swarmed toward Long Chen like a swarm of bees. In the blink of an eye, aside from Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan and Sacred Ancestor Skycloud, everyone else was above Long Chen. Long Chen was only separated from them by the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram, which was 10 meters thick. If not for the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram, these two would definitely be able to tear Long Chen to pieces before Long Chen's reinforcements arrived. Die! With the 9 demon ancestors' shrill cry, an overwhelming amount of world source energy and laws attacked the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram. Boom! 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 The entire Eternal Steel Divine Diagram trembled to a terrifying degree. Once the protective diagram was broken, Long Chen, the entire dragon sacrificial continent, and the trillions of living beings would be destroyed in a short time. After all, Sacred Ancestor Ho Yi and the others only had one chance. The Eternal Steel Divine Diagram rapidly collapsed. Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan needed 15 minutes to destroy it, but the dozen or so ancestor gods before him, especially Sacred Ancestor Ho Yi and the 9 demon ancestor, only had 1/3 of that time. 1/3 wasn't much longer. One could see that the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram was only 9 meters thick, then 8 meters, 7 meters. Of course, the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram was constantly regenerating and recovering. In any case, all they could see was the dazzling laws and the terrifying, deafening rumbles. Such an attack would still affect the dragon sacrificial continent to a certain extent. But even so, Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan and Long Chen both wore faint smiles on their faces. In reality, the other party's frenzied attacks were meaningless. Ever since the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram appeared, Long Chen was destined to not lose. Bloodthirsty Tyrant Dragon Sword Prison. Long Chen killed his own attack from within the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram. This was the moment when the 9 demon ancestor approached to attack. Long Chen's billions of sword qi swept up a blood-colored sword qi divine dragon, which instantly collided with the 9 demon ancestor. Long Chen. The Nine demon ancestor let out an enraged scream, but she still couldn't avoid being ambushed by Long Chen's sword chi. She was badly mutilated. Her eyes were bloodshot as she retreated to the periphery. She saw that Long Chen was right in front of her, but she couldn't kill him. This feeling was too depressing and manic. It wasn't just her. Even Sacred Ancestor Ho-I was going crazy. Forbidden World. Long Chen maintained a calm expression. Separated by the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram, he used a law to descend on Sacred Ancestor Ho-I. In order to destroy the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram, Sacred Ancestor Ho-I was exhausted. Now that he was under the control of the Forbidden World, he was still imprisoned for 3 breaths of time under Long Chen's powerful law of time. Without the attacks of Sacred Ancestor Ho-I and the Nine demon ancestor, the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram regained its 1 meter thickness. This 1 meter thickness left Long Chen's opponents in utter despair. Accept your fate. This time, you have lost, Long Chen said indifferently as he retracted his massacre and scrutinized his opponents. You have to die. Sacred Ancestor Ho-I fired another arrow at the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram. It caused a terrifying tremor, but it only reduced the thickness by half a meter. There was still more than 6 meters left. The Nine demon ancestor's face was twisted with madness. She grabbed her black needle and stabbed it at Long Chen's eyes. But no matter how crazy she was, she couldn't break through the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram in a short time. Of course, it wouldn't be difficult for them to break through the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram if they were given some time. The problem was that they didn't have the time to do so. Why are you putting up such a pointless struggle? If you can obediently explain why you want to kill me, perhaps the Ancestor God Alliance will spare you. Even though he was facing an attack that could destroy him, he didn't even blink. In his eyes, the group before him was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Because you deserve to die. The Nine demon ancestor shrieked. In front of the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram, she was like a madwoman. Forget it. Your chance is gone. Before subduing them, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to converse with them. After all, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of them. At that moment, he opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate behind the Ancestor Gods. The Death Realm Dragon Gate split open, revealing 2 Ancestor Gods. One of them was tall and stalwart, emanating an aura of wilderness. He looked ancient, majestic, and vast. He was the creator of Pangu continent, the ancestor god of the 5th era, Pangu. The other one could be a tiger, a swimming fish, and a rock. He had 3 divine bodies and limitless divine energy. Naturally, he was ancestor god Hun Kuan, an ancestral beast from the Eastern Galaxy. Chapter 3473. Long Chen had saved the lives of these 2, and they were on very good terms with Long Chen. They were the few who treated Long Chen the best among the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds. Like Qiyu, these 2 had been born at the beginning of the 5th epoch, and were among the more powerful ancestor gods of the 5th epoch. Sacred Ancestor Ho-I, Sacred Ancestor Skycloud, and Demon Ancestor Nine were too weak before them. As for Emperor Ancestor Donghua and the others, they were even weaker. You still don't intend to stop? Ancestor God Hun Kuan sneered. He was skilled in the laws of time, space, and devouring. With his anger, all the rebelling ancestor gods were suppressed in front of him, bound by the laws of space and unable to move. The space around them solidified into ropes, completely trapping them. Sacred Ancestor Ho-I, Demon Ancestor Nine, and even the distant Sacred Ancestor Skycloud were bound by the spatial ropes, unable to move at all. They were at the mercy of Ancestor God Pangu and Ancestor God Hun Kuan. Seeing that they had been captured, Long Chen emerged from the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram and gathered with Sword Ancestor Yuan. I said, you've lost. Long Chen glared at Demon Ancestor Nine. Count yourself lucky, but as long as we don't die, you can forget about living. Demon Ancestor Nine struggled frantically, but she could not break free. All she could do was glare at Longchen fiercely, wanting nothing more than to eat Longchen up. I'm still not satisfied. Longchen could not wait to know why they wanted to assassinate him. Seeing that demon ancestor 9 was not listening, Longchen said to ancestor god Hun Kun, Senior, the evidence is conclusive. Everyone has seen it, and the two of you know it very well. Let's report this to the Ancestor God Alliance. Let them handle this matter. It wasn't that Longchen was relying on the Ancestral Gods Alliance, but this matter concerned the 3 ancestral gods of the 6th era. Longchen didn't have the authority to punish them. If he punished them on his own, he might even bring trouble to Ancestral God Hun Kun and the others. After all, they had already been captured, and according to the procedures of the myriad worlds, Longchen didn't want to bring trouble to himself. Ancestor God Hun Kun snorted coldly, these fellows are biting the hand that feeds them. They have no sense of shame. There's no way we'll be able to punish them if we get someone from the Ancestor God Alliance to come out. I think we might as well just kill them. That was Ancestral God Hun Kun's temperament. Of course, he was just joking. No one dared to act rashly behind the Ancestral God Alliance's back right now, besides these blind fools. Primeval War Ancestor is here as well. When Longchen opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate, he let Primeval War Ancestor come here. He was originally busy, but when he heard that Longchen had captured them, he came over. However, he didn't expect that he would capture so many other than the 9 demon ancestor. He stood in front of Sacred Ancestor Ho-E and said, "It seems like if I didn't show up the last time, you would have killed Longchen." Even at this level, Sacred Ancestor Ho-E wasn't afraid. He sneered, of course, he can only blame himself for being too lucky. So, you've confessed to your actions and your sins. When Primeval War Ancestor said this, Sacred Ancestor Ho-E shut his mouth. This was the greatest shock to the myriad worlds after the Doomsday War. Very quickly, although the other members of the Ancestor Gods Alliance had yet to arrive, their silhouettes had already arrived at the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Not long after, over 100 Ancestor Gods from the Ancestor Gods Alliance from the 4th and 5th eras had basically all arrived. Everyone's eyes were cold as they scrutinized Longchen and the dozen or so who were bound. Longchen, it's you again. Why are you always the one with the most problems? Among the 4th era's ancestral gods, the Chaos Hole Shaman Ancestor's voice was cold as he expressed his dissatisfaction. Shaman Ancestor, someone wants to kill me, but it has nothing to do with me. Now that everyone is here, it's time for me to understand why they attacked me. Also, it's time for them to be punished. Facing the 4th era's ancestral god, the Chaos Hole Shaman Ancestor, Longchen's attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. He was the victim this time, so there was no reason for him to lower his head. Among them, the Chaos Hole Shaman Ancestor said, "Primeval, since you're here, interrogate him. We'll just watch." They had come after learning that Sacred Ancestor Ho-E had led a group of people to kill Longchen but had been captured. Furthermore, Sacred Ancestor Ho-E was in cahoots with the 9 demon ancestor, who had wanted to kill Longchen, so he couldn't escape suspicion. The Primeval War Ancestor stood before everyone and said in a deep voice. The 4th era's ancestral god's divine might was so oppressive that even Primeval War Ancestor could hardly breathe. He asked, now, in front of the Ancestral Gods Alliance, "Tell me why you schemed to kill Longchen time and time again, targeting his world origin each time." Under Primeval War Ancestor's interrogation, Longchen thought that they wouldn't speak, but the 9 demon ancestor directly said, "What other reason could there be? Because we hate him and are jealous of him. We were the first to discover and occupy the space within Mount Fiend God Biyao, but he obtained the origin dragon soul of the Void Aeon Dragon without our consent. The Void Aeon Dragon is the 3rd era's origin ancestral dragon, so we definitely hate him for losing such an important item." At the side, the sacrificial god ancestor said, "Dear ancestral gods, Longchen has the ancestral dragon's inheritance, and with the Void Aeon Dragon's inheritance, he will sooner or later become stronger than all of you. Sooner or later, he will rule over the myriad worlds, just like before the epoch, when all the ancestral gods were suppressed by the ancestral dragon and had to listen to the ancestral dragon's will. I already have conflicts with Long Chen, so when he becomes stronger than me, it will be terrible. Therefore, we discussed and gathered together to eliminate this scourge for all the ancestral gods. We are all doing this for all the ancestral gods, so please don't punish us and kill Long Chen on account of this. It sounded like the truth, but it was not the answer that Long Chen wanted. Long Chen knew that this was definitely not the truth. When he took away the Void Aeon Dragon, they were not like this. Back then, Sacred Ancestor Long Chen had also given up and had no intention of becoming enemies with Long Chen. But at this moment, in front of the ancestral gods, Sacred Ancestor Ho-E said, just as Ancestor God Ancestor said, after our discussion, we feel that Long Chen must be eliminated. His draconic sacrificial continent and the mystical dragon clan have already surpassed the fourth epoch's ancestral god Ancestor. Moreover, after our probing, we discovered that he is a ruthless, protective, and vengeful person. Once the myriad worlds are under his control, without anyone to restrict him, the future of the myriad worlds and the ancestral gods of the myriad worlds will definitely be tragic. Therefore, we have decided to act. We believe that the ancestral gods alliance will definitely understand us. Now that Long Chen is weak, but he has already roped in a group of ancestral gods, his future is unimaginable. This is our only chance, so let's kill him now. Enough. Primordial War Ancestor could not bear to listen any further. This was not the reason he wanted, it was simply nonsense. Although this explanation made sense, it was based on the fact that Long Chen had not interacted with them before. However, Long Chen had interacted with them and knew that they would not kill Long Chen for this reason. At the very least, the Arch-Ancestor Dong Hua was not such a person. Long Chen walked in front of the Arch-Ancestor Dong Hua and said, "You have helped me before. When I first entered the interior of the fiend god Buzhou mountain, it was you who helped me. When I almost stepped into the 9 soul binding array, it was also you who helped me and reminded me. Then, how could you be with them and use this senseless reason to kill me?" To be honest, Long Chen was a little agitated. He did not do anything. Moreover, during the Doomsday War and all the previous battles, he worked hard for the myriad realms and sacrificed for the ancestor gods without asking for anything in return. But now, he was so badly slandered by them. The power of words could sometimes be so hurtful. Facing Long Chen's questioning, the Arch-Ancestor Dong Hua smiled and said, "Are you a fool? Of course, it was to get closer to you. If not, would you have trusted me? Would you have really been led into the trap of the 9 demon ancestor? Stupid ancestral dragon, you deserve to die. Even if you don't die today, one day, you will be killed by our ancestor gods. You and our ancestor gods are not on the same side." This answer made Long Chen a little confused. Damn, this was really ridiculous. Long Chen did not expect that such a reason would work. The key was that someone actually believed it. Alright, we understand. In the Ancestor God Alliance, the chaotic whole ancestor was a little impatient and said, "Long Chen, you don't have to be anxious or care about it. The reason is simple. These fellows are thinking too much. We can still see your contributions to the myriad realms. As for your future achievements, it is uncertain. These fellows are too sensitive, so they committed such a mistake. Although it is unforgivable, it is not serious. Yes, although they have gone overboard, Long Chen, you don't need to care about it. As the saying goes, right and wrong are in the heart. You know best what kind of person you are. It is not that others think you are a great evil, but you are. As for this matter, they are too sensitive. Just lock them up and let them reflect." This was another fellow who disliked Long Chen. He was the common people's imperial ancestor of the common people's imperial domain. The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. There are many things to do in the myriad realms, and we need peace. Killing is wrong. Every ancestor god has the right to live. Ho-E and the others made a private guess and tried to kill people. Fortunately, they did not succeed. This behavior is wrong. They should be locked up for 5,000 years to reflect and change their minds. Only then can they be released, said another fellow who disliked Long Chen. The primordial chaos ancestor god said, 5,000 years is not a short time. Let's leave it at that. I also think that 5,000 years is enough for them to think things through. Moreover, when the time comes, we can let them come out and see if Long Chen is as heartless and evil as they think, said the ancestor of original soul. In fact, the other few didn't have any evil intentions, but the key was that they didn't really understand the situation. What made Long Chen depressed was that he knew that the reason given by Ho Yi and the others was definitely not the real reason. As for the punishment of 5,000 years, Long Chen didn't think it was a problem. At least after 5,000 years, these ancestor gods of the sixth era would no longer be a threat to him. When the time came, they would be tortured by Long Chen. The key was the reason. Chapter 3474. This definitely wasn't the reason. Hearing Long Chen's words, Mortal People Emperor Ancestor smiled and asked, "Then tell me, what other reason do they have to kill you? Or are you not satisfied with the punishment and want to kill them?" Long Chen, when you imprisoned Nightmare Ancestor God, you must have acted on your own, right? The last sentence was something many Ancestor God Alliance didn't know about. Primal War Ancestor definitely wouldn't say anything about it. Who knew how Mortal People Emperor Ancestor found out? Long Chen tossed that aside and said, "I am satisfied with the punishment, but I need to know why they want to kill me." The Nine Demon Ancestor laughed, "You are truly laughable. If it wasn't for the fact that we loathe you, we would still want to kill you. Could it be that we have a problem? Ancestor gods, if you don't kill Long Chen today, I believe that there will be a day when you will regret it." Preposterous. Chaos Cave Ancestor roared in rage and made Nine Demon Ancestor shut his mouth. In the end, Chaos Cave Ancestor said, "Enough, let's not waste time on this. Since everyone has decided to imprison him for 5,000 years, then let's do it. If anyone has any objections, feel free to speak up." Long Chen had objections, but the Chaos Hole Sorcerer Ancestor was asking for the opinion of the Ancestor God Alliance. Everyone in the Ancestor God Alliance felt that this matter was pointless. The Primordial War Ancestor was willing to speak up for Long Chen, but apart from him, all the Fourth Epoch's Primordial Ancestor gods had agreed, so his objections were useless. Enough. Since everyone has agreed, then this matter will end here. Leave these 10 or so fellows to me. Ancestral God Hunkin, escort them to the Black Hole Shaman world. Chaos Cave Ancestor said lazily. Ancestor God Alliance had made a decision and there was no way to reverse it. Long Chen was really helpless. Primal War Ancestor said, "Why send them to your Chaos Cave Shaman world? Since I am here, I can imprison them." This way, Long Chen could still get close to them and find out the truth. On the other side, Common People Emperor Ancestor smiled, "So you want Long Chen to torture them before you imprison them? Primal War Ancestor, you are too protective of him." The matter of the Nightmare Ancestor God was indeed a taboo, and it had brought some trouble to the Primordial War Ancestor. Of course, the Primordial War Ancestor didn't care at all. He said, "Just leave one on my side. I can guarantee his safety. I'll leave my words here. If anyone doesn't believe me, they can come and check." Primordial War Ancestor's words carried enormous weight. Since he had already spoken to such an extent, if others continued to insist, then they would be going against him directly. Seeing that he was so stubborn, Emperor Ancestor Common People's Emperor was too lazy to fight with another Fourth Era Ancestor God over such an unrelated matter, so he didn't say anything more. As such, the Primordial War Ancestor had kept the Nine Demon Ancestor and imprisoned it in the world he had created in front of everyone. He knew that Long Chen needed the Nine Demon Ancestor. As for the others, Ancestor God Hun Kun used the Death World to send them to the Chaos Hole Shaman Ancestor. At this juncture, Saint Ancestor Ho Yi and the others were still cursing and begging the other Ancestor gods to kill Long Chen. Of course, the Ancestor God Alliance wouldn't just kill Long Chen for such a reason. After all, there were many people in the Alliance who were grateful to Long Chen. Maintaining the order of the myriad worlds was just a part of their wish. For example, Ancestor God Hun Kuan and Ancestor God Pangu had become good friends with Long Chen. For example, the primordial chaos Ancestor God and the others had no ill intentions towards Long Chen. At this time, the matter was settled. The Ancestor Gods dispersed one by one, leaving behind Primordial War Ancestor, Ancestor God Pangu, Ancestor God Hun Kuan, and Sword Ancestor Yuan. No matter what, these people are imprisoned. Within 5,000 years, they won't do anything to you. And after 5,000 years, I believe they won't be your match, said the Primordial War Ancestor. Being able to keep the 9 Demon Ancestor alive was already a pretty good result. Do you think that what they said wasn't the real reason? Asked the Primordial War Ancestor. Long Chen shook his head and said with certainty, definitely not. The Primordial War Ancestor said, all right, I will go to the original soul world another day and let the original soul ancestor search for her ancestral soul to see what she is thinking. Leave this matter to me, don't worry. Hearing this news, Long Chen was extremely grateful to the Primordial War Ancestor. Today, for him, he had even clashed with the Mortal People Emperor Ancestor and Chaos Whole Ancestor. Don't be agitated. What I have done is nothing compared to the debt of saving my life. The Primordial War Ancestor didn't smile, but he was very sincere. Yes, Long Chen. It's just that when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. You don't have to care about some boring words. Ancestor God Pangu said. Truthfully, he was very touched by them. Everyone, don't worry. I know how to walk the path of the future. That would be the greatest repayment to them. That's right. Ancestor God Hun Kuan patted Long Chen's shoulder. He really appreciated Long Chen. This matter was over. Now, they just had to wait for the news from the Primordial War Ancestor. Then, Ancestor God Pangu and Ancestor God Hun Kuan returned. Not long after, Sword Ancestor Yuan saw that there was nothing else for him to do, so he left first. Without any threats, peace returned to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. About 4 hours later, the Primordial War Ancestor contacted him from the distant original soul world. His tone was a little strange. Long Chen, I might have to disappoint you. The result is. The original soul ancestor said that he searched through the memories of the 9 Demon Ancestor and found out that she hated you and was jealous of you. She felt that you were the future calamity of the myriad worlds. You taking away the origin dragon soul of the void universe dragon was the fuse. I have a good relationship with the original soul ancestor. He wouldn't lie to us over such a small matter. What do you think? Long Chen also believed in the original soul ancestor, but he still couldn't accept this result. It was obvious that there was an unimaginable power that changed everything. But what was it? Let's leave it at that for now. I need to calm down. Long Chen replied. Even the original soul ancestor said so. He really didn't know how to guess. Don't worry. I still believe in you. If you have any ideas that can let you know the truth, you can come to me or her. The Primordial War Ancestor said to himself. Okay. This was the only thing he could do now. After all, even the original soul ancestor couldn't find the real reason. He definitely couldn't find it in a short time either. This matter was like a stone hanging over his head. Although he was safe for the time being, Long Chen was worried that this stone would fall on his head one day. No matter what, I'm weak in terms of strength. Lingxi and Kitten have reached the 8th era's original ancestor realm. I have to work hard too. Now that the Dragon Sacrificial Continent was protected by the Eternal Steel Divine Diagram, Long Chen prepared to return to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time and cultivate in seclusion. This would give him enough time to ponder over the rules and condense a new origin of the world. As for the origin dragon souls of the other ancestral dragons, the origin of the world, and everything else that was lost, the dragon attendants were searching for them. This time, the days were truly settled. The days of true cultivation no longer had the concept of time. In normal days, Li Xuanji spent more time with Long Yan and Long Lin. Now that she could use Long Chen's origin of the world and origin energy, she was equivalent to a doppelganger of Long Chen. Furthermore, it was a doppelganger that didn't need to cultivate at all. It was very easy. Lingxi needed to recover the origin of the world together with Long Chen. Mo Xiaolang was also relaxed. However, he was worried that he didn't have anything new to devour. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to make progress. On the other hand, Kitten was very fast. After all, he was recovering his strength, which was a bit faster than Long Chen. On the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, 1,000 years passed. Before Long Chen could condense the second origin of the world, Kitten had already recovered 3 origins of the world and returned to the 7th era's ancestral god realm. He was almost at the peak of the 6th era's ancestral god realm. Now, he was still the strongest destruction ancestral god in the myriad worlds. After 2,000 years, Lingxi condensed the 3rd origin of the world in the White Lotus and reached the 7th era's ancestral god realm. Her strength was almost the same as Kitten's. At this time, the 2 children, Long Yan and Long Lin, had already reached the peak of half-ancestral god realm. However, they still couldn't condense the origin of the world. Long Chen was also thinking about it because he encountered a big problem. They weren't ancestral gods born in the myriad worlds, but were born by Long Chen. Although they had the complete origin dragon soul and inheritance blood essence, they didn't have the origin of the world after all. Therefore, their future might be the destruction ancestral god. Long Chen came to this conclusion. The destruction ancestral god might not give up. At least, it was highly possible that the 4th era's ancestral god realm might not be their final destination. It's over. I guess I can't keep my position as the strongest destruction ancestral god anymore. Kitten was speechless. After all, in terms of talent, these 2 little ancestral dragons were really heaven-defying. After 2,200 years, there were 2 pieces of good news. First, Lingxi's black prison had also condensed the 3rd origin of the world. After all, the White Lotus had the 3rd origin of the world. With experience and all kinds of assistance, the 3rd origin of the world in the black prison would condense faster. Lingxi's strength instantly leaped above Kitten's, reaching a level equivalent to the peak of the 7th era's ancestral god realm, which was the same level as the ancestral god realm. If Long Chen wanted to defeat her, he would have to spend a lot of effort. The second piece of good news was, Lingxi was pregnant for the 2nd time. Long Chen originally thought that it was a miracle that she could give birth to a little ancestral dragon. He didn't expect her to be pregnant a 2nd time. It was probably because her physique had greatly improved. If she hadn't reached the 7th era's ancestral god realm, she probably wouldn't have been able to withstand Long Chen's powerful bloodline. But this pregnancy would probably take a longer time. After all, it was only after 3,000 years of seclusion that he could vaguely see that it was a little dragon. It was still a long time before it was born. And until 4,000 years later, Long Chen finally condensed the 2nd origin of the world in the midst of slaughter and successfully reached the 8th era's ancestral god realm. At the same time, he made huge progress. Chapter 3475. Firstly, the 2nd blood-red world's origin was formed in slaughter. Among them, the ancestral soul of slaughter was divided into 2. Actually, in terms of a single world's origin, Long Chen's blood-red world's origin was mostly slaughter and death. In terms of power, it was much more powerful and terrifying than others' world's origin, which was all-encompassing. Therefore, the power of the 2 worlds' origin in slaughter was close to that of others' world's origin, which was the 7th era's ancestor god. Plus the superiority of the rules, the 7th era's ancestor god was naturally not a match for Long Chen. The 2nd world's origin of slaughter took 4,000 years. For the ancestor gods, 4,000 years was very short. Especially when he was on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, it was only about 4 months in the outside world. The reason why it seemed slow was that Lingxi and Kitten recovered faster. Since they were all recovering after obtaining inheritances, it was normal for them to be a little faster. After the formation of the second world's origin of slaughter, Longchen didn't stop in a hurry. Now that he had a lot of experience, plus the surprise of Lingxi's pregnancy, he felt very happy. Then, he started to cultivate the second world's origin of time. It wasn't difficult for him. He just needed time. When another month passed in the infinite worlds, another 1,000 years passed in the fourth floor of the Tower of Time. In total, 5,000 years had passed in this secluded cultivation. During this half a year, the dragon sacrificial continent was peaceful and developed rapidly. The population increased rapidly, reaching an unprecedented level of prosperity since the beginning of the era. The entire world was harmonious and happy, which was what Longchen longed for. Especially when he reached the 8th era's ancestor realm, the dragon sacrificial continent was still expanding because of his growth, becoming more magnificent and magnificent. The divine dragon clan was incomparably powerful. Apart from the ancestor gods of the infinite worlds, no other race in the infinite worlds could match the divine dragon clan. Billions of divine dragons soared. Under such circumstances, about half a year passed in the infinite worlds, and about 5,000 years passed in the fourth floor of the Tower of Time. The second world's origin of time was also formed. Now, Longchen was the origin of 2 worlds, and had reached the level of the 8th era's primordial ancestor god. His strength had also risen to an unprecedented level. To be honest, Longchen would rather stay here and improve himself, but he couldn't. Firstly, the accumulation of time might not be effective in the later realms. Secondly, he had to find the world origin and origin dragon soul as soon as possible. Thirdly, the strange behavior of the 9 demon ancestor and the others was still a thorn in Longchen's heart. He had a premonition that if he did not clarify this matter, there would definitely be huge trouble in the future. Therefore, when the origins of the 2 worlds finally arrived at the 8th era, Longchen left the Tower of Time and returned to Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Rest well. Lingxi was working hard for the sake of Longchen's 3rd child. This was clearly an unusual child, and the commotion it caused was even greater than that of Longlin. Don't worry, it's not the first time. Naturally, Lingxi cherished this child very much. Lingxi felt that he was lucky. After all, when he came, the infinite worlds were already in a peaceful state, unlike before, which was plagued with disasters. The lives of Longchen and the others were also guaranteed to a certain extent. After returning to Dragon Sacrificial Continent and witnessing the changes in the past half a year, Longchen was very satisfied and emotional. The new living beings born in Dragon Sacrificial Continent were simply much better than before. Nowadays, the divine dragons that had just been born, no matter how low level they were almost in the realm of gods. The proportion of mortals in the entire Dragon Sacrificial Continent was getting lower and lower. This was all thanks to Longchen. On Dragon Sacrificial Continent, he naturally received unparalleled respect, even though most of the divine dragons were still his ancestors. It's time to look for demon ancestor 9. This matter was a knot in Longchen's heart, and it had to be resolved. He traveled through the death realm and arrived at the primitive warship. Of course, when Longchen was in seclusion, he would leave the death realm Dragon Gate in the infinite worlds every 1,000 years or so to prevent this huge advantage from disappearing. The protective array diagram of the primitive warship should have taken shape. At least from the outside, there seemed to be nothing, but Longchen had a vague feeling that this primitive warship was now an iron fortress. Even the other 4th era ancestor gods might not be able to break it and enter. The steel race in the primitive warship was truly safe, and Longchen was still far from it. Come in. The primordial war ancestor knew of his arrival. After not seeing you for half a year, I didn't expect you to have already reached the realm of the 8th era ancestor god. You must have made a huge breakthrough in terms of combat power. Congratulations. The primordial war ancestor activated the array diagram for Longchen. When Longchen entered, the primordial war ancestor appeared beside him. Although he was from the steel race, one could still see a sincere smile on his face. As far as the eye could see, because of the return of the primordial war ancestor, the primitive worship was now unprecedentedly prosperous. The overall quality of the steel race was also improving, and even the number of supreme deity realm experts had increased significantly. The previous primordial war god had improved by a lot. You want to understand Demon Ancestor 9, right? The primordial war ancestor clearly knew the purpose of his visit. It's been half a year, and I still want to understand why she wants to kill me, Long Chen said firmly. Although I went in a few more times and used all kinds of methods, I still couldn't get the truth you want, but I still have to let you find out for yourself. Regarding the matter of Demon Ancestor 9, I have indeed tried my best. Even the primordial war ancestor couldn't do anything. In theory, Long Chen couldn't get the reason he wanted. In fact, he didn't even know what reason he wanted. He only knew that it definitely wasn't what she said. Go in. The primordial war ancestor opened a world for Long Chen. That was the place where he imprisoned Demon Ancestor 9. Long Chen entered directly, and the primordial war ancestor closed it. He also said, if you need anything, just tell me directly. This primordial hell is a completely sealed space. As long as you don't kill her, you can do anything. No one will know. War ancestor, do you think I can defeat and kill her? Long Chen asked. I have more confidence in you than anyone else. To be honest, I feel that in less than 100 years, you will probably surpass me. I'm different from other short-sighted people. At this time, I have to build a good relationship with you. It was rare for the primordial war ancestor to make such a joke. Of course, this also showed his absolute trust in Long Chen. Of course, that was his hope for Long Chen, but it was also Long Chen's goal. In half a year, he would reach the 8th era's primordial ancestor realm. In 100 years, he would even reach the 3rd era's primordial ancestor realm, truly standing at the peak of ancestor gods. He didn't seek to dominate the myriad realms, but to protect the myriad realms' peace. Rumble. The primordial hell was sealed. This was a world sealed off by layers of steel. It was completely dark, and there was no trace of spiritual chi. It was definitely an extremely silent prison. It was empty, and as long as one moved, there would be endless echoes. Although there were no disasters, it was indeed a nightmarish place. The Nightmare Ancestor God and the 9 Demon Ancestor were both here. Of course, they were separated, and had no chance to communicate with each other. Within the primordial hell, Long Chen immediately saw the 9 Demon Ancestor. The 9 Demon Ancestor was curled up into a ball with a pale face. Naturally, he saw Long Chen immediately because the 9 Demon Ancestor was here. As soon as he entered, he could feel the extreme coldness. Long Chen, you still dare to come here? The 9 Demon Ancestor stood up from her curled-up state. Endless chilly storms surrounded her jade-green dress, and her ink-colored cloak fluttered in the wind. Her eyes had already condensed into frost. I won't rest until the truth that I want is revealed. At this time, Long Chen walked step by step in front of her. Their powers collided in this sealed, primordial hell. The truth. What truth do you want? The reason why we want to kill you. That's right. The 9 Demon Ancestor giggled. She twisted her waist and swayed left and right in front of Long Chen. Didn't I tell you before? The reason is that we hate and envy you. Isn't that enough? Long Chen knew she would say this. No matter how deep you hide, I will always have a way to make you say it. Lingxi had learned many powerful curses over the years, and she could definitely make this 9 Demon Ancestor wish she was dead. However, Long Chen was afraid of troubling the primordial war ancestor, so unless he had no other choice, he would not choose this method. All right. Actually, I can tell you. Suddenly, the 9 Demon Ancestor stopped laughing, and it turned into a cold and creepy smile. That smile made one's hair stand on end. The condition? There had to be a condition for her to endure until now. As Longchen expected, she said, "That's simple. As long as you can defeat me and heavily injure me, you will have the qualifications." "I will tell you." Longchen understood that this was actually a trick. She wanted to kill Longchen outside, and in this primordial hell, she wanted to do the same. This time, she wanted to seize this opportunity. She could have attacked directly, but she was worried that Longchen would escape and waste this rare opportunity. She wanted Longchen to attack her, and then she would find a chance to kill Longchen. It would usually happen in an instant, and the primordial war ancestor might not be able to save Longchen. Longchen immediately knew what he was up to. However, he didn't reject her. Even if she would act shamelessly when the time came, Longchen wouldn't back down from today's battle. If he didn't defeat her, she wouldn't say anything. And if he defeated her, there was still a chance. "I agree. But, as the primordial god, please keep your promise. Don't worry, I can't lie to you. I know you have improved, but in terms of cultivation, the gap between us is huge. You really are brave." The nine-yin demon ancestor could not help but snicker. Chapter 3476. Of course, she did not expect Longchen to be so stupid as to agree. "I can only say that this guy is too gullible. I have to grab this chance, I have to." The nine-yin demon ancestor kept reminding herself. From her expression, it could be seen that she was getting more and more ferocious. Between her fingers, there was a black needle. This was the source of her world, and also the source of all these destinable divine treasures or Tao treasures in the nine-yin ancestor realm. Sharp, ferocious, killing without a trace. Its name was 9 Deaths. Mysterious needle, 9 Deaths. In this dark world, only the tip of the 9 Deaths needle shone with a deadly cold light. "Then, let's start now." The nine-yin demon ancestor lowered her head and squinted her eyes. Her gaze was getting crazier and crazier. Of course, to herself, she was definitely full of confidence. She had seen how Longchen had defeated the sacrificial god ancestor, but there was a fundamental difference between the 6th and 7th era ancestor gods. "Kill." As the nine-yin demon ancestor's ferocious voice rang out, the killing began in this sealed primordial hell. The nine-yin demon ancestor naturally had the mentality of getting rid of Longchen once and for all. Her first move was definitely a fatal one. 9-yin soul-binding design. The previous design descended once again. Yin energy swept out like an ocean, and Longchen was instantly trapped within it. Around him, the 6 demon god statues suppressed him and descended. Hong hong hong. Endless yin energy surged towards him. Even before he attacked, the coldness was already bone-chilling. This 9-yin soul-binding design reminded Longchen of the last time. Back then, Emperor Donghua had tricked Longchen, and Longchen had almost been destroyed by this 9-yin soul-binding design. Therefore, he naturally had a deep impression of this rule. This is just the rule that binds me. The killing move is yet to come. Longchen clearly understood this point. In the past, he had to risk his life in order to break this formation diagram. But this time, the Carnage sword had already appeared in his hand. Within the 9-yin soul-binding formation, Longchen had just formed the Carnage sword, and the Carnage sword in his hand swept out. Blood will sword. Boom boom boom. The surrounding demonic god statues all exploded. At that critical moment, Longchen had already escaped from the formation diagram, completely destroying it. At the same time, the 9-yin demon ancestor's killing blow landed on the 9-yin soul-binding formation. You dodged so quickly. The 9-yin demon ancestor hadn't been able to kill Longchen the first time, but she wasn't worried. She immediately launched her second attack. She seemed to have gone crazy. To her, this might be her last chance, so she completely abandoned everything, including her own life and death. Rainstorm Spirit. Swoosh. The mysterious needle, 9 Underworld, appeared in her hand. Her wrist was very beautiful, but the yin qi was too heavy. Now that she suddenly swung it, the 9 underworld instantly split from 1 into 2, then into 4, and then into many things. Swish swish swish. In the blink of an eye, the 9 underworld had become a rainstorm. Every raindrop was a 9 underworld. In this rainstorm, there were billions of 9 underworlds attacking Longchen. What they condensed was the power of death. To Longchen, in this rainstorm, every raindrop, every 9 underworld was a living being. It was as if they had grown eyes. Billions of 9 underworlds were staring at Longchen. The strength of this rule was that as long as it existed, it would not dissipate until it killed Longchen. Because of this, it was called the rainstorm spirit. Die. The 9 Yin demon ancestors' 4 world origins were unleashed to the extreme. Under her ferocious expression, she only wanted to take Longchen's life. Facing this rainstorm spirit, Longchen was calm. He stretched out his hand, and the power of time swept out. In an instant, it collided with the rainstorm and swept past. Forbidden world. In the past, it was a world origins rule. Now, it was released by the origin of 2 centuries. Its power was naturally different. The forbidden world's rule swept out. What the 9 Yin demon ancestor did not expect was that all the raindrops from the silver spirit would stop in the air, unable to move. Even if the 9 Yin demon ancestor used all his strength, there was still no movement. Longchen held him tightly. You have improved a lot. The 9 Yin demon ancestor could not help but become even more brutal. Even the rainstorm spirit was so easily controlled. In a moment of desperation, she did not retreat in shock. Instead, she advanced, condensing new rules and attacking. 8 Division Yin God. Hong Hong Hong. As her rule condensed, 8 waves of Yin Qi suddenly exploded. Black smoke rose, and within the smoke, 8 clones of the 9 Yin demon ancestor were born. They had the same power as the 9 Yin demon ancestor, but not all of them were the same. Moreover, they all looked different. Most of them were muscular and ugly men. Their eyes and mouths were huge, and they exuded power without being angry. Kill. The 8 Division Yin God and the 9 Yin demon ancestor attacked Longchen together. This was a suicidal attack. Facing the 9 Yin demon ancestor and the 8 Division Yin God, Longchen did not fear them at all. After the previous few battles, he already had a certain understanding of the 9 Yin demon ancestors' combat strength. Blood-sucking tyrant dragon sword prison. The violent sword Dao soared into the sky. Under Longchen's frenzied slash, the divine dragon formed by billions of sword qi attacked. 4 Division Yin gods were smashed into pieces by Longchen's killing rule. Hong. They exploded. Time demon dragon. On his left hand, the time around his arm exploded. The time demon dragon condensed within. It was fast and terrifying. Although it was released slower than the killing rule, it was the first to charge. The time chains contracted, trapping the 8 Division Yin God within. Under the violent suppression, the remaining 4 8 Division Yin God were smashed into pieces by Longchen. The 8 Division Yin God that the 9 Yin demon ancestor had painstakingly cultivated was destroyed by Longchen in just 2 moves. At this moment, the 9 Yin demon ancestor truly understood Longchen's current strength. No matter how much she did not believe it, she had to admit that Longchen had the strength to fight against her, the 6th era's ancestor god. From the start, Longchen had been breaking her killing move, and he was unharmed. I must kill him. The 9 Yin demon ancestor had such a thought. Even though the 8 Division Yin god was destroyed, she did not give up. In Longchen's eyes, this woman was a lunatic. Just as the 8 Division Yin spirits were being destroyed by Longchen, she, who was in the middle, did not retreat. Instead, she charged towards Longchen. Her power was extraordinary, and the Jiuming in her hand vibrated like never before, becoming exceptionally sharp. In the surrounding space, countless Yin Qi condensed into many long snakes. Even the ones that exploded from the 8 Division Een God were the same. Then, tens of thousands of long snakes gathered towards the 9 underworlds. In the end, they all entered the 9 underworlds. The entire primitive hell returned to its original state. It was even a little hot, and all the Een Chi was in the 9 underworlds. Long Chen had a premonition that this rule was specially created to kill opponents. Once it attacked, as long as it succeeded, there would only be one outcome, death. She still wanted him to die. He could tell from her crazed eyes. 10,000 Een stabs the heart. Stabs the heart. In that instant, the 9 hells shot out. In that instant, it split from 1 to 2. The first target was slaughter, and the second target was naturally time. In the face of such a killer move, Long Chen actually put away the time saber. He held the slaughter saber with both hands, and without saying a word, when the 9 underworld saber got close, he instantly burst forth and started fighting violently. 9 deaths slaying sword. In an instant, the slaughter seemed to have 9 segments. The blood-colored mystical dragon markings on it all lit up and came to life, coiling around the slaughter. This was a new transformation that Long Chen had gained in the massacre nomological laws over the past 5,000 years. It could bring out the full power of Long Chen's massacre universe, and it was a killing move that far surpassed the blood-devouring Tyrannosaurus dragon sword prison. To put it simply, there were a total of 9 swords. Every sword strike was a slaughter, and they were born to slaughter lives. The strength of each sword was equivalent to the blood-devouring Tyrannosaurus dragon sword prison. In fact, the further it went, the stronger it got. It was created to take lives. Simple, explosive. Long Chen held the sword with both hands, channeling all his strength into it. Each swing shook the heavens and earth. In front of him, there were 2 9 underworlds. Play. Chapter 3477. Ding, ding. Of the 2 9 underworlds, one was destroyed by Long Chen's 9 deaths slaughter sword, while the other was sent flying. However, it came back again in an instant, tearing through space at an incredible speed. The heart-piercing myriad shadows law still existed, killing without a trace. Break. The third sword landed on the 9 underworlds. Not only did the 9 underworlds not shatter, but it was also sent flying. It let out a shrill cry like a living thing. However, the 9 underworlds continued to charge forward after being destroyed. It was just that it was constantly trembling. Long Chen's 4th sword landed directly on it. In an instant, cracks appeared on the 9 underworlds, and the 9 Een evil ancestor let out a scream amidst the destruction. At this point, the 9 Een evil ancestor finally retracted the 9 underworlds. However, Long Chen rushed forward and slashed out 2 more times with the remaining 9 deaths slaughter sword. Under this terrifying sword move, the 9 Een evil ancestor's flesh crumbled and turned to dust. In the end, only the shattered 9 underworlds was left. The 9 Een evil ancestor had suffered a crushing defeat. Lingxi was in the primordial ancestor realm in the 7th era. She had 2 world origins, so she could basically dominate the 7th era's primordial ancestor realm and defeat the ancestral god sacrifice ancestor. Although Long Chen was in the 8th era's primordial ancestor realm and also had 2 world origins, Long Chen had surpassed her. At this moment, he was simply crushing the 9 Een evil ancestor. Although they had resisted for a while, the 9 Een evil ancestor was completely defeated. Although the 9 deaths slaughter sword was not completed, Long Chen still stopped. If he continued to attack, the 9 Een evil ancestor would definitely die. His 9 Een evil ancestor realm would also be destroyed, and countless gods and demons would die. This was not worth it. Long Chen only wanted to know their motives. However, to destroy the primordial ancestor god's body, Long Chen had grasped the 9 underworlds, which was the world's origin. His ancestral spirit was still in the world's origin, and there were 4 ancestral spirits that were not dead yet. 9 Een evil ancestor, you've lost completely. Long Chen's eyes were cold and sharp, shocking the 9 evil ancestor. In Long Chen's hands, the 9-shade devil matriarch seemed to be going crazy. First, she was laughing, and then she was crying. This is your last chance. But how can you improve so quickly? I'm a creator ancestral god, and I can't even advance an inch. What makes you think you can beat me so quickly? What makes you think you can beat me? What you said has nothing to do with me. Before, you said that as long as I defeated you, you would tell me the truth. Now, you can tell me. Long Chen was slightly angry. The truth. The 9 demonic ancestor was silent for a while before he burst into maniacal laughter. You're really funny. What truth? I was just lying to you. I just wanted to find a chance to kill you. What? What can you do to me? Can you kill me? Sure enough, that was the case. Although he had already expected this, he was still furious. The 9 demonic ancestor was clearly toying with him. She continued, You're really strange. I just want to kill you. What other reason can there be? Look, it's only been half a year, and you can already beat me. Tell me, which Ancestral God Alliance isn't jealous of you? Who in the Ancestral God Alliance is willing to let you continue to grow and stand above their heads? This is the Genesis era, a new epoch. In truth, Long Chen really wanted Lingxi to teach her a lesson. However, with the 9 demonic ancestors' current state, she might not tell him the truth. She was a crazy person now. Besides, Long Chen didn't want to cause trouble for the primordial battle ancestor. She's always in this state. I'm also curious. But honestly, I don't think she will tell you the truth. I've already tried the normal methods. The primordial battle ancestor appeared beside Long Chen and explained. Understood. Long Chen didn't have the time to give up. However, this strange situation forced him to put it aside for the time being. Forget it. I'll come back when I have a clue. Sure. If you have any ideas, you can come back anytime. The 9 demonic ancestor couldn't tell him the truth. Long Chen followed the primordial battle ancestor and left. After that, Long Chen bade farewell to the primordial battle ancestor and returned to the dragon sacrifice continent. He communicated with the dragon servants. For the time being, there were no other clues. Long Chen planned to join the dragon servants and search. He was also in need of some discoveries. After a while, when he was managing the trillions of mystical dragons on the dragon sacrifice continent, the Yuan sword ancestor heard that he had come out of seclusion and came to play chess with Long Chen. The two played chess. Sword ancestor Yuan said, Actually, the myriad realms have been quite lively recently. Previously, in order to allow the myriad realms ancestral god alliance to better integrate with each other and to maintain harmony even when there is competition, they organized an epic ranking battle. Now that the first battle has been held, the second battle is about to begin. What's the epic ranking battle? Long Chen put down a chess piece. It's very simple. In fact, the ancestral gods of the same epoch will compete to determine the top 100, top 32, top 8, and top 3. Some time ago, there was the 9th era ranking god battle. There were about 6,000 ancestral gods in the 9th era, and most of them participated. For the sake of fame and glory in the myriad of worlds, as well as for the acknowledgement of the ancestral gods of the various worlds, this god battle unfolded in a very interesting manner. Just a month ago, the first, second, and third were decided, and the strongest ancestral god of the 9th era seemed to have received a reward from the Ancestral God Alliance. That's interesting. Long Chen laughed. Of course, he just found it interesting. After all, the myriad realms ancestor gods seemed to be too bored. Organizing such a grand battle involved face and glory. Everyone would go all out. This was just like the battle of gods and demons at Mount Buzhou, where there was the number 1 god king and god emperor. Now, the 9th era's primordial ancestor god had been decided. Just this title alone was enough to make the prideful 9th epoch ancestor gods, who wanted to show off in front of their descendants, go crazy. Of course, to Long Chen, this was just torment. It was meaningless unless he wanted to hone himself in this battle. Of course, the Ancestral God Alliance will also give rewards, but the most important thing is fame. There are close to 2,000 origin ancestor gods in the 8th epoch. I heard that more than 90% of them will want to participate. Of course, you are now at the 8th epoch origin ancestor god realm. If you participate, you will definitely be number 1. However, you have defeated the 9-shade evil lord, so this kind of battle is not interesting to you at all. Besides, your goal is far from the 8th epoch origin ancestor god realm. Sword Ancestor Yuan understood him very well. He was basically right. I won't be going. However, it is also my dream to see the myriad realms harmonize and liven things up. The ancestor gods had just returned and needed to get used to each other. Long Chen naturally wanted the myriad realms to be better and more prosperous. The main reason why I'm telling you this today is that if the 8th era's ranking god battle is successful, the Ancestor God Alliance will definitely continue to hold the 7th, 6th, and even 5th era's ranking god battle. Perhaps even the 4th era's battle of the ancestor gods will appear. In fact, if that happens, it will be of great significance. Sword Ancestor Yuan had a serious expression. Long Chen instantly understood. Perhaps the 9th and 8th era primordial god battles were just a warm-up. In fact, to the pinnacle ancestor gods, the strongest 9th era primordial ancestor god and the strongest 8th era primordial ancestor god were not important. It didn't even matter who the strongest 7th era primordial ancestor god was. It was just a title. Even the strongest 7th era primordial ancestor god might not be a match for the weakest 6th era primordial ancestor god. However, the strongest 6th epoch ancestor god might be qualified to participate in the Ancestor God Alliance, but that was nothing. It was still a competition for fame and glory. Sword Ancestor Yuan might want to participate in the 6th epoch ancestor god battle. Even if he did not take first place, he could at least prove his position and see his position in the myriad realms. In fact, there were only 80 or so ancestor gods in the myriad realms in the 5th epoch. Among this group of people, if they competed for the top 8 or the top 3, it might even evolve into a power struggle for the myriad realms. After all, they were all existences of the Ancestor God Alliance. Whoever could become the strongest 5th epoch ancestor god would be very famous and terrifying. At least in terms of authority, they would crush the other 5th epoch ancestor gods. Even the 4th epoch ancestor gods would not dare to see it clearly. If the 4th epoch ancestor god battle was held one day, it would be even more significant. That would be when the myriad realms would determine who was the strongest and second strongest ancestor god of the myriad realms. As the number 1 ancestral god of the myriad worlds, his words would definitely carry more weight. The 4th epoch ancestral gods, who were originally on equal footing with each other, would likely reveal who was stronger and who was weaker in this open battle. Typically, 4th epoch ancestral gods would not fight each other, but once the outcome of a battle was decided, the 4th epoch ancestral gods of equal footing would appear internally. You have also thought about it. This might lead to some trouble. Whether it is a good thing or a bad thing can't be predicted. However, these are the ancestor gods of the Ancestor God Alliance after all. Now, we only have news of the 8th epoch ancestor god battle. There is no news of the 7th epoch, so it is too early to think too far ahead. Long Chen also understood. Chapter 3478. So what you're saying is that the 6th era's ancestor god ranking battle will be held. Sword Ancestor Yuan was looking forward to it. Although he wasn't considered strong among the 6th era's ancestor gods, he was eager to fight against a large number of opponents at the same level. After all, they had lost their memories. Sometimes, fighting could help them recover their memories of rules and battles. That should be certain. Long Chen said. Then I'll have to prepare. You're saying that the 5th or 4th era is a possibility? The 5th epoch is the Ancestor God Alliance. This fire has already spread to the Ancestor God Alliance, and with the previous few matches as the foundation, the majority of the people in the Ancestor God Alliance will definitely be restless. Once the fire reaches the 5th Epoch Ancestor God Alliance, only the 4th Epoch Ancestor God Alliance will be left. In the infinite worlds, who doesn't want to know who the strongest Ancestor God is? Even the 4th Epoch Ancestor God Alliance wants to know. You're right. You understand them better than I do. Sword Ancestor Yuan sighed. He paused and said, "Why do I sense that the myriad of worlds are going to be in chaos?" Long Chen thought for a moment. He looked at the chess game in front of him and said, "The human heart is the hardest to grasp." After the Doomsday War, the Genesis era began and the Ancestor God Alliance took control of the myriad of worlds. The Ancestor God Alliance forbade internal strife. The situation seems to have calmed down, but there are too many rulers. When they rule others, there will definitely be internal strife and conflict. Especially after losing their memories, it's human nature to fight. The Ancestor God Alliance can't fight openly as that would break the rules of the Ancestor God Alliance and destroy its foundation. Therefore, they came up with this method to fight openly. It's a trend if the situation can be controlled, but I'm afraid that hatred will be left behind. That will be the beginning of the chaos. Even the 4th era's Ancestor God Alliance was a group of selfish people. Therefore, Long Chen didn't think highly of the Ancestor God Alliance. It would be fine if the myriad of worlds could be peaceful, but if the myriad of worlds fell into internal strife and chaos, Long Chen's goal would be to restore the Ancestor Dragon's true power and let him control the myriad of worlds. Of course, he couldn't say such things as long as he knew it. That makes sense. You've won this game of chess. Sword Ancestor Yuan suddenly smiled. Although the two of them were talking, they were also fighting a battle of wits and courage. Unexpectedly, after such a long time, Long Chen finally won. Thank you for letting me win. Long Chen was also very surprised to win this game for the first time. Sword Ancestor Yuan stood up and said, "You're right. All living things have an instinct to fight, and I'm the same. My mind is blank, and I've lost my past memories and experience, so I become frivolous. There's always a desire in my body to fight, to familiarize myself with myself, including my position, and so on. Just like now, I heard that you defeated the 9 demon ancestor, so I wanted to spar with you. I want to see if there's still a gap between us. Isn't it just a competition?" It's a bit unkind for the Sword Ancestor to say such a long story. Of course, Long Chen was joking. "So, are you willing to do me the honor? I should be the one thanking you for doing me the honor." Sword Ancestor Yuan had also helped him a lot in the past. Now that his friend just wanted to spar, there was no problem. His opponent just happened to be from the 6th era, and he was stronger than the 9 demon ancestor, born in the middle of an era. Although he wasn't the strongest among the 6th era's ancestral gods, born at the beginning of an era, it was still a rather difficult challenge for Long Chen. He had seen Sword Ancestor Yuan's sword momentum, and it was very sharp and profound. "Let's go." The two of them didn't say anything else. They rushed out of the eternal steel divine diagram and reached the distant sky above the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen watched the dragon sacrificial continent become very small, and after confirming that the battle here wouldn't affect the dragon sacrificial continent in the slightest, he stopped. Sword Ancestor Yuan's Yuan was already in his hand. His long robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes were deep and his lips curled into a faint smile. "To be honest, I was shocked when I heard the Primordial War Ancestor say that you defeated the Demon Ancestor 9. I originally thought that you would need 1,000 years to reach this step, but your speed is much faster than I imagined. Later, I heard that you seem to have a place that can change time. That place is indeed very useful to you, but, even now, I still don't believe that the Long Chen who needed my protection half a year ago can already compete with me now. After all, at this speed, you will sooner or later leave me behind by tens of thousands of miles. If I don't spar with you now, I'm afraid I won't have this opportunity in the future." On one hand, he was being modest. On the other hand, he still didn't believe it and wanted to witness it with his own eyes. Therefore, although it was a spar, Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan would also display all his strength. Both of their weapons were swords, and this could also be considered a battle of sword principles. Let's begin. Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan didn't say much. After smiling, the power of the origin of the four worlds had already swept out and surrounded his body. The surrounding endless starry sky seemed to be enveloped by his sword force. In an instant, in Long Chen's world, there were endless sword shadows everywhere. This was a sea of sword light, and Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan was the source of this sea. And Long Chen's massacre dyed the countless sword shadows around him the color of blood. Although it was a spar, a battle that would stop when it reached a certain point, but when it erupted, it was in fact no weaker than a real battle. Especially now, before the battle had even begun, the other party's sword Dao actually gave Long Chen a pressure that far exceeded that of the 9 demon ancestor. Now, Long Chen's greatest estimate of his own strength was actually at the level of Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan. His goal was to be able to compete with Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan. After all, the 9 demon ancestor and Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan were not on the same level. Whoosh! Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan moved, and thousands of sword shadows moved simultaneously. Yi Yuan Yin Yang Sword. Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan rotated his sword momentum, and in an instant, the entire sea of sword shadows was rotating. Long Chen and Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan seemed to be in a whirlpool. In an instant, Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan stabbed out with his sword. That sword was aimed at Long Chen, and it condensed into two sword shadows. The sword shadows instantly split into two, one black and one white, and headed straight for Long Chen. This sword momentum was vast, magnificent, and full of righteousness. With the power of heaven and earth, it could overturn and crush. The difference between Long Chen's sword Dao and this was huge. Blood-devouring Tyrannosaurus Dragon Sword Prison. Naturally, facing the other party's vast move, Long Chen directly activated the blood-devouring Tyrannosaurus Dragon Sword Prison. With a simple and direct move, he used a sharp thorn to break the other party's sword Dao. After witnessing Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan's strength, Long Chen actually had an estimate in his heart. The rules of the Blood Will Sword could no longer block Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan's sword Dao. Millions of sword chi formed a blood divine dragon. In the tunnel of the sea of sword shadows, it instantly clashed with the other party's Yi Yuan Yin Yang sword. In an instant, blood and black and white colors mixed together. Wang. The three-colored sword Dao intertwined and formed a whirlpool. The entire sea of sword shadows was completely distorted because of this. If one were to watch from afar, they would naturally be able to see this grand scene. In his rules, his sword Dao is pure and imposing. As for me, my sword is unconventional and only seeks to kill. The only problem is that the other party has four world origins. Their power is too majestic. Long Chen was using the power of 2 world origins of massacre to fight against 4 world origins. He knew the difficulty of this. If he wanted to break the other party's sword Dao, in fact, he had to work on the rules. Now, in this collision whirlpool, the other party was full of momentum. The sword momentum condensed into a destructive whirlpool that was crushing towards Long Chen. In other words, under the absolute suppression of the other party's power, the blood-devouring Tyrannosaurus Dragon Sword Prison was no match for the Yi Yuan Yin Yang sword. Having the upper hand, Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan was not arrogant. Instead, he followed up with another attack. Yin and Yang 4 Elephant Sword. Previously, it was the Yi Yuan Yin Yang sword. Now, it was the Yin and Yang 4 Elephant Sword. After the sword Dao entered the destructive whirlpool, the black and white sword Dao changed again, instantly splitting into 4 colors. Among them, the black and white were still retained, but they were separated into green and red. Of course, the red was different from Long Chen's blood red. Although they were separated, the power of each sword Dao surpassed the previous black and white sword Dao. Now, Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan's 4 sword Daos were attacking Long Chen's 1. This was just like the next phase. After 2 rules, Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan was about to win. He gave chase and the divine dragon formed by the blood-devouring Tyrannosaurus dragon sword prison was quickly defeated by the Yin and Yang 4 elephant sword. Long Chen, I have the upper hand. Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan's voice was calm. In fact, he was urging Long Chen to bring out an even better move. In fact, before he went into seclusion, the blood-devouring Tyrannosaurus dragon sword prison was already Long Chen's best move. However, this was not the time. 9 Deaths Killer Swordsmanship. Holding the Carnage sword with both hands, he went into a berserk state. In his berserk state, Long Chen killed 9 swords consecutively. This time around, he brought out the full extent of the 9 Deaths Killer Swordsmanship. In an instant, a total of 9 blood-red divine dragons rushed into the deathly sword chi whirlpool. Each of them was comparable to the blood-devouring Tyrannosaurus dragon sword prison. The 10 divine dragons entered and naturally retaliated against the 4 sword chi of Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan. Although Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan had the advantage in strength, and each sword chi was thicker than Long Chen's 9 Deaths Killer Swordsmanship, he was still forced to retreat under the siege. After all, Long Chen's sword Dao was born for killing. However, Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan laughed heartily. This kind of killing made him feel really good. At this moment, he rushed forward again, holding his sword with both hands. Although his sword Dao was still just and honorable, it was much more domineering this time around. For Elephant's 8 trigram sword. 4 consecutive swords quickly gathered in the death vortex. The 4 sword Daos from before split into 8, and the death vortex grew even bigger. With the birth of this sword, Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan started his counterattack with the rich power of the world. 8 trigrams returned to 1. Chapter 3479. 8 beams of sword chi appeared within the death sword chi vortex, fighting against the 9 Deaths Killer swords. Then, the 8 beams of sword chi fused into one, becoming even more terrifying. A gray sea of sword chi appeared within the death vortex, devouring Long Chen's 9 Deaths Killer swords. Looks like you're going to lose. Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan put down his long sword, hands clasped behind his back as he observed the changes within the death sword chi vortex. All of his sword chi had been condensed into one. This was an unprecedented level of terror. Once it devoured Long Chen's 9 Deaths Killer swords, it would immediately attack Long Chen and devour Long Chen. It's still early. Facing his opponent's overwhelming victory, Long Chen was very calm. Just as Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan thought that he was at his wit's end, Long Chen suddenly stopped killing. His bloody appearance and blood-red dragon scales suddenly changed, turning into nothingness. The scales on his body were now a deep blue. His aura suddenly changed, from bloodthirsty and brutal, to mysterious, free, and even non-existent. At this time, the time bracelet shrank, turning into a bracelet that spiraled around Long Chen's palm. Finally, the time bracelet began to wrap around his index finger, a total of 18 times, completely wrapping around his index finger. The rings of time sank deep into the flesh of Long Chen's finger, as if they were imprisoning Long Chen's finger. But in reality, that was not the case. When time revolved around his index finger, Long Chen's finger had already become different from the rest. It was like a towering mountain with countless lightning snakes swimming around it, shuttling back and forth between Long Chen's finger and time. The terrifying power of time had already condensed on this finger. When Long Chen opened his eyes, there was an explosion of light. All the power of time was condensed on his finger, and just as the Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan was about to devour the 9 Deaths Killer swords, Long Chen stabbed out with his finger. Eternal Time Finger. A bright beam of light, wrapped in white lightning, pierced the deathly sword chi vortex at a terrifying speed. The speed of this beam of light was indescribable, as this beam of light itself possessed the laws of time acceleration. This was the brand new rule of time that Long Chen had spent 5,000 years pondering over and giving birth to. In fact, this rule of time was a condensation of the time distortion power of the time dragonet, as well as the addition of time acceleration. Compared to the time dragonet, the capacity of the time particles of the eternal time calamity finger was originally 10 times larger, but when it was condensed in the finger, the space was reduced by 10 times. Long Chen had thought that Demon Ancestor 9 would be the first person to receive this attack. He hadn't expected that Demon Ancestor 9 wouldn't even be able to withstand the 9 Death Slaughter sword. So now he was using it against Sword Ancestor Yuan. Rumble. In an instant, the entire sword chi vortex exploded. Countless sword chi lost control and flew everywhere. Long Chen and Sword Ancestor Yuan were both sent flying. The entire sword chi vortex was destroyed by Long Chen's eternal time calamity finger. Sword Ancestor First Origin, who had held the upper hand, lost his advantage for a moment. At that moment, the sword chi was in a state of chaos. Neither of them continued to fight. Instead, they stopped and waited for the surrounding sword chi to disappear. Only when the surroundings returned to a state of calm did they regroup. It's over. Not bad. Sword Ancestor Yuan's face was filled with shock and astonishment, and even excitement. This was the most enjoyable battle he had since the Doomsday War. After all, it was a spar. Both of them had used almost all of their skills. At this point, there was no need to continue fighting. Sword Ancestor Yuan was indeed strong, but Long Chen was definitely not weaker than him. I didn't expect you to be on par with me. I thought you defeated Demon Ancestor 9 with luck. Sword Ancestor Yuan said. That's naturally impossible. Both of them returned to the dragon sacrificial continent. Because of their battle, many people were affected, especially the explosion of the sword chi vortex, which caused the sky to shine brightly. In the end, even the eternal steel god diagram appeared, blocking the aftermath of the battle. Today was very enjoyable. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll be leaving first. Sword Ancestor Yuan was in a good mood. After exchanging a few more words with Long Chen, he left. After this battle, Long Chen had a certain level of understanding of his own strength. This was also a good thing. However, he was still not satisfied. He wanted to become stronger, so he prepared to go out and search for the ancestral dragon's legacy with the dragon servants. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang came up and said, "Big brother, I've thought about it. I want to participate in the 8th era's ranking god battle." Previously, when Long Chen and Sword Ancestor Yuan were talking, he was nearby, so he heard it. Mo Xiaolang said, "Now, it seems like there are no other flames that I can devour to improve. It might be difficult for me to improve in the future, so I want to comprehend more laws and train myself through battles. Therefore, participating in this battle is quite beneficial for me. After all, I'm different from you, Kitten, and Lingxi." Actually, he was anxious. Everyone was improving, but he seemed to have no space. All his improvements were useless through his own cultivation. He basically had to rely on devouring. Actually, Long Chen had considered this for him. However, in the myriad worlds, apart from the fire law's ancestral gods, there was really nothing else that could be devoured. Once he devoured those ancestral gods, they also had world sources. It seemed like the sky-swallowing race couldn't digest world sources, so it was useless to Mo Xiaolang. Therefore, it was true that Mo Xiaolang had encountered a bottleneck when everyone was advancing by leaps and bounds. Therefore, when he heard about the 8th era's ancestral god battle, he wanted to hone himself on rules and battles. Long Chen seemed to have encountered such a situation before. He understood Mo Xiaolang's anxiety. Because he understood, even if it was risky, he wouldn't stop him. "Alright, but you must be careful. If there are any problems, tell me immediately." Mo Xiaolang revealed a bright smile and said, "Naturally, no problem. Don't worry." All along, he had been the strongest in the team apart from Long Chen. Now, Lingxi and the others had gradually surpassed him. Therefore, it was normal for him to be anxious. If it was Long Chen, he would probably be even more anxious. Next, Mo Xiaolang paid attention to the ranking god battle. On a certain day, he set off. After all, there was nothing to worry about. Therefore, he set off alone. Soi Yan didn't follow him. Long Chen followed the dragon attendants, walking around and searching carefully. With the experience of the pool of time, they basically only looked at places with strange laws. This way, the myriad worlds seemed huge. Even a random piece of broken star that floated before them might contain clues. Time passed day by day. After 3 months, Long Chen had only searched a small area. On the 4th level of the Tower of Time, everyone was still at the same level. After all, it wasn't easy to advance further. Among them, Long Yen and Long Lin were working hard to become the destruction ancestral god. As for Long Chen's 3rd child, he was gradually growing over such a long period of time. Although there was still a long way to go before he was born, it was something worth looking forward to. Mo Xiaolang, on the other hand, rose to fame in the myriad worlds during this period of time. This was because, after 3 months, he had already rushed to the top 8 of the ranking god battle. Moreover, based on the previous battles, he was already one of the candidates for the champion of this ranking god battle. Among the 8th era's ancestral gods, the 8 strongest had already been born. Each of them possessed great glory. Next, there would be a series of battles. The top 8 would advance to the top 4, and then the top 3 would be decided. In the previous battles, Mo Xiaolang had been fighting alone. When it came to the top 3 battles, of course, Long Chen had to stop what he was doing and go to the battlefield to support Mo Xiaolang. After all, his opponents weren't as weak as he had imagined. No matter what, they were the 8 strongest existences among the 8th era's ancestral gods. The location of the ultimate battle of the 8th era was chosen to be somewhere in the southern starfield. It was surrounded by barren land. There were no worlds at all. However, as this was a crucial battle, many ancestral gods had come to watch the battle. Among them were many ancestral gods from the 6th era and even the 5th era. Although this was the final battle between the 8th epoch's elder gods, there were quite a few 7th epoch's elder gods who had come as well. These people were all here to hear news about the 7th epoch's ranking god tournament. The Ancestor God Alliance had not announced it yet, but most likely, it would be announced once the tournament was over. In fact, the ranking battle of the 8th era's ancestral gods was even more intense than that of the 9th era's ancestral gods. After all, the participants were stronger, and the spectators wouldn't look down on them as much. Moreover, the ancestral gods were increasingly looking forward to the future ranking battles. Many ancestral gods from the 7th and 6th era couldn't wait to participate in these hot-blooded battles. However, the person in charge of this battle was someone that Long Chen didn't like very much. He was the only ancestral god from the 4th era present, the ancestral god of the all things belong to the divine realm, divine ancestor Kitagarbha. He was a young bald man dressed in a white robe and had a refreshing smile on his face. He sat in the most distinguished position, surrounded by several ancestral gods from the 5th era who maintained order. Among them was the ancestral god of the 5th era, ancestral god Qiyu, who had a relationship with Long Chen. Of course, they weren't needed to maintain order. They were here on behalf of the Ancestral Gods Alliance. With them in control of the overall situation, there wouldn't be any chaos in this ultimate battle. The ones who really maintained order were the ancestral gods from the 6th era who ran errands. Among them, Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan was also sent by the Ancestral Gods Alliance to maintain order. Chapter 3480. As far as the eye could see, there were more than 7,000 people gathered here. Of course, most of them were the ancestral gods of the 8th and 9th eras. Most of the ancestral gods of the 8th era had been eliminated. To reach this stage, Mo Xiaolang had actually experienced more than 100 battles, and he had basically won all of them in a row. After all, the mechanism of the competition was not an elimination battle, but a battle of points. To enter the top 8, one had to be the one who had won the most battles. And among the top 8, there were only 2 people who had won more than 100 battles, including Mo Xiaolang. Some of them had lost to Mo Xiaolang, and some of them had even been defeated by Mo Xiaolang. If it's just these few people, you should have no problem. Long Chen stood next to Mo Xiaolang and carefully looked at his opponent. He was more confident in Mo Xiaolang. Yes, just like me, the other guy who won all of his battles is the fire ancestor of the 4 poles. He is very powerful, but because he uses the law of fire, he is restrained by me. In this way, Mo Xiaolang was sure to win the championship. Soon, the battle began. It was a battle to eliminate the top 4. Mo Xiaolang was the first to enter the arena. Go, take first place. In fact, these hundreds of battles had indeed given him a lot of training. Now that he had made some progress, he might be able to compete with the ancestral god of the 7th era. The gap between him and Kitten was also narrowing. No problem. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Mo Xiaolang and his opponent entered the arena. Then, amidst the cheers, they began to fight. His opponent was a demon, and both of them transformed into their true forms. This battle did not last long. Mo Xiaolang quickly defeated his opponent and became the first person to enter the top 4. There was no suspense. A large number of ancestral gods cheered for his handsome skills. It seemed that Mo Xiaolang was actually very popular. At this time, Long Chen also cheered for him and joined the excited crowd. That's him. But Long Chen did not know that in the most honorable position, one of them, Demon Ancestor Qiyu, was beside Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha, pointing at Mo Xiaolang. Got it. Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha opened his eyes and said, I'll deal with it when the battle is over. He glanced at the crowd and saw Long Chen. He's a troublemaker. I'll leave him to you, said Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha. No problem at all. Demon Ancestor Chio's eyes shone with a cold, black light. He would never forget that Long Chen had taken away time from him. The battles continued. The next 3 battles were all extremely bitter, and it was practically difficult to determine the victor. Aside from the 4 extremities flame ancestor that Mo Xiaolang had said had an easier time, the others were all in a stalemate. Even though there were some who won, they suffered heavy injuries. The top 4 had been decided, but 2 of them were already very tired. After resting and recovering for a few days, the battle between the top 4 immediately began. Mo Xiaolang dealt with one of them. After all, his opponent had not fully recovered yet, so he finished the battle even faster. On the other side, as expected, the flame ancestor of the 4 extremes, who still had a certain amount of combat power, also won. After the other 2 competed for the 3rd place, the strongest would be decided between the 2 of them. I didn't expect these 2 competitors to both cultivate the law of fire. The law of fire is really that powerful. What do you guys think? Whose flame is more powerful? While the top 4 were fighting, in fact, everyone's attention and discussion were all on Mo Xiaolang and the flame ancestor of the 4 extremes. For everyone, the battle between the top 3 and 4 was no longer interesting. After the battle, the people of the Ancestral Gods Alliance asked if Mo Xiaolang and the flame ancestor of the 4 extremes needed to rest. In the end, both of them said that they didn't need to. After this announcement, under the gaze of more than 7,000 ancestral gods, the battle officially broke out. It was the battle between the strongest ancestral gods of the 8th era. Mo Xiaolang's opponent, the flame ancestor of the 4 extremes, was a burly man bathed in flames. But unlike Sacred Ancestor Hitorigami, he was very cold. The most obvious thing was that his face was divided into 4 parts, each with 4 different colors. In each color, there was an eye, and in each eye, there was a majestic flame burning. There were a total of 4 kinds of flames. He had surging power and 4 kinds of terrifying flames. His world source was 4 weapons, namely saber, spear, sword, and halberd. In fact, it was just a world source that could be divided into four, and his strength lay in the fact that he could control saber, spear, sword, and halberd at the same time. Mo Xiaolang, on the other hand, had nothing. After all, he didn't have a world source. Therefore, in terms of world source, he had no advantage. This was the reason why half of the people didn't think that Mo Xiaolang could win. But Long Chen knew that Mo Xiaolang would definitely win. He hadn't encountered the flame ancestor of the four extremes before, but in fact, if he had, Mo Xiaolang could have easily defeated him and broken his undefeated streak. Break. The flame ancestor of the four extremes gave birth to four kinds of flames. Although they weren't divine flames, they were flames that had been born with him from the 8th era. They were between divine flames and ancestral flames, but they were mature. And Mo Xiaolang's ancestral flame hadn't fully matured. It was precisely because of this that there was a certain gap. But when Mo Xiaolang displayed the devouring law, this gap was no longer a gap. Boom! The flames of both sides were evenly matched. The raging flames were spreading into the surroundings. Among them, the flame ancestor of the four extremes was extremely violent. His four kinds of flames, saber, spear, sword, and halberd actually had the momentum to suppress Mo Xiaolang. However, at a certain moment, this kind of suppression completely disappeared. This was because his four kinds of flames were uncontrollably flying toward Mo Xiaolang at an extremely rapid speed. All of them were devoured by his divine body, vanishing without a trace. To them, the flames they nurtured and grew together were their foundation. Once they were lost, their strength would plummet greatly. As expected, he can devour flames. Yes, how powerful. The flame ancestor of the four extremes probably just happened to be restrained. When the flames went out of control, the flame ancestor of the four extremes naturally turned pale with fright. However, Mo Xiaolang was really too powerful. He couldn't do anything and allowed the flames he was releasing to go out of control. Boom! Then, the flames turned into a counterattack, attacking right at him. The attack even contained the power of Mo Xiaolang's ancestral flame. Rumble. 8 kinds of ancestral flames fused into his opponent's 4 kinds of flames. No matter how his opponent tried to block them, they still collided with his body. In an instant, the flame ancestor of the four extremes suffered a crushing defeat. This battle went as Long Chen had expected. Mo Xiaolang obtained victory very easily. In fact, his victory was even faster than when he fought against the other ancestral gods of the 8th era. No matter what methods Mo Xiaolang used, when the strongest ancestral god of the 8th era was born, most of the ancestral gods present still cheered. This was especially true for the ancestral gods of the 9th era, who were extremely fervent. Mo Xiaolang, Mo Xiaolang. Of course, everyone knew Mo Xiaolang's identity. It was said that he was a destructive ancestral god by Long Chen's side. Naturally, during the Battle of Doomsday, he had also made great contributions. The gigantic beast, Doomsday, was dealt with by Mo Xiaolang. Surrounded by the crowd, Mo Xiaolang was relatively indifferent. He found Long Chen among the crowd. The end of this journey has indeed helped me a lot, Mo Xiaolang told himself. However, the Ancestral Gods Alliance had previously announced that the strongest ancestral god of each era would receive a mysterious reward. Now, he was also curious about what this mysterious reward would be. After all, when the ancestral gods returned, they didn't bring anything with them. If there were any items, they were basically obtained from the dragon sacrificial continent today. Everyone, be quiet. All of a sudden, Sacred Ancestor Kitagarba's voice made everyone quiet down. His voice had the ability to make people quiet out of fear. It was quiet. But everyone was still excited. They were all wondering what kind of reward Sacred Ancestor Kitagarba would give to Mo Xiaolang. After that, he would probably announce the start time of the ranking battle of the 7th era's ancestral gods. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Sacred Ancestor Kitagarba. Sacred Ancestor Kitagarba was dressed in a snow-white kasaya, and his forehead was shiny. At this moment, he slightly waved his hand, and suddenly, a snow-white light flew toward Imo Xiaolang. When the light approached Imo Xiaolang, it suddenly changed and evolved into a birdcage. Yes, it was something similar to a birdcage. In fact, it was a giant cage. The cage was made up of pillars of light, and on each pillar of light, there were shining golden characters entwined. Even Long Chen was a little puzzled at first. Chapter 3481. Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha imprisoned Imo Xiaolang in this way in front of everyone after the ranking battle between the ancestor gods of the 8th era. Not to mention Long Chen and Imo Xiaolang, the others had never thought of it. Under the threat of the sky-devouring clan, Long Chen and all the ancestor gods were plunged into the shadow of death and despair at that moment. It was Imo Xiaolang who defeated the Doomsday at that time and released the origin dragon's soul of the ancient blood spirit dragon. That was how the myriad worlds and the ancestor gods were saved. In terms of contribution to the myriad worlds, Imo Xiaolang was definitely not inferior to Long Chen. However, Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha was imprisoning him. Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha, who always had a smile on his face, did not even have that smile now. Because of his imprisonment, the 7,000 ancestor gods were in an uproar. Everyone was very puzzled. What's going on? It's not a reward. Is this the reward? It can't be. I heard that Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha is against Long Chen. Could it be that in the face of all these questions, it was clear that Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha had to give an explanation. At this time, Long Chen flew toward Imo Xiaolang without any regard for the consequences. He had some speculations about what had happened. This was something he had overlooked, but he had never thought of the difference between him and the ancestor gods. At this moment, Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha said, "Everyone, quiet down. Let me explain." Only then did the ancestor gods stop making noise. They craned their necks and waited for Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha's explanation. I think everyone can see that Imo Xiaolang actually doesn't have the origin of the world. He doesn't belong to the 8th era's ancestor god. First of all, he doesn't have the origin of the world, so everyone will think that he is the ancestor god of destruction. But in fact, he is not. He doesn't have the origin of the world, but he has such power. So from the beginning, we have suspected him. During the Doomsday battle, we saw him devouring a large amount of flames. Since the 8th era's ancestor god ranking battle, we have found that he can devour flames and turn them into his own power. He has endless room for growth. All this shows that he is different from us ancestor gods. So the answer is quite obvious. He, Imo Xiaolang, is the sky-devouring clan. When he said the last 3 words, there was a huge uproar among the ancestor gods. Long Chen didn't expect that when they heard the words sky-devouring clan, they would have such a huge reaction. There were expressions of horror, disgust, and even anger. There was even a strong killing intent in the eyes of almost every ancestor god. He didn't have the origin of the world, but he could strengthen himself by devouring. All these characteristics were almost no different from the sky-devouring clan. Obviously, they didn't suspect it before, but after hearing Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha's explanation, the situation became very clear. Imo Xiaolang was definitely a member of the sky-devouring clan. I didn't expect him to be a member of the sky-devouring clan. The sky-devouring clan is the mortal enemy of all worlds. As long as they exist, they will be an endless source of trouble. We must eradicate them. How can we allow them to mingle among us and let them develop and grow stronger? That's right. For a moment, as Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha explained, there was a heated discussion among the ancestor gods. Everyone stared coldly at Imo Xiaolang. If he wasn't still in the birdcage, some of the ancestor gods would have attacked him. In fact, the ancestor gods had lost their memories, so it wasn't easy for them to guess that Imo Xiaolang was a member of the sky-devouring clan. However, Long Chen and the others didn't pay much attention to this. He had always thought that he was the same as the ancestor gods. He had never doubted Mo Xiaolang and trusted him absolutely. However, the ancestor gods didn't seem to be the same. They showed another extreme. They completely ignored Mo Xiaolang's contributions to them and the worlds. They only remembered his identity that terrified them. The sky-devouring clan. Therefore, the curses and discussions around him made Longchen shiver. Longchen certainly knew that this would be a big deal, a big trouble. Therefore, he couldn't care less about troubling others at this time. Primordial War Ancestor, Pangu Ancestor God, Hun Kuan Ancestor God, and so on, he called all the ancestor gods who came to help. We let him fight the last battle so that we can confirm it in front of everyone. Now, there should be no more doubts about his identity as a member of the Sky-Devouring clan, right? Asked Divine Ancestor Kitagarbha. No. A small number of ancestor gods didn't speak, but most of them shouted in unison, causing a thunderous rumble. Their thoughts made Longchen very angry. He originally thought that most of the ancestor gods were good, but this time, a strong hostility and anger arose in his heart. Longchen felt betrayed. The betrayal of the ancestor gods. The killing intent in their eyes was too irritating for Longchen. Get lost. Among the crowd, he was the only one who dashed towards Mo Xiaolang. He was not far away from Mo Xiaolang. At this moment, he arrived in front of Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang, who was in the birdcage, was also looking at him. Both of them exchanged a glance with a hint of helplessness in their eyes. Sometimes, they really overestimated the friendliness of the ancestor god. As a result, the difference was too great. His heart was filled with sorrow, but also anger. Longchen had never felt such intense hostility towards the ancestor gods before. Their faces were filled with disgust and fear, as if they hadn't cheered for Mo Xiaolang just now. Stop. Those below the 7th era's ancestor god level could not stop Longchen. The ancestor gods naturally knew the relationship between Longchen and Mo Xiaolang, but no one dared to stop him. It was only when Longchen got close to Mo Xiaolang that a 6th era's ancestor god appeared in front of him. It was a voluptuous woman dressed in colorful clothes. Her eyes were big and round and flashed with spiritual light. She had an exotic charm. Her every move and smile would cause people to be moved. However, at that moment, her face was filled with coldness. She stopped Longchen and said, "You can't go near the Sky-Swallowing clan. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action." This was the Mount Wu sacred ancestor. Her world was called the Mount Wu celestial world. Longchen had naturally been to this world before. When he had just escaped from Mount Buzhou, he had also heard of the Mount Wu celestial world and the Mount Wu goddess. However, the so-called Mount Wu goddess was actually a primordial realm divine venerable. This Mount Wu sacred ancestor was the true creator of the Mount Wu celestial world. He was born in the middle of the 6th era. His actual strength was similar to the 3 clear divine ancestors. Longchen, don't cause trouble. You're protecting the Sky-Swallowing clan. That's already a problem. Don't make any more mistakes. Seeing how agitated he was, some of the ancestor gods mocked him, while others tried to persuade him. However, they all hated Mo Xiaolang, so Longchen was not grateful to them at all. Scram. Longchen replied to the Mount Wu sacred ancestor with a single word. Hearing this, the Mount Wu sacred ancestor was instantly enraged. She held a colorful ribbon in her hand. That was the origin of her world. She wanted to stop Longchen. Longchen had fought with Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan before. This Mount Wu sacred ancestor was not much weaker than Sword Ancestor Yi Yuan. However, at this moment, she was facing an enraged Longchen. 9 deaths slaying sword. At the moment of impact, 9 consecutive strikes were unleashed. The Mount Wu sacred ancestor, who was right next to him, was instantly hit by such a crazy storm of attacks. Even if she managed to block it in time, she was still hit by Longchen's fiercest attack. Whoosh whoosh. The 9 streaks of sword chi were like 9 divine dragons of death. They whizzed past. Ah, at least 2 of the Mount Wu sacred ancestors' arms were broken. Her entire body was sent flying by Longchen. She was defeated in one blow, and Longchen passed her in an instant. In reality, they still thought that Longchen was still at the 7th era's ancestor realm. Therefore, when the 6th era's ancestor god Wu sacred ancestor intercepted him, no one dared to imagine that Longchen would be able to break through her defenses so easily, and even injure the Mount Wu sacred ancestor. If she had not dodged in time, she would have been seriously injured. Unbelievable. He actually forced the Mount Wu sacred ancestor to retreat. In an instant, the ancestor gods were once again shocked. Of course, the Mount Wu sacred ancestor had not expected Longchen to be so powerful. She had been suppressed for a while and forced to retreat in one blow. Otherwise, they could have been evenly matched. When Longchen broke through the Mount Wu sacred ancestor's defenses, he was already in front of Mo Xiaolang. Just as he was about to create a huge shock, he could not hold on any longer. This was because at this moment, a dark, burly minotaur appeared in front of him like a wall, blocking Longchen's way. Demon Ancestor Chiyu. Longchen growled in a low voice. This guy was already in front of him, at the peak of the 5th era. His cold eyes made Longchen understand that impulsiveness was useless. After all, he could not guarantee Mo Xiaolang's safety in terms of strength. The only possibility was to rely on the primordial war ancestors and the others. As for now, he had to delay. Big brother, calm down. Mo Xiaolang was in the cage. Perhaps he had imagined this scene subconsciously. At this moment, he had to be calmer than Longchen. With his reminder, Longchen knew what he had to do to ensure his safety. Okay. When Longchen was blocked, there seemed to be a moment of silence. The ancestor gods were still immersed in the terrifying strength that Longchen had just displayed. At this moment, they continued to pay attention to the Kitagarbha sacred ancestor. After all, he was the strongest existence here. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.